Chapter 24-27, Bingqi Gao finally saw Li Qie, just an ordinary youth. Even if he had cultivated, he was still a nobody, so Gao didn't give a damn. After all, Gao came from another location and didn't know the infamy of Chaos Hellion. Brat, fuck off. Our Bingqi clan is conducting business here, interfering, and that's a crime punishable by death. Bingqi Gao harshly shouted. His haughty response was understandable. After all, Li Qie only looked like a weak cultivator, while their Bingqi was one of the 5 strongest sects in 9 secrets, and he was a direct branch disciple. And if I don't? Li Qie smiled. No. Then I'll break your legs and make you crawl outside. Gao's eyes turned fierce. So vicious, do you not care for the laws? Li Qie pretended to be afraid and startled. The laws? Gao smiled deviously. Do you not know who you're dealing with? Our Bingqi clan can do whatever we want. Ha ha ha. Li Qie shifted his demeanor instantly and started clapping. So damn amusing, someone has the balls to tell me this in Sky Rap City. Ha ha ha, I'm gonna die from laughing. It took a while before he stopped laughing and asked, Jiadi, tell me now, in Sky Rap, no, in all of 9 secrets, who is the law? You are, my lord. Jiadi didn't address him as His Highness this time around. Li Qie smiled, did you hear that? I'm the law, so start running now before I change my mind. Gao's expression changed. A nobody dared to talk to him like this. He smiled sinisterly in response, Brat, don't think we can't mess you up just because we're far away, that you have some backing in the Imperial City and think you're a badass. My Bingqi clan doesn't give a shit about anyone. He then ordered, men, break his legs. Show him the laws of our clan. Brat, you've asked for it. The men sneered and began pulling up their sleeves before reaching for Li Qie. Boom! They couldn't touch him and were pushed to the ground, one after another. Their bones were broken so they couldn't stand up. They were no different than ants before Jiadi, simply pathetic. Jiadi, you don't know who I am right now? A spoiled brat, and what does that entail? Of course it is to kill everyone that annoys me. Jiadi didn't bat an eye. A glint flashed with a cutting noise. Blood gushed out, the men of the Bingqi were decapitated. Their eyes were wide open, they didn't even have the chance to scream. Gao was shocked and shouted in response, who the hell are you? Me. Li Qie pointed at his nose, I'm the law of 9 secrets. Having said that, he started walking towards Gao. Don't come over here. The frightened youth turned to flee. Bam! Unfortunately, he didn't go far before dropping and rolling on the ground. Sigh, you brought this upon yourself. Li Qie shook his head and stomped heavily on Gao's chest. Crack! His chest caved down, ribs broken. The boy vomited a mouthful of blood. Li Qie crouched down to look at him and smiled, do you know why you're still alive? Don't do anything crazy. I'm a disciple of the Bingqi clan, the clan will not let you off if you do something to me. Gao was scared out of his mind. Li Qie dug in his ear with his pinky and told Jiadi, Bingqi clan, huh? Oh, I remember now. Jiadi, that old man from this clan, what was he called? A supreme ancestor or something? What a braggart, daring to have that title with his meager skills. Bingqi Juezhen. Jiadi replied. Juezhen was one of the 5 supreme ancestors that Lucidity King summoned previously. Yes, you're right. That geezer. I remember now. Li Qie clapped his hands and said. Bingqi Gao, the girl, and Uncle Tai were shocked. The other 2 knew that Li Qie was known as Chaos Hellion for causing trouble recently, but they didn't know of his true background. In fact, no one in Sky Rap did. But now, Li Qie directly called out Bingqi Juezhen's real name, even referring to him as a geezer. That's terrifying. Juezhen, a supreme ancestor, was the strongest senior of the Bingqi and one of the strongest Eternals in 9 Secrets. Li Qie patted the youth's face and smiled, "Go back and tell Bingqi Juezhen that I like this girl. Continue to provoke her and I'll be displeased enough to destroy your clan." Gao didn't dare to refuse since he was already scared out of his mind. "Oh, do we have an imperious seal or something? They might not take us seriously without one." Li Qie tapped his forehead, seemingly remembering something, and told Jyoti. Jyoti took out a red branding iron and handed it to Li Qie. "Just mark with this and Bingqi Juezhen will recognize you, young lord." "Good." Li Qie accepted it and directly applied it to Gao's forehead. "Ah!" The youth screamed from the excruciating pain. After the smoke cleared, a red mark was left behind. Li Qie was quite satisfied with his work and said, "Not bad." He then kicked the guy and patted his hands clean. "Scram now, I'm sparing your dog life." Gao didn't dare to say a single retort and ran for his life, even losing his shoes in the process. Li Qie turned his attention towards the girl and started walking. The girl and her uncle were naturally frightened, but there was nowhere to go. This little monster didn't give a damn about the Bingqi clan. Back to what I was saying before, the techniques of Weapon Break True Emperor are worth taking a look. He smiled. He raised her chin and smiled. "What is your name, Bingqi?" And the girl shuddered but mustered enough courage to meet his gaze. "Bingqi Ingjian. A descendant of Bingqi Quanfang." Jyoti said, "A capable man whose downfall was his arrogance, daring to challenge the Silver Secret Legion." The other two didn't like hearing about this story. Quanfang used to be a genius of the Bingqi, quite eccentric in nature. He was also arrogant and didn't obey anyone. After a particular conflict, he challenged Sun Langying and the Silver Secret Legion. The result was obvious. Though he was very strong, he still wasn't a match for Sun Langying. His legion fared even worse and got annihilated completely. This was a crime worthy of clan extermination, especially if Lucidity found this impudent. He wouldn't only kill Quanfang's branch but also the rest of the clan. However, Lucidity actually appreciated Quanfang for his arrogance and didn't pursue this matter. Nevertheless, the Bingqi still decided to purge Quanfang's branch from their clan. Their branch consisted of the descendants of Weapon Break True Emperor and possessed an amazing bloodline. They were quite influential and powerful as well. Alas, they still lost and disappeared henceforth. So now, when Jyoti revealed their background, Ingjian and her uncle were horrified. "Sigh, I'm a spoiled brat, not a hero who saves a damsel in distress." Li Qie shook his head and said. Ingjian was holding her breath, unaware of Li Qie's intention. His bad reputation truly scared her to the core. "Alright, don't look at me like that, I might be a pervert, but one with exquisite tastes. I don't like undernourished little girls," he said while staring at her. Chapter 24-28, The girl had conflicted feelings about hearing this, a natural response for most women regarding their appearance. She gave him the side-eye before looking down again. Li Qie withdrew his hand and gave an order. "Jyoti, I like this girl. Leave her 1 million to buy some clothes." Jyoti immediately threw a spatial pouch on the table before leaving with Li Qie. Ingjian and Untai Tai were slack-jawed, spending 1 million just like that. In their clan, even the direct successors there couldn't be so wasteful. This guy was a god-tier wastrel. He was already long gone after she calmed down. She didn't have the courage to give chase, still afraid of him. She stood there, confused, not knowing what to do. After leaving the force, Jyoti smiled and asked Li Qie, "Your Highness, she's not a bad girl, how come you didn't take her in?" "Why should I?" Li Qie smiled, "I have no lack of women. A good girl is very rare, and only thinking about sleeping with one is the act of a vulgar man." Jyoti replied, "So you like her that much, Your Highness?" He had grown used to Li Qie's amiability when they were alone. It was completely different than being around Lucidity. Though people called him the Chaos Hellion and considered him to be the worst scum, Jyoti didn't think he was that bad. At the very worst, the guy was just a whimsical spender. As for lucidity, being around him meant being nervous all the time. His fury could end in decapitation for anyone. There are many types of like, not necessarily romantic. Some are just a type of appreciation. Wuxia said. Jyoti nodded and didn't pursue the topic. Boom! Suddenly, a divine light soared to the sky from the imperial palace. It separated the clouds and illuminated the entire area. A majestic divinity engulfed the world, seemingly wanting to drown the entire system. The experts all over Imperial were alarmed. Buzz! The pillar of light suddenly lost all power, akin to a spring gushing out water before running dry. The leftover water sprinkled down, or in this case, just tiny strands of light that scatter with the wind. It seemed like a rain of light all over 9 secrets, resulting in a surreal scene. Buzz! Next, a fiery spark came from the palace. If the palace itself was a candle, then this light was it being lit up. Unfortunately, this was a candle in the wind, feeble and flickering, on the verge of extinguishing. It pulsed continuously from dark to bright in an uncertain manner. Not good. Jyoti was shocked. His Majesty is deteriorating, we must return now, Your Highness. Having said that, he grabbed Wuxia and rushed for the palace. At this moment, all eyes in Imperial were focused on the flickering light. They knew that lucidity couldn't last any longer. This was his final moment. Whoosh! When Jyoti and Wuxia finally made it back, the light suddenly shattered and disappeared. The palace fell into darkness. 9 secrets have lost its light. His Majesty has passed away. Jyoti shouted, Your Majesty. He continued carrying Wuxia towards Lucidity's resting chambers. Once they made it in, they saw Lucidity on his bed, no longer breathing. The servants were on their knees. Only Sun Lengying sat by the bed while holding the slumbering king's hand, tears running down his cheeks. Your Majesty. Jyoti instantly prostrated on the ground. This sad emotion came from the heart. Lucidity was a second father to him, so he became broken-hearted. The palace grieved, seemingly engulfed in a terrible mood. His Majesty has passed away. After a long while, an official order finally came. The palaces and buildings in the imperial palace had a white cloth hanging on the front entrance. It didn't take long before the entire place was filled with white, similar to the snowflakes in winter, a world of white. People were still shaken despite knowing the inevitability of his death. The moment still caught them off guard. Anxiety and grief permeated the situation, especially for the servants. They didn't know what to do, akin to rootless duckweeds. The extinguishing of his light made many pairs of eyes light up all over 9 secrets, similar to divine lamps being lit in the dark. The seniors from the various powers and the 5 supreme ancestors became stirred. Lucidity King is finally dead. One eternal from a powerful lineage said. A storm is coming. A supreme ancestor had a happy expression and excitement in his eyes. This day is finally here. Another peer of his smiled. One more had his eyes flashing with a cold glint. A new era should come to 9 secrets now. This was a godsend opportunity, just like a pie falling from the sky. War Saint Dynasty has lost its leader and the entire system was a headless snake. It meant turmoil and changes, or opportunities for others. These supreme ancestors knew that it was over for War Saint Dynasty. It didn't matter that he had appointed a crown prince because this person couldn't suppress all of 9 secrets. Moreover, Lucidity had also defeated the Sacred Cabinet. Without this council, War Saint was without its skeletal structure and needed to rely on Lucidity as the single pillar. Now, without him, demise was coming for this dynasty. Lucidity King has passed away. Many ancient clans and sects have received this news. These masters became emotional just like the rest. They have gotten used to his tyranny in the last 3 generations. This authority was no longer present. A new leader was about to emerge for 9 secrets. The news of his death quickly spread to the other systems in Imperial as well. The 2 other behemoths, the Mu and Li, were the happiest to hear about it. Lucidity played a pivotal role in 9 secrets' success. With his death, this behemoth has fallen. Many other ferocious beasts and birds would want to come and share this fat piece of meat. It's about time. 2 true emperors took note of this. Their gazes searched around 9 secrets. Even beings of their level didn't dare to do anything when lucidity was around. This was no longer the case. 9 secrets was now up for grabs. Crown Prince Wuxia shall assume the title of king. An order left behind by lucidity emanated from the palace. His awe-inspiring and mighty voice along with his majestic aura of an eternal filled the world. The system still trembled in fear after hearing the order. He might be dead but his notoriety remained. People were still afraid all the same. Crown Prince Wuxia. Confusion naturally sparked. Who is Wuxia? The leaders of various powers found this surprising. They have never heard of this name before. In fact, they didn't even know that lucidity had appointed a crown prince. Chapter 24-29, The Crown Prince has officially become the king. The official order left everyone in 9 secrets puzzled since they didn't know who Wuxia was. The only ones expecting this were the 5 behemoths with the 5 supreme ancestors, Waterfront Pavilion, Bingqi Clan, Calm Lotus Monastery, Myriad Formation Kingdom, and Godstep Sect. Lucidity summoned them and asked for their loyalty and support. Even War Saint Dynasty itself was confused. The royal members began discussing among themselves. Tang Hexiang isn't appointed. A high elder of the royal clan murmured. Who the hell is this Wuxia? Why did His Majesty pick him? The experts and elders of the dynasty became unhappy. Of course, no one dared to publicly voice their dissatisfaction just yet. After all, lucidity had only passed away recently and his notoriety remained, same with Sun Langying in Silver Secret Legion. Everyone knew of Langying and the Legion's loyalty. They would definitely carry out his final order and support Wuxia. Because of this, any dissenter would need to think twice about their own abilities before acting rashly. Well, who is Wuxia? This became the main question in all of 9 secrets. Everyone became crazy and tried to dig up any information and stories about him. Unfortunately, even the most capable failed to find anything. It was as if he came out of nowhere and became the crown prince just like that. The new king summons his subjects. Waterfront, Bingqi, Godstep, an official coronation ceremony manifested, demanding the appearance of the system's members. A coronation ceremony was essential, it would also give the king a chance to stabilize the realm. Rumble. After this next declaration, Skywrap City heard an orderly marching accompanied by a flood-like aura. The hot city suddenly became cool. Silver Secret Legion was called inside. The Imperial City became heavily guarded with soldiers everywhere. Anyone coming and going needed to pass the various checkpoints manned by the Legion. A harsh atmosphere pervaded the city. Everyone walked on the streets with trepidation. The strict watch clearly indicated that the Legion would never allow anyone to cause trouble at the coronation. Death would be the punishment. The Legion was personally created by lucidity and became one of the strongest legions in all of 9 secrets. It was virtually unstoppable, so its presence here stopped the other sects from having any idea. As long as the Legion and Sun Langying were still around, lucidity's orders could still be carried out. Waterfront Pavilion wishes for an audience. The first of the 5 behemoths came to answer the call. Godstep Sect wishes for an audience. Bingqi Clan wishes for an audience. It didn't take long before all 5 powers have entered the palace to meet the new king. Furthermore, their representatives were the 5 supremes. This immediately legitimized the coronation to a certain extent. Afterward, other powers and clans also entered the imperial city to participate in the ceremony. In Skywrap City, there were still white cloths on display for the morning. Festival lamps and joyous decorations started popping up as well for the coronation. This joyous atmosphere interfered with the cautious watch, allowing the citizens to heave a sigh of relief. The ascension is now. A gong echoed across the city before reaching all of 9 secrets. The city itself was boiling with excitement, especially the imperial palace. Ancestors and sect masters from all over the world prostrated. The only ones who could stand were the 5 supremes. After all, they had prestigious status on top of being powerful Eternals. Only lucidity could make them kneel. Rumble. The members of the Silver Secret Legion lined up in 2 columns before the royal throne. The opening in the center was meant for the king. His Majesty is coming. A declaration sounded across the palace. The kneeling experts looked up, wanting to catch a glimpse of the new king. 3 people finally emerged from the imperial palace. In front was Li Qie with Sun Lengying and Zhang Jiadi right behind him, almost like his shadow. The crowd stared at the king before glancing at each other. Li Qie was wearing a dragon robe, except in a very carefree manner, even his crown was crooked. The guy didn't look serious at all. The worst part was his walk, swinging his arms and shaking his head. This had no semblance of a king but more like a hoodlum. No trace of royal aura could be found on this troublemaker. The most confusing part was how apparent it was that this guy looked like a new cultivator, not an expert at all. The kneeling ancestors and sect masters were astounded. The invincible lucidity made this young hoodlum the next king. The guy was so weak too. The whole thing didn't make any sense. Rise. Li Qie sat down on the throne and looked quite lazy. After a quick glance at the crowd, he acted as if he didn't want to be here. The experts finally stood up and exchanged glances. A strange atmosphere overtook the palace. If this new king was awe-inspiring, then with the help of Lucidity's still existing notoriety, these officials and servants would still chant, "Long live the king, long live the king." However, because of this non-traditional king, no one gave the regular response after he allowed them to stand. They were simply befuddled. How could this person become the king, the ruler of 9 secrets? His appearance and demeanor made them look down on him, thinking that he was an insignificant tramp. The experts here were all great leaders, yet they had to kneel before this piece of trash. This truly vexed them. Alright, civil and military officials, sect masters and ancestors, anyone have something to say? Li Qie lazily asked. Elder son, is this really the order of the late king? A general stepped out with an oppressive aura. He had only recently become an eternal, but this was more than enough. Yes. Lengying answered concisely while holding a sword in his chest. We want to see the decree. This general said with a serious tone, this pertains to the well-being and survival of the dynasty. What, think I'm a fake? Li Qie smiled and said. The general paused for a moment before looking back at his vice-generals. They gave him a firm nod. The coronation will have lasting effects on the dynasty, so the royal family needs to be clear. He gritted his teeth and said. That's right, we agree with the northern general's demand for elaboration. The vice-generals quickly added while building strong momentum. The clan of this general was quite powerful, in charge of the Northern Legion. Outside of Silver Secret, there was the Central, Imperial Guard, North, South, East, and West Legion. They were mighty and camped all over the system. Looks like they want to kick me from my throne. Annihilate them. Li Qie ordered, still with a smile on his face. You dare. This general shouted back, I have followed the late king through 3 expeditions, destroying the barbarians in the north with numerous accolades. The late king even bestowed me a contract, that has nothing to do with me. Li Qie ordered again, Sun Lengying, kill. Clank. Lengying unsheathed his sword, releasing a massive amount of murderous energy. Even the 5 supreme ancestors shuddered, let alone other people. The northern general roared and turned into a white wolf. The vice-generals also formed a formation to assist him. Boom! Leng Ying's sword pierced through the ages. The formation couldn't stop it at all. Pluff! Heads rolled on the ground. This group was massacred by Leng Ying. The stench of blood permeated the hall to the dismay of the crowd. A few people realized that this new king might be a piece of trash, but Leng Ying was still an unstoppable eternal. Few could actually match him in 9 secrets. The 5 supreme ancestors would need to think very carefully before challenging him. Chapter 24:30. People shuddered after seeing the death of the northern general. The stench of blood permeated the air. All right. Li Qiye waved his hand and looked over at some random lower-ranking generals. The northern general or whatever is killed, so you will take his position. And you'll become his vice-generals. These generals were standing in the back and had low status. Now, Li Qiye had just casually appointed them to be the generals of the northern region. This wasn't just a position for a kingdom, but the position of an entire system. The northern region consisted of tens of thousands of sects and hundreds of kingdoms. The northern general with his military authority was superior to numerous sect masters. These low-ranking generals would have been unlikely to reach this position, so they were completely stunned by these appointments. In fact, everyone else felt the same. Both the officials and members of the royal families to the cultivators of the system were all stunned. This was the most whimsical order they have ever seen. The Northern Legion was still one of the 7 great legions in 9 secrets, a pillar of 9 secrets. Even lucidity wouldn't be so careless in appointing the right general. However, Li Qiye didn't care about oppositions and promoted these random generals. At the very least, this imperious style was similar to lucidity, not giving a damn about anyone else's opinions. Thank you, Your Majesty, long live the king. The generals regained their sanity and became ecstatic. They prostrated, fully appreciative of this opportunity. All right, anyone else has something to say? Li Qiye stared lazily at the crowd. Everyone smiled wryly. Even powerful ancestors couldn't say anything at this point. The order was carried out, so it was already too late. Plus, Sun Lengying was standing there with his sword readied. The previous northern general has been made an example of for anyone who wants to disobey. Only the 5 supremes here could perhaps take on Sun Lengying. Anyone else would just be courting death. Plus, Silver's secret legion had this area surrounded completely. The legion would instantly take down any dissenter before aiming for their sections. We will obey His Majesty's wishes. The wind god cupped his fist and bowed. We have no objection. The other 4 supreme ancestors unanimously agreed. This was the first order of Li Qiye, and it has been confirmed by the 5 supreme ancestors. This established Li Qiye's status as the new king. After all, these 5 ancestors represented the 5 strongest lineages in 9 secrets. Other people had no reason to fight against them. From this point on, Li Qiye was finally acting as the king. May your will be done, Your Majesty. The officials and the rest of the ancestors bowed towards Li Qiye while chanting, quite a magnificent scene. Good. Li Qiye glanced over at the 5 ancestors. Geezers, you have promised lucidity to bring the beauties and daughters from your clan here. I need a harem, when are they coming? The crowd was stunned along with the 5 ancestors. They knew that Li Qiye was an unsalvageable bastard, but they didn't think he would be so preposterous. This was his first day on the throne, and instead of mourning lucidity or rallying the people, he preferred to talk about girls and pleasure. This was a prime example of a licentious tyrant. They glanced at each other in confusion. They have indeed promised lucidity to bring their golden daughters and saintesses to Li Qiye. However, this wasn't the right time to talk about this. What, changing your mind? Li Qiye smiled. We do not dare. The ancestor of the Bingqi cupped his fist. Your Majesty, we will bring them to the palace, please don't worry. All right, I'll be waiting for them. Li Qiye laughed and waved dismissively, report if there is something else. Otherwise, the court is dismissed. The officials were at a loss for words. They have never met such a ridiculous king before. Fine, dismiss, all of you. Li Qiye raised his hand and gave the order after no one spoke up. He didn't care and started leaving. Sun Langying and Zhang Jiechi followed right behind him. They disappeared into the imperial palace. The ones left behind felt as if this was a dream. This should have been a day for the new king to mourn Lucidity's passing and talk about his great achievements. At the same time, he needed to build morale while stabilizing the situation. That's the right way to win people over and get them to acknowledge his position and capabilities. Unfortunately, Li Qiye didn't mention any of that. First, he ordered the death of an important general even before warming up his throne. Next, he ordered the 5 great powers to send beauties so that he could have a debaucherous harem. Let's go. The 5 supreme ancestors disappeared from the void. The other officials and ancestors couldn't do anything else and started to leave. This was the strangest coronation they have ever seen. It wasn't just bizarre but rather, a complete joke. The details of this event caused quite a stir around 9 secrets. Despite the new king's ridiculous nature, no sect dared to do anything because of Langying and Silver Secret. Usurping was in the planning but it wasn't the time for reckless action. Nevertheless, people could tell that decline was inevitable for War Saint Dynasty. This debaucherous king couldn't control 9 secrets and his 7 legions. Meanwhile, Sun Langying asked for retirement right after the coronation. You wish to return to civilian life? Li Qiye smiled at Langying. The shadowy figure nodded, still stingy with his words, yes, please allow it, Your Majesty. Jiechi was shaken due to the significance behind this. Langying's existence played a large part in Li Qiye's successful ascension. He was the only one who could stabilize this situation. Li Qiye alone was insufficient. Elder son, it is still chaotic right now, so you can't leave. Jiechi saw that Li Qiye was still carefree and thought that he didn't grasp the gravity of this situation. We need you right now, His Majesty requires your protection and help. I'm old with 1 foot in the grave, please allow it, Your Majesty. Langying responded. Jiechi couldn't refute because Langying's age was getting up there. He has followed Lucidity for 3 generations. Since Lucidity was dead, he shouldn't have that much time left either. More importantly, when Lucidity was around, Langying was only below 1 man while above all others. Only Lucidity could give him commands, no one else. His loyalty to Lucidity was proven through his long service. However, Li Qiye lacked the power and decisiveness to control him. Lucidity was the only reason why he agreed to help with the coronation. Now that the guy was on the throne, he wouldn't stay here and continue to work for someone like Li Qiye. This was the difference between him and Jiechi. The latter worked for War Saint Dynasty while he only cared for Lucidity. Others could all just go and die. I see, very well. Take what you want, treasures or territories, all available for you. Li Qiye nodded and said. Your Majesty, you can't. Elder son is the pillar of our system, our dynasty needs him. Jiechi was shocked. He didn't dare to blatantly express that they were in a bad position because of Li Qiye's ineptitude and could only ask Li Qiye to reconsider. Thank you, Your Majesty. Langying bowed and left empty-handed without asking for anything. Your Majesty, you don't understand the situation. Only Elder Son can preside over the system right now and quell unrest. Jiechi said disrespectfully while panicking. Nevertheless, this was out of loyalty. Chapter 2431, and Li Qiye smiled at the anxious man. Your Majesty, the world will change after Elder Son's departure. No one else can control the soldiers and military in the dynasty. The first to disobey you will be Silver Secret, then Central Legion and the rest. Without these 7 legions, the officials won't be the only ones who won't follow your orders. The lineages such as the 5 great powers will begin to covet your authority and land. They might even start a campaign against you while no one will answer your call. It was a mistake, Your Majesty. Jyoti was disappointed at the youth. So what? They can do whatever they want. As long as the sky is still up there, the land is still there for enjoyment and squandering. I might as well be the one to do it. Jyoti sighed again. Leng Ying's retirement has decided everything. The only thing he could hope for right now was for Li Qiye to mature and stop acting on a whim. Your Majesty, yes, the sky isn't falling down but your kingdom is in trouble. Your life is in danger as well. Jyoti sincerely said. That just means the game is over when the kingdom is gone, but as for my life, I'm still waiting for someone capable of taking it. Li Qiye smiled. Jyoti lamented in his mind. At this point, he began to question Lucidity's choice in picking Li Qiye. Nevertheless, he maintained his conviction and loyalty towards Lucidity. No secret could remain unheard. Though there was no public announcement of Sun Lengying's retirement, those actively caring still found out. Sun Lengying is retiring. Shock was the first reaction. Why would the new king allow it? Many didn't believe it. Everyone knew that the king relied on Lengying for stability and couldn't suppress the other factions alone. Maybe the new king wishes to crush any potential opposition. After all, Lengying is still part of the old regime and with his presence, the king can't have total autonomy. Someone else mused. Without Lengying, this new king can't handle the 7 legions and stabilize the unrest. I don't even think he can stay on the throne or keep his life, let alone having full reign. A sect master sneered. Ultimately, Lucidity King was unique. Only someone like him could maintain control of 9 secrets after killing all of his opposition. Well, this new king is quite foolish then. A royal lord found letting Lengying retire as an irrational choice. We shouldn't be surprised, did you see that ridiculous coronation? An ancestor laughed. Asking for beauties from the 5 great powers as tributes? Such a king would be able to do anything else. The chance is here, the tallest buildings will fall to the incoming storm. Another ancestor had a cold flash in his eyes. A different atmosphere invaded the camps of the 7 legions after hearing of Lengying's departure. They had different plans, some wanted to know what Lengying was going to do because of his influence. However, they found that he had disappeared completely after leaving the palace. It seemed that he wished to be left alone. On the second day of this news, Silver Secret Legion began to march away from the imperial city. Silver Secret is leaving. Others naturally took note of this. Meanwhile, Li Qiye was relaxing in his garden, enjoying the breeze and the services of his palace maids. Your Majesty. Something unfavorable has happened. Jyoti rushed in. Jyoti, what's the hurry? Look at how beautiful it is today. Li Qiye smiled as a maid served him some fruit. No, the sky is about to fall. Jyoti got closer with a serious expression. Oh. Do tell. Li Qiye said without actually paying much attention. Silver Legion wishes to withdraw without your orders. Jyoti said. Where to? Li Qiye remained unmoved. I don't know, but given the circumstances, Your Majesty, you need to get them to stay here. As long as they're around, you still have a chance to control the situation. Jyoti hurriedly explained. Is that so? But we can't force people to stay when they want to leave. Li Qiye smiled. Your Majesty, you need to personally go to the camp and persuade the generals. I have good ties with them and maybe we can convince them otherwise. Jyoti said seriously. What's the chance of them staying just because of you and me? Li Qiye replied. 30%. Jyoti pondered before answering, Your Majesty, we need to at least try. Let them go. Certain things can't be helped, such as the rain ruining a beautiful day or mothers needing to remarry again. Li Qiye waved his hand. But. Your Majesty, Jiadi didn't give up. Jiadi, I know what you're trying to say. Don't worry, no big deal if the kingdom falls. Li Qiye said. Jiadi felt helpless following such a ridiculous master. Talking was useless now, he couldn't change anything. In the end, Silver Secret left the imperial city. No generals even bothered to report to the new king, they didn't even send messengers. This was an unauthorized mobilization, treating the king with utter contempt. No one can control a monster like Silver Secret now that Sun Langying is gone. Someone said sentimentally after seeing this. Where will they go? People wondered because it could take over any area in the system, given its might. They could easily influence the tides of the future, so even the 5 great powers were watching every movement from them. After leaving the city, the entire legion also disappeared from sight. It seemed that this retreat was premeditated, not just a hurried decision. What? Silver Legion is gone. How can a massive legion disappear just like that? An ancestor found this astonishing. But this was indeed the case. An army of 1 million soldiers vanished without leaving a single trace. No one knew where it was heading to. After this was confirmed, an ancestor murmured, they must have planned this a while ago, perhaps they knew about this king before the coronation, so they started thinking about a retreat path. The only reason why they assisted with the ceremony was to honor and carry out a promise with the late king. Some finally realized that from the very beginning, the insiders didn't have a good opinion of the new king. After all, Langying and Silver Secret were confidants of lucidity. They knew about the crown prince before anyone else. What about us? The main fighting force of War Saint, the Central Legion, began to wonder. The Imperial Guard of the capital and the 4 cardinal legions became impatient. These 6 legions, unlike Silver Secret, had fixed assignments. They couldn't just up and disappear like Silver Secret. Moreover, they had their own territories and didn't need to retreat. Right now, the question was whether to support this young king or to start planning in the shadows. Ultimately, it became clear as day that War Saint dynasty was unstable. No Sun Langying, no Silver Secret, the new king was useless. If the 6 legions were to stop following orders, 9 secrets will have a new master soon enough. 1. The second line, mothers needing to remarry, should be viewed from the perspective of the children. Sad, but there's nothing they can do about it. Chapter 2432, War Saint Dynasty remained peaceful. The 6 legions and various powers didn't take action after the departure of Silver Secret. However, this was only the calm before the storm. Everyone could sense unrest in the air, people were growing impatient in the shadows. Just imagine, Lucidity King had gathered an unprecedented authority in 9 secrets after ruling for 3 generations. War Saint Dynasty had accumulated an incredible amount of treasures and vast lands. The rest of the world naturally coveted this, especially when the new king was so useless. This king right now was completely oblivious and uncaring of current events. On the other hand, Jiadi worked hard with his intelligent network, keeping up to date about the movements of the various sects and the 6 legions. He was still absolutely loyal to Li Qiye, not wanting War Saint Dynasty to crumble in this manner. Unfortunately, he had his limits despite being a powerful Eternal. After all, there were plenty of Eternals in such a powerful system. He was still 1 level below Sun Langying in terms of actual power and prestige. Langying had followed Lucidity for 3 generations and had many great conquests during that period. Thus, he possessed an intimidating reputation. He could threaten the 5 supreme ancestors, but not Jiadi. Not to mention these beings, he couldn't influence the generals of Silver Secret. In fact, Jiadi had tried his best to convince the generals of Silver Secret. Alas, they didn't give him any face and still decided to leave. On the other hand, Leng Ying just needed to say one word and they would stay. Li Qiye didn't feel the same anxiety as Jiadi, still as nonchalant as ever. Your Majesty, the Bingqi has brought the consort here. Jiadi changed the topic. He referred to her as consort instead of queen because the role was yet to be determined since there were 5 of them. Their golden daughter. Quite fast then, take her here to see me. Li Qiye said with a smile. Let's her have some time to get ready. Jiadi smiled wryly after seeing Li Qiye's eagerness. Li Qiye agreed carefreely. The girl from the Bingqi washed her face and prepared before being led by palace maids to see the new king. The sounds of maid uniforms and clanking adornments came about. A girl walked out among a group of maids. She dressed in a red gown embroidered with a golden phoenix, looking exquisitely noble. She was naturally nervous, knowing that this new king would sleep with her tonight. As an innocent girl, she was going to marry someone she had never met before, not knowing anything about him. She only took a quick glance at the man sitting on the throne before lowering her head and prostrating once she got close enough. Greetings, Your Majesty. Raise your head. Li Qiye told her. She was surprised to hear his voice, seemingly a bit familiar as if she had heard it before. She slowly raised her head and saw a faint smile from the king. This made her almost jump up with her mouth wide open. Stand up. Li Qiye smiled and gestured. Meanwhile, Jiadi standing behind him suddenly became serious with a flash in his eyes. The girl didn't know what to do, so she looked quite awkward, not knowing where to put her hands. Young miss, fate always brings people back together. Li Qiye smirked. The girl didn't know what to say. Not even in her dream would she expect for the infamous Chaos Hellion to be the new king. This girl was obviously Bingqi Yingjian from the forge. It was quite interesting that she was chosen by the Bingqi to be the saintess for the marriage. Of course, this wasn't her choice. So you're the Bingqi's representative? Li Qiye rubbed his chin and smiled. Her heart turned cold. The only reason she agreed was so that her branch could return to the Bingqi clan once more. I'm a descendant of Weapon Break True Emperor, so I can still represent the orthodox branch of the Bingqi. She bit her lip and quietly said. She was confused because of his current status and their brief meeting in the past. No defects that I can see. Li Qiye smiled. The bloodline of a true emperor is prestigious indeed. Moreover, Weapon Break was an exceptional one among them. So yes, his branch can be considered the orthodox one. She heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Li Qiye said, Jiadi. Who should have been the Bingqi consort, in theory? Your Majesty, it should be Bingqi Hanyu, a descendant of Bingqi Juezhen, according to his late Majesty's wish. Jiadi said with a grave tone. How interesting. Li Qiye was amused. Looks like this clan wishes to trick us. When Juezhen made an agreement with Lucidity about marrying their noblest bloodline to the throne, it should have been their princess, Hanyu. However, because of the deterioration of the dynasty, the Bingqi changed their mind because they had a negative opinion on the new king and the future of the dynasty. Thus, they found a princess in exile, Yingjian, in order to replace Hanyu. This was still a reasonable choice. After all, Yingjian's bloodline was also prestigious. In fact, if one only took their bloodline into consideration, Yingjian's was even better than Hanyu's. Furthermore, she has also been bestowed the title of princess in the clan, so sending her here to be the consort couldn't truly be considered disobeying the late king's order. This has nothing to do with the Bingqi. I want to be here. Yingjian became anxious and quietly said, not daring to look at Li Qiye while speaking. Ever since the defeat of Bingqi Quangfang, your branch has been removed from the Bingqi, so how can it still represent them? Jiadi's eyes turned cold. When an Eternal became serious like this, Yingjian became intimidated and trembled with fear. Jiadi, you're scaring the young miss. Li Qiye smiled and waved his sleeve towards Jiadi, go rest, it must have been a long journey. She was completely surprised. The Chaos Hellion was rumored to be lecherous, loving sex as much as his own life and had no regards for laws. This didn't seem to be the case right now. She hesitated for a bit, mouth slightly open, wanting to speak. In the end, she chose to kneel and leave. Li Chia then said, "How interesting, Jyoti, send my order to the Central Legion, tell them to march and attack the Bingqi." "Your Majesty." Jyoti was caught off guard. Was this a joke? "What, is there a problem?" Li Chia smiled. "Your Majesty, that's not doable." Jyoti hurriedly explained, "This deceitful swap from them is a crime punishable by death. I know that you're furious, Your Majesty, but this isn't possible. The situation is too delicate right now, we can't mobilize the Central Legion. An imperial marriage was a great matter. Using a fake princess to deceive a king. Any king would be furious after this." "No, you're mistaken, I'm not angry at all, especially about something this trivial. However, this is a good chance. I've been wanting to be criticized as a warmongering madman. The Bingqi is giving me this opportunity since my plan is to march across the realm, putting those like the Bingqi and Waterfront Pavilion in their place. I don't need to come up with a reason now after this deceit, it is time to mobilize and take them down." Chapter 2433, Jyoti was slack-jawed and wide-eyed for the first time. He thought Li Chia only wished to be a debaucherous emperor, not expecting him to dare and attack the great powers. He felt that the guy was insane. Even lucidity never did something like this. He had swept through 9 secrets before and had thoughts about destroying the 5 great powers, but these thoughts never came into fruition. "Your Majesty, we mustn't." Jyoti hastily elaborated, "The Bingqi is famous for their military prowess, I'm afraid the Central Legion can't match them in a direct contest." "Oh. The Central Legion isn't enough? Send the North, South, West, and East Legion too then." "What?" Jyoti was bewildered. Moving the Central Legion alone was enough to cause a stir, but all 5 legions? It would cause widespread panic and chaos. The dynasty might even fall overnight because of this decision. Only lucidity would dare to go all out like this. "Your Majesty, please reconsider. Once all 5 are sent to the battlefield, turmoil will pervade our dynasty and the enemies will take advantage of this. It'll put us in a precarious situation." Jyoti tried his best. "It's fine. Just let the dynasty crumble in that case. Go order the 5 legions now, tell the Bingqi that if they wish to survive, hand that girl named Bingqi Hanyu over along with a dowry of 100, nay, 1,000 beauties. They must be gorgeous and well endowed. Your Majesty, if you want girls, just say the word and I can send people to pick for you. There are countless beauties in 9 secrets and you can select them later. Whoever you want, big butt, large breasts. No need to mobilize against the Bingqi." Jyoti advised. "Jyoti, wrong again." Li Chia smiled and shook his head, "If I just want women, then I don't need to do something like this. I, Li Chia, just need to beckon and numerous saintesses will come running. Plus, even though I might be considered an incapable king right now, I'm still a king. Getting women is not a problem, however many I would like, but those women are only there for a little bit of fun." "Your Majesty," the Eternal stood there looking silly. "That's not enough. If I am king, then I should be able to play and have fun with anything. Women or the world itself. Mobilize and attack whoever annoys me with my massive army. We'll see who wants to play back." Li Chia said. "Your Majesty, you still haven't gotten a firm grasp on the kingdom. If the legions were to lose, it'll be over for the dynasty." Jyoti convinced. "Like I have said before, Jyoti, I didn't toil to create this kingdom so I don't care." Li Chia answered. "Which other kings would want their kingdom to crumble? Only Li Qie could be so nonchalant about a potential demise. He's treating his authority right now in Nine Secret as a game. Your Majesty, the flames of war will incinerate the sky, the people will lament and wail, so many innocent victims and combatants will fall as a result, please think about your citizens and their happiness. Jyoti tried again. Think about the citizens and their happiness. Jyoti, tell me what you think about Lucidity King. Li Qie answered with a question. Jyoti was surprised, not sure why Li Qie would bring lucidity up. The late king is wise and mighty. Jyoti replied without embellishing. Lucidity was indeed worthy of this description. A wise and mighty king, you think he'll make a mistake because of senility? Li Qie smiled. I don't know. Jyoti shook his head. It was virtually impossible for an eternal to become senile. A wise and mighty king, not senile, mind you, suddenly passed down his throne to a bastard like me instead of Sun Lengying or other talents in War Saint Dynasty. Tell me, Jyoti, what is he thinking? Li Qie smiled. Jyoti couldn't respond. Lucidity's wisdom was unquestionable, completely proven after 3 generations. However, his choice of Li Qie was inexplicable. The only logical explanation entailed that Li Qie was an illegitimate child. Many people believe that I'm his illegitimate child, but even then, passing the throne down to someone useless and ridiculous as myself? Is he that irresponsible? Li Qie went on with a grin, this kingdom is built upon his blood and sweat, yet he gave it to me just like that? Do you think he cared about the citizens and happiness when he made the choice? Of course not. If he didn't give a damn about his own kingdom, then why should I, a king by chance, toil and protect this kingdom for him? Why should I care about his citizens? I don't give a shit about the whole thing. That's why I'm going to have fun and do whatever I want right now. Jyoti pondered, not knowing what to say. Lucidity's choice might be the most unfathomable question in the world right now. As a guard, he had followed Lucidity for a long time. He himself was confused because Li Qie was far from being a good candidate. And, Jyoti, let's say that I want to be a good king, prudent and capable of administration, do you think my legacy will ever surpass Lucidity, a king of 3 generations? Will my pages in the history books be thicker than his? Jyoti gently shook his head and sincerely answered, impossible. Under the reign of Lucidity, War Saint Dynasty has reached its golden age and 9 Secrets has become one of the strongest systems in Imperial. Regardless of Li Qie's effort in the future, he would ever be able to surpass Lucidity. The future generations would only think of him as an inheritor, benefited from the great kingdom left behind by Lucidity. Under Lucidity's blinding glory, any achievements from Li Qie would seem so trivial. So, what if War Saint Dynasty is on the verge of collapse? Li Qie smiled, and I create a new dynasty, sweeping through the world, destroying the 5 great powers, forcing everyone to prostrate before me, how does that compare to Lucidity's achievements? Well, Jyoti became frozen. A founding king that managed to destroy the 5 great powers and take over. Such an achievement would indeed be above Lucidity's. Your Majesty, Jyoti immediately realized what Li Qie wanted to do. It was to break then rebuild. He actually wished for War Saint Dynasty's demise. I'm just casually speaking. This break and rebuild thing is just for fun. When I'm in a good mood, this land will be eternal, I will rebuild when necessary. When the opposite is true, all will turn to ashes and I will leave it as ruins. This is not my choice. Lucidity King was the one who made the decision, got it? Li Qie said. Jyoti had no response. Alright, go send my orders for the 5 legions to immediately mobilize for the Bingqi. If they don't hand over Bingqi Hanyu and 100,000 beauties, War Saint Dynasty will eradicate them. Li Qie nonchalantly waved his sleeve. I shall obey. Jyoti couldn't do anything else but to follow the order. He sighed as he was leaving. In the past, he felt that the imperious Lucidity's conduct was out of the norms, borderline being crazy. But now, Li Qie was actually insane. His choices were madness. He still didn't know why lucidity chose Li Qie, but he found a point of familiarity between the two. They were both madmen. He lacked the power to change anything since he didn't wish to go against lucidity's will. That would be considered betrayal, violating the mission given to him. Li Qie lazily lay down and smiled after Jyoti was gone. It's time to have fun. We'll see who is a chess piece and who is the player. Chapter 24-34, Mobilize against the Bingqi clan. The generals from the 5 legions were stunned after receiving Jyoti's order. It was simply illogical, something that Lucidity King didn't even attempt. This new king has yet to sit stably on his throne but already wanted to go against one of the 5 great powers. They thought he was insane. My lord, this must be wrong. The commander from the Central Legion asked. Yes, my lord, are we going to our death over some women? It's ridiculous. The commander of the Eastern Legion grumbled. Jyoti sighed and placed the military seal on the table. An imperial order is not to be questioned. My lords, follow His Majesty's order, mobilize now. The 5 commanders glanced at each other after hearing this. I await your triumphant return. Jyoti gave his blessing before leaving. So ludicrous. The southern commander shouted and slammed the military seal. Does he not know what kind of existence the Bingqi clan is? Without Silver Secret in command, we might not necessarily win this war. This useless ruler is mad. Watch your words. The western commander said seriously, what else can we do but obey orders? This was an official order, were they going to refuse? The 5 of them scowled before grabbing the military seal and left. Rumble. Loud explosions resounded in 9 secrets as massive armies cleaned up their camps and began to mobilize. The 5 legions were the pillars of War Saint dynasty, so they were closely watched by others. Moreover, this caused quite a great commotion. It was impossible not attracting attention. What are they doing? People were confused at this rare and potentially earth-shattering event. The flame of war is about to reach the sky. Everyone was frightened despite not knowing who their target was. Sects and kingdoms were scared out of their mind, its inhabitants were nervous about any loud sounds. This was understandable because only a few powers could actually resist the combined might of the 5 legions. Rumble. The earth quaked while the banners blotted out the sun. Their march spanned for 1,000,000 miles, threatening territories everywhere. Not a single disciple dared to leave their sect as the army was marching by. It was a lightning-fast blitz heading straight for the Bingqi clan. The Bingqi. Everyone instantly realized what was going on after seeing the direction of the 5 legions. Damn, the new king wants to take the initiative against the 5 great powers. The Bingqi will be the first. Even the ancestors from various sects were frightened. This new king didn't have a firm grasp on his kingdom, yet he wanted to fight already. This was simply insane. The Bingqi was mighty and unfathomable. Picking this clan to be the first target was unwise. Clang! 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 The clan was under alert with warning gongs before the army even got there. All 10 million miles of the clan became vigilant. They began to mobilize their own troops towards the border. Dust flew everywhere as the cavalries marched thunderously, their banners blotted out the sky. They naturally didn't dare to underestimate the 5 legions and gathered all of their forces. Every disciple was ready to fight in just one night. One could see the bright reflection of weapons everywhere. Commanders, why are your legions heading for our borders? The clan master spoke from afar. Bingqi clan master, don't play the fool now. The central commander roared, your clan treacherously sent a fake princess to the palace. This is unforgivable. His Majesty orders you to hand over Bingqi Hanyu on top of 10,000 beauties or face destruction. The Bingqi clan master's expression became unsightly. The listeners also became confused. They have heard about the marriage alliances after the coronation. The 5 great powers would send their golden daughters to the palace to serve the king. Who would have thought that the Bingqi would send a fake one? How ridiculous. Starting a great war over a woman. One sect master was stunned. Does he want to lose all of his prestige? This is pushing War Saint dynasty over the edge. This king is excessively depraved. After hearing this demand, I would say that no other king in history is as lascivious as him. An ancestor smiled wryly. A few big shots saw this and shook their head. Well, the Bingqi is brave as well. The late king has only passed away recently, yet they dared to disobey his wishes already, showing utter contempt for the new king as well. No wonder why he is furious. 2 tigers fighting will leave one wounded. Some were gloating over this event and wanted to watch, biting for the right moment to take advantage of the situation. Rumble. After arriving at the border, the 5 legions instantly erected their garrisons and formed formations, ready to attack the clan at a moment's notice. At the same time, the Bingqi also sent all of their forces to their side of the border. 2 million strong armies took up the entire field like an ocean of soldier. The glint of their weapons illuminated the area, filled with ruthlessness just like a tsunami drowning the earth. The area became quiet. The soldiers didn't dare to breathe loudly under this atmosphere. On the contrary, Li Qiye didn't sense any of this bloodthirst. He was still nonchalant as ever, nothing else to do outside of cultivating all day. He didn't even care about the outcome of the great battle. Zhang Jiechi suffered instead, worrying about the battle on top of the movements from the other great powers. He didn't have a second of free time. Your Majesty. Li Qiye had just finished his cultivating session and was resting on his chair. Suddenly, a worried voice came about. The maids couldn't stop this person from coming in, Bingqi Ingjian. The girl in her precious dress kneeled and quietly said, "This has nothing to do with the Bingqi clan, it is my fault. Please punish me instead." The mobilization of the legions frightened her, so she came to beg for forgiveness. Rise. He still lazily lay there and only gave her a quick glance. Your Majesty, please. The girl begged again, but he ignored her, closing his eyes. The attempt was a failure and she didn't know what to do. Eventually, she got up and stood to the side. Li Qiye waved his hand, gesturing for the maids to leave. Give me a massage. He casually ordered. Bingqi Ingjian didn't dare to refuse and started massaging his back in a stiff manner. Though she was a member of a fallen branch, she had never served a man before. Nevertheless, she was aware of her situation in the palace and still listened to Li Qiye, albeit unwillingly. She tried her best, though this wasn't her area of expertise, so she was quite clumsy. Moreover, she was overwhelmed with the fear that he would do something to her. Of course, she thought it was inevitable and had accepted her fate after agreeing to the marriage. This nervous feeling was understandable, common in all girls. Li Qiye didn't mind her lack of skills and continued to rest. This 1,000,000 miles is just an adjective for a lot, not actually literal. I don't like it, but this is quite common in novels, especially ed. Chapter 24-35, Li Qiye seemed to be asleep the entire time and didn't do anything unbecoming towards Bingqi Ingjian. This made her heave a sigh of relief while finding the whole thing bizarre. After marrying into the palace, she was already his. He could do whatever he wanted and she could do naught but obediently comply. However, he didn't harass her at all despite being the infamous Chaos Hellion, specializing in bullying innocent girls. She couldn't quite explain her feelings right now. There was actually a tiny hint of disappointment. What did the Bingqi offer for you to come here? Li Qiye smiled and asked. She froze for a bit before quietly answering, the ancestor agreed to give us back some properties so that our clan members can have a place to stay. Just place to leave, never able to earn any power in the clan. Li Qiye said. She quietly answered, albeit with a heavy heart, that's already good enough. After Guangfang's defeat, their branch would have been completely massacred if their ancestor wasn't weapon-break true emperor. Nevertheless, they were exiled with no place to go, resorting to living as wanderers. Thus, she had no choice but to agree to the clan's request so that her clan members could have permanent residence. Why does it matter whether the Bingqi survives or not? Li Qie smiled. She pondered for a moment before answering, It is still our clan, built from the effort of our ancestors, so please, your majesty, rescind your order. The world is just a chess match. You don't and can't understand. Just stay by my side and serve me well. Li Qie said. The girl kept her mouth shut and only lamented the situation. She was a nobody, pushed back and forth by the tides. Even her ancestor Guangfang had lost back then, there was nothing she could do. The atmosphere at the border of the Bingqi was tense to the extreme. Who will win? One spectator wondered, able to sense the bloodthirst in the air. I'm not sure. An ancestor replied, the Bingqi is strong but so are the 5 legions. Who knows who will come out on top if they both go all out? If Silver's secret legion is here too, then the Bingqi would immediately concede right now. This is no longer the case, looks like this clan doesn't care much about War Saint Dynasty right now. Everyone agreed. The Bingqi had to be subservient during Lucidity's reign, not daring to question a single command from him, let alone opposing War Saint Dynasty. But now, Sun Langying had retired and Silver's secret was gone. This made the clan more confident especially since the new king was useless in their eyes. That's why they did the swap instead of sending Bingqi Hanyu to the imperial city. Rumble. During this stalemate, another legion marched closer from the distant, causing dust and smoke to go everywhere. It looked like a tsunami causing the world to quake. Their murderous aura preceded their physical presence. The army of Myriad Formation Kingdom. People saw the banners and became alarmed because of this sudden deployment at this crucial moment. It was another great power, not weaker than the Bingqi at all. More importantly, they were versed in formations, allowing their armies to become unstoppable after forming the necessary arrays. Are they helping the king or the Bingqi clan? The spectators became nervous. More warning gongs resounded. Both the 5 legions and the Bingqi didn't know the intent of this newcomer so they were on guard. Boom! An imperial beam suddenly pierced the sky and turned into bright wisps of light, akin to the opening of a new world. A young man walked out of this bright radiance. His step was soundless yet it reverberated in the spectator's heart. Such powerful steps were truly intimidating. He wore a golden robe, not the ceremonial outfit of a king, but he had an aura just like one. His eyes were penetrating like a supreme grand Tao, scaring people to the very soul. 8 Formation True Emperor. The King of Myriad Formation. A few ancestors were shocked to see him. People were amazed at his presence, such an incredible talent, so young yet is already a true emperor. No wonder why people think so highly of him, that he could be the most promising candidate right now who could surpass Lucidity. The spectating saintesses and princesses cried out his title, looking at him with adoration. They were completely enamored, filled with romantic thoughts. He was the greatest genius in 9 secrets in the contemporary and had opened his second palace. Though there were stronger Eternals and Emperors than him, what he had was potential. It far exceeded many others, that's why people thought he could actually surpass Lucidity in the future. Despite being a true Emperor and the King of Myriad Formation, he didn't dare to address himself as one when Lucidity was around, only referring to himself as a subject instead. This was understandable. Not to mention a 2-palace emperor like him, even a 4 or 5-palace emperor was nothing before Lucidity, a man strong enough to threaten the Mu and the Li clan. The new king is incapable and lecherous, one who will only bring hardship and ruins to the world. Raping the innocent and harming the loyalists, a warmonger that will only herald death and destruction, the emperor announced, the responsible subjects of 9 secrets have a responsibility to protect the system and stop this tyrant from causing further devastation. Everyone took a deep breath and glanced at each other. 8 Formation True Emperor clearly just declared a conquest against the new king and war against War Saint Dynasty. Rumble. His army instantly got behind the 5 legions and formed a pincer formation with the Bingqi clan. It's over for the 5 legions. A spectator murmured. It was an even match against the Bingqi, let alone facing another foe just as strong. The legion's 5 commanders all wore a serious expression. Your Majesty, I bear bad news. Myriad Formation Kingdom had formed an alliance with the Bingqi and trapped our legions. I'm afraid we will be defeated, Jiadi. Why are you surprised? Li Qie shook his head and smiled. The late king is gone, Silver Secret is gone. When are they going to destroy me if not now? Wait until after I consolidate my power. Obviously not. But, Your Majesty, the 5 legions can't take them. I fear for the worst, Jiadi said seriously. No, the fun has only just begun. Just wait and see, a more fun and more thrilling play is about to happen. Can you be patient enough to make it to the end? Well, Jiadi had no response. After receiving this news, he naturally panicked unlike his king. The new king is indeed debaucherous and cruel with wanton regard for the citizens. Just when people thought that the 5 legions were going to lose, the central commander started his speech. 9 secret system belong to everyone. As a soldier, I will not allow for this tyrant to harm the system. Such a ruler should be opposed by all, everyone needs to answer this call. His speech echoed across 9 secrets, making its way across the various sects and kingdoms. The 5 legions have changed sides. This shocking news took 9 secrets like a storm in just one day. The 5 legions have rebelled and joined the effort to take down the new king. People weren't prepared for this unexpected development. 1. The 2 paragraphs contradict each other. Chapter 2436, The Revolt of the 5 Legions frightened the system in full. All eyes turned towards Skyrap Mountain and the imperial city of War Saint. It is over for the dynasty. This thought came up in everyone's mind. A few ancestors shook their head and became sentimental. The new king is done for. Lucidity King reigned for 3 generations, turning War Saint into this great behemoth, but this guy managed to bring it to ruins so quickly. A somber and reflective mood loomed over the land. War Saint's current state of prosperity was due to Lucidity's arduous efforts over the years. But now, only several days have passed and the dynasty was already shaking, on the verge of toppling at any moment. The 5 legions have defected. Jiadi immediately reported to Li Qie upon finding out. His expression was quite ugly, knowing that this was beyond salvaging. If Li Qie didn't order the march, then they might have been able to get through these tough times while relying on Lucidity's vestige of might. This was no longer the case. It's to be expected, it won't just be the 5 legions either. Li Qie smiled and said. Your Majesty, what should we do? Do you have a good plan? Jiadi had no countermeasures to speak of, feeling that the new king had no chance to control the situation. Plan? No need for that. What will come will come. Li Qie smiled, but if you need something to do, my Jiadi, then start packing up, it's time to go. You wish to retreat? Jiadi put it nicely. No need for such euphemism, it's called running. Li Qie smiled, no one will die to protect us against the rebellion. Just pack up and let whoever in the palace wants to run, run. Where do you wish to go, Your Majesty? Jiadi paused for a moment and didn't blame Li Qie. His responsibility right now was to protect the guy. No, not me. I'm talking about you and your family. Go find a safe place to hide. Li Qie chuckled. Your Majesty. Jiadi became surprised. I'll be cool here, it'll be fun watching the rebels storm into the palace. As for what I'll do to them, that depends on my mood. If I'm in a good mood, I'll play with them, if not, I'll just leave since it's not my kingdom anyway. They can have it. Your Majesty, I'm afraid the rebels will want your life when they're here. Jyoti was startled. I would like to see that, but unfortunately, I can't find anyone who can kill me. That's the most vexing issue. Li Chia said. No, my responsibility is to protect you, so if you're not leaving, I'm not leaving too. I have been entrusted by His late Majesty to protect your safety, if anything were to happen. First, I'm the king now, so if I tell you to leave, leave. Second, nothing will happen, what you imagine will never happen. Li Chia interrupted him and said, just go pack up and tell others to leave or it'll be too late once the army gets here. Don't stop any of them. Jyoti didn't know what Li Chia wanted to do. He bowed before leaving to carry out the order. Meanwhile, Li Chia closed his eyes to enjoy the massage from Bingqi Ingjian. You should go too. After a while, Li Chia said, the rebels are about to be here. Leave the imperial city and seek asylum. She froze for a bit before regaining her wits and kneeled down with her head lowered. I have been married into the royal clan, so I will be yours in life and death, there will be no escaping, mine in life and death. Ha! Li Chia said, this is only a game of the higher-ups, and your marriage is but a sham, an empty showing. But if you actually have such thoughts, then I bestow freedom upon you and write you an imperial permission for traveling. Your Majesty. She turned pale. Go. Li Chia casually waved his hand, pick a few treasures from the treasury, considered it as bestowments, a type of fate. She was speechless. Though she was taken to the palace by the Bingqi, she was willing to do so and had accepted her fate. But now, as the dynasty was heading towards collapse, she didn't wish to leave. This thought had never crossed her mind before. It's not too late to run. Li Chia continued, it will be too late once the siege starts. Don't think just because you're from the Bingqi clan that they will spare you. In fact, maybe you'll be the first victim. Your Majesty, when the army gets in, you'll be in trouble. She looked up at him and said. Though she wasn't a master or anything, she was still trained by her clan members since youth and could tell that Li Chia was very weak. I have my ways, and it's not like you can protect me. Even an eternal like Jyoti can't stop an army, let alone you. Li Chia smiled. Ingjian found this to be the truth. Not to mention the great armies, 8 Formation True Emperor and Bingqi Juezhen would be there as well. Jyoti alone couldn't amount to anything. Take care, Your Majesty. In the end, Ingjian prostrated before him before leaving, overwhelmed with emotions. After she was gone, he was still amused. It will get very exciting at 9 Secrets with the collapse of War Saint. Having said that, his smile turned into a grin. Rumble. Continuous detonations resounded as the armies drew near. The 5 legions that went to conquer the Bingqi have headed back to the capital. The armies of the Bingqi and Myriad Formation traveled at the same time, heading for Skyrap. They looked like a flood of steel as far as the eye can see. Taking the vanguard was 8 Formation True Emperor, one step was one world, crushing everything beneath. The king is incapable, immoral, and ruthless. Tian Ziyuan, shall take arms against him for the sake of the world, his voice echoed across 9 systems. Ziyuan was his real name. He led these armies, wanting to overthrow War Saint dynasty. The guy was brimming with ambition. He wished to obtain a moral high ground so that his coronation would be legitimate. After all, regardless of how ridiculous the new king was, War Saint was still in charge of 9 systems, the orthodox branch. It was impudent of Myriad Formation to march towards the imperial city. The true emperor didn't dare to talk about killing the king, using the excuse of helping the citizens to shield his real intent. After all, he was a subject under lucidity, so this was considered a rebellion. He needed a perfect excuse to legitimize this conquest. The army's number in the tens of millions suffocated the spectators. Because of this, even before they got there, the imperial city closed its heavenly gates and bolstered the walls, seemingly sealing off the world. No one could take half a step forward. With loud detonations, beams of light rushed from the palace into the sky. Large barriers descended around the palace, acting like steel walls. The place became an impregnable fortress. The imperial city's defenses have been activated, showing that Wuxia dynasty still had aces up its sleeve. 1. She addresses herself as a servant here, not I. Chapter 24:37. Spectators all around 9 secrets quietly watched the erecting defensive lines around the imperial city. Some began watching Waterfront Pavilion, Calm Lotus Monastery, and Godstep Sect. They wanted to know what these 3 great powers would do. The other 2 have clearly formed an alliance, turning into an even greater beast. That's why people were curious about the other 3. Would they side with the Bingqi clan and attack Wuxia or continue to serve the king in times of danger? Unfortunately, these 3 great powers showed no signs of mobilization, only wanting to spectate. It's over for the dynasty if no allies are coming. An ancestor murmured after seeing a lack of reinforcement from other sects within the system. What a shame, this wouldn't be happening if Lucidity and Silver Secret were still around. Another became emotional. After all, to a certain extent, Wuxia dynasty was the reason why 9 Secret system eventually became one of the 3 top dogs in Imperial. Its destruction would result in chaos and war. At that point, not only would it lose its status as one of the top 3, the Li and Mu might even take advantage of this and destroy them. The long-standing system would turn to ashes. Because of this, the visionary ancestors became worried. The destruction of 9 secrets meant the destruction of their sections. How can a bird lay eggs without a nest? The rebels are attacking. Chaos engulfed both the imperial city and Skyrap. Numerous cultivators and citizens started fleeing from this troubled land. The flames of war would certainly ravage this area, all could become victims to its heat. That's why people were smart enough to run before the armies got here. Even the guards and maids in the imperial city were panicking. They started to run with the royal descendants. Of course, some took advantage of the situation and started stealing the treasures here. Many precious items and decorations were quickly taken away. On the other hand, Li Qiye didn't give a damn, only acting as a spectator among the chaos. He didn't try to stop the ones fleeing or stealing, just quietly watching the whole thing. Your Majesty, it's not too late to go. Wuxia dynasty seemed to have given up, so Jiadi still insisted on taking Li Qiye away before the armies got here. Li Qiye smiled at the loyal man. Jiadi, go, don't worry about me. I'll be waiting here to watch the fun. I'll leave if it's not interesting enough. But Your Majesty, the armies are coming. How can I face the resting Lucidity King if something were to happen to you? Jiadi went on. Don't worry, we'll meet again, and you won't be seeing him any time soon either. Li Qiye patted his shoulder and consoled. Despite the old man's relentless persuasion, Li Qiye remained calm and ordered him to leave. In the end, Jiadi gave up and prostrated on the ground. He respectfully said, Your Majesty, your useless servant will be leaving now. Please take care. Take care. Li Qiye nodded with a smile. Jiadi stomped his foot out of frustration before leaving the imperial palace. Li Qiye stayed in the garden while looking at the shiny barriers in the sky. The kingdom is about to topple, who will lose their patience and jump out? Can't wait to see this and the real players behind the scene. It will be a beautiful reversal as well. Rumble. Finally, the imperial city was surrounded by the great armies, not even a mosquito could get through. Clank. 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 The sounds of steel echoed with blinding flashes. The soldiers on the walls have unsheathed their weapons, eager to fight. Despite the unrest in the imperial city, the Imperial Guard Legion maintained order, ready to protect the city. This was the strongest legion at the capital, the final line of defense, the divine protectors. Clank! The bottom of a spear loudly struck the ground, causing sparks to go flying. A fully armored youth stood on the wall, aggressive and brimming with fighting spirit. Though his aura wasn't on the same level as 8 Formation True Emperor, he still looked like a divine spear. He stood there proudly, seemingly immovable. Tang Hexiang, will he fight to the death for War Saint Dynasty? The spectating ancestors wondered. He was the commander of the Imperial Guard, a genius of the dynasty. Since he came from the royal family, his bloodline was also precious. The guy was already an ascender despite being so young, this allowed him to soar to the rank of commander. He certainly wasn't the strongest general in this legion, but due to his background and innate talents, some considered him to be a future successor. That's why he became the commander of one of the 7 legions. People actually thought Lucidity King would appoint him as crown prince. Hexiang was quite influential in the royal family with the support of many ancestors. No one expected for an unknown brat like Li Qie to win the role. They thought that this careless appointment from Lucidity was the biggest reason for War Saint's decline. Ma Mingchen, what is the punishment for betraying the dynasty? Hexiang shouted at the Central Legion. Mingchen was the commander of this legion. He was floating in the sky and replied, General Tang, I am not betraying the dynasty. The new king is useless, bereft of a single ounce of integrity and morality. He will only cause harm to the people, we are simply doing this for their sake. General Ma is right. 8 Formation True Emperor appeared in the sky, exuding his aura just like a king. Brother Tang, I know you are a loyal man, but you need to make a choice right now. Your new king is a rapist that will only cause harm. This land was built by the effort of our late king, I will not allow it to fall because of this tyrant. We do not wish to overthrow War Saint Dynasty, we simply want a wise king to rule it instead. People held their breath after hearing this. They looked over at Tang Hexiang. He had lost to 8 Formation True Emperor in the past, so the two were considered enemies. Would they fight each other today? The crowd took this fight very seriously. The Imperial Guard was mighty. Plus, Sky Rap City had a lot of aces. They were fighting on their home turf, having all the advantages. If they wished to fight to the death, the coalition army would need to pay a great price for a successful siege. That would only be benefiting the other 3 great powers who were watching on the sidelines. Thus, Tang Hexiang's choice was very important right now, it could decide the political landscape for the upcoming years. Would he fight to the death or switch his allegiance? The atmosphere became tense. General Tang, the new king just needs to abdicate and War Saint Dynasty will still exist. Our 5 legions still belong to the kingdom. The other commanders persuaded him. We only want his abdication and for the throne to be occupied by a wise ruler. This is not a rebellion. Other generals added. Chapter 2438, Your Majesty, General Tang has defected, please escape. Amidst the chaos, a fleeing old official saw that Li Qie was still hanging around the palace and enjoying the paintings, so he shouted. Li Qie noticed that the guy's pouch on his back was full of treasures but didn't say anything. He waved his hand and smiled, Go, I know what I'm doing. Take care, Your Majesty. The official prostrated once before running for his life. Though everyone said that this new king was perverted and lawless, the maids, servants, and officials in the palace didn't think so. On the contrary, he was very generous, allowing people to escape with the precious treasures without interfering. That's why many servants and officials stole items, but no one tried to capture the king in order to earn a reward from the coalition army. In their eyes, the king had treated them well enough. Capturing him for a reward would be ruthless and ungrateful, kicking a benefactor in the teeth. This resulted in a very amusing scene. People ran for their lives while grabbing whatever treasures they could get their hands on. However, Li Qie strode among the chaotic horde, nonchalant and relaxed as ever. The strangest thing was that these looters would stop. Some even respectfully bowed to him and said, "Your Majesty," before moving on with the items. Such a scene felt so natural and friendly, devoid of contention. Creak, the heavy gate started opening. The Imperial Guard opened it after hearing Tang Hexiang's order, allowing the coalition armies to enter the city. From this point on, Tang Hexiang, 8 Formation True Emperor, and the 5 commanders have reached an agreement to be on the same side. A few people sighed. One sect master quietly said, "Looks like Tang Hexiang couldn't maintain his stance." Among the legions, the Imperial Guard Legion was considered to be the dynasty's own. Their generals were mostly from War Saint or even the royal clan. On the contrary, the other legions consisted of members from the other clans and sects of 9 secrets. Hexiang himself was also from the royal family, so he should have fought for War Saint dynasty. In the end, he decided against it, choosing to overthrow the new king. Can he be blamed for this? It's really the immoral king's fault for invoking everyone's fury. Someone else spoke on his behalf. A few ancestors only smiled, not actually trusting this rhetoric about the king's lack of characters. As a king, being lecherous or taking girls, that's no big deal and was quite common. Not to mention 3 or 5 girls, an authoritative tyrant would have a harem of tens of thousands. The king's only mistake was his inability to grasp military authority. If he had enough power, he wouldn't be considered a degenerate. Golden daughters like Bingqi Hanyu would find it an honor to be part of the harem. During Lucidity's era, these great powers desired to marry their daughters into the harem. Unfortunately, Lucidity refused. Today, the new king only wanted Bingqi Hanyu, not to mention that the Bingqi has agreed to this with the late king. An official marriage contract was written down as well. They reneged on the deal because the new one was incapable. Calling him a debaucherous despot was only a justification for the rebellion. These ancestors naturally understood that this is a world of the strong. Because the new king was weak, his foes could accuse him of anything. Please abdicate for a virtuous ruler. Tang Hexiang broke the silence as he approached the imperial palace with his legion. People sighed and gasped at this sight. Just a few days ago, War Saint dynasty was virtually untouchable. Today, its imperial palace has been surrounded by rebels. Everyone knew that it was over for the king and War Saint dynasty. He would die even after abdicating. Boom! 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 8 Formation True Emperor and his men began sieging the palace. Though there wasn't a single guard present, barriers were still forming over the palace, virtually unbreakable like walls of steel. They have been blessed by numerous true emperors and eternals of the dynasty, including Lucidity. 8 Formation True Emperor and his peers were powerful, but breaking it down would still take some time. Meanwhile, Li Qiye continued his leisurely stroll with a smile despite the explosions. He made it to the Golden Hall and slowly sat down on the throne. He closed his eyes, seemingly asleep, the only person left in this gigantic palace. The entire place was shaking due to the constant barrages. After a while, he opened his eyes and smiled. It's about time. Boom! A deafening blast came about. The group of masters has successfully broken the barriers with their mighty attacks. Everything crumbled, numerous palaces shattered. Debris and dust scattered everywhere. It's down. The spectators became excited and shouted. So many eyes were intensely watching this scene. Still so patient when the kingdom is falling? Not bad, quite an interesting game. Very well, let's see if my chess piece is usable or not. Li Qiye smirked while sitting on the throne. Boom! 8 Formation True Emperor unleashed a world-destroying palm strike. The roof and walls of the Golden Hall collapsed, revealing Li Qiye before everyone. Your Majesty, some of the rebels quietly murmured, a few men even staggered backward after seeing him here. He didn't escape, contrary to their expectations. Regardless of his lack of abilities and moral character, he was still appointed by Lucidity. In other words, he was the rightful ruler, the orthodox branch. Anyone who wanted the throne right now would be considered a rebel, a usurper. The authority of the orthodox branch remained, so some rebels have a guilty conscience as they stared as their king. The new king, the spectating ancestors were surprised to find Wuxia sticking around. Does he want to die with the kingdom? Someone else wondered. After all, he had plenty of chances to run prior to the siege. But now, he was the only one left in this palace, sitting there proudly. Some felt respect after seeing this, a weak junior daring to face the great coalition armies. Not everyone possessed this courage. The only crime of his is being born in a royal family. A sect master gently sighed. This new king has done nothing heinous compared to Lucidity's previous conquests. The kid was innocent sheep while Lucidity's hands were stained with blood. Alas, he wouldn't be able to escape death today. 8 Formation True Emperor's eyes flashed murderously after seeing Wuxia on the throne. He undoubtedly wished to be there instead. This new king was a piece of trash while he was a true emperor. How could he not have the ambition to replace the guy? To take all the authority that comes with the throne? You're the little brat in charge of 8 Formation Kingdom. Wuxia glanced at the emperor. The emperor's eyes became serious and bright like the stars. I am 8 Formation True Emperor. The ruler of Myriad Formation Kingdom. Being called a little brat by this trash annoyed 8 Formation True Emperor in spite of his mental fortitude. Chapter 2439, Wuxia sat there calmly and even conversed with 8 Formation True Emperor. This act made people glance at each other. In the eyes of the masters, Wuxia was only a spring chicken, a new cultivator. However, he remained calm against the great armies and a true emperor. This courage was rare and commendable. That's a descendant of Lucidity kings for you, he's not shaming his lineage. An ancestor praised. Even till now, many believed that he was an illegitimate son of Lucidity, hence why he was given the throne. The emperor had flashes of bloodthirst in his eyes, a truly frightening spectacle due to his power level. Each strand resembled a divine sword, more than enough to make others tremble. Are you finished now? The emperor uttered coldly. Wuxia waved his hand and casually said, when is your kingdom bringing your princess over? I need a maid for bed warming and feet washing. Everyone took a deep breath and glanced at each other. He's a madman. Many shared this thought. There was no saving this guy. He was the only one left in the palace, yet he still dared to talk in this manner. The guy was insane indeed, or he wouldn't have ordered an attack on the Bingqi over one woman. Ignorant fool. The emperor raised his hand and crushed the void with an explosive sound. He then lunged for Wuxia. It's over. Everyone knew the outcome without looking. The new king's cultivation was pitiful to the point of being negligible. Just one finger from the emperor could turn him to ashes, let alone a full attack. A buzzing noise happened before any physical contact. Very few could actually hear this faint sound, the rippling of space. Wuxia suddenly disappeared from the throne. Boom! The palm strike crushed the throne, but Wuxia was nowhere to be found. Where is he? The spectators were confused. The guy seemed to have vanished into thin air. Wait, is he crushed into a pulp or a mist of blood, evaporating into nothingness? Some speculated. No, someone saved him. A powerful ancestor said with a serious expression. What? The crowd was shocked. The one who saved him was simply too fast, beyond visual discernment. Moreover, the guy did it before 8 Formation True Emperor. This being must be extremely powerful or the emperor would have stopped him. Who did it? This question popped up in everyone's mind. Sun Lengying? Or someone else? Thinking about Sun Lengying made people shudder. The shadows of his terror still remained above 9 secrets. True Formation was startled since someone capable of this task was obviously stronger than him, capable of moving freely in an untraceable manner. The 6 commanders felt the same way and started to analyze the surroundings. Unfortunately, they didn't notice anything. Go, search everywhere. The group ordered the armies to begin the search for Wuxia. People started pondering about the outcome. Though this was a successful siege of the imperial palace, the new king was still taken away by someone. The coalition armies naturally didn't like this, especially Tang Hexiang's group. As long as the new king was still alive, they wouldn't be able to have a good night's sleep. He was a problem that needs to be dealt with. It didn't matter who would take over the throne, but as long as Wuxia was alive, his position would be questioned, just a usurper. Moreover, Wuxia could even become someone else's card. They might fight using his name and take over in the same manner. At the very least, it is over for War Saint, the end of their golden age. An ancestor said after seeing the mess at the palace. He recalled when lucidity used to order the world in an imperious manner. No one dared to disobey his royal decrees. But now, his authority was gone in the wind, just like him. Even if War Saint dynasty could continue, it would no longer be as strong as before. The fall of War Saint allows for the rise of others. This is only the beginning, not the end. Someone else sentimentally said. Lucidity was unique. In the present, anyone dared to take his position would have trouble subduing the people. The Bingqi and Myriad Formation Kingdom together weren't enough to force the other 3 great powers to submit. If 8 Formation True Emperor were to ascend, they would definitely refute his coronation. Their excuse would be that Wuxia, the rightful king, was still around. Thus, 8 Formation and the others knew that it was impossible to seize the throne until Wuxia is dead. Not only would the other 3 powers not recognize the new ruler's legitimacy, but the other sects and clans might also resist as well. Thus, Wuxia's survival became quite a headache. Looks like war is inevitable in the future. One ancestor was pessimistic about the current developments. Wuxia had no intention of retaliating against the palm strike, but someone else saved him in that split second. When the light returned, the scene was completely different. What he saw was no longer the palace but rather, an open ocean of clouds. He stood on top of a solitary peak as the clouds floated below his feet. His robes fluttered with the wind. There was an old man standing next to him, his savior. Old geezer Wind. Why did you save me? I was waiting for a fun show. Wuxia glanced at the old man and said. He was one of the 5 supreme ancestors, the wind god from Godstep sect. He stared at Wuxia with his old eyes, surprised that this brat didn't show any gratitude. Worst of all, the kid still acted like a king and didn't show any respect. Remember, there were only 5 supreme ancestors in all of 9 secrets. They were the strongest ancestor in their sects, virtually invincible as Eternals. However, Wuxia didn't give a damn and treated him like a subject just like Lucidity used to. People called him Wind God because he was just like the wind, essentially omnipresent. Brat, be more respectful, you would be a dead man right now if it wasn't for me. He gave Wuxia the side eye. Wuxia sat down on the cliff and swung his legs back and forth before smiling, as if someone else would save me if not you. Having a puppet king is enough to control the world. You're not stupid, brat. Wind God was impressed and took another look at the youth. He thought the kid was only a useless, prodigal son. Even an idiot can see this. Wuxia smiled, I'm sure the other great powers were waiting too. Humph. Unfortunately, I didn't save you for this reason. I saved you out of consideration for the late king. Wind God snorted. Unlike the other supreme ancestors, Wind God was quite close to Lucidity. The latter had guided him in the past. That's why he was the first to agree to the marriage agreement. Because of this, he saved Wuxia so that Lucidity's lineage would continue on. Chapter 2440, Either Way. Li Chia sat by the edge of the cliff with his hands as support while swinging his feet, enjoying the clouds beneath. Wind God glared at him, thinking that Lucidity was such a great and invincible man, yet his child was anything but. This might be a stain in Lucidity's otherwise perfect life. What is your cultivation, and what merit laws are you learning? He asked, still distant. The 13th level, and as for merit laws? Whichever ones, cultivation is too easy, so no need to be picky. Li Chia casually answered. Wind God almost vomited blood at this shameless brag. This brat was clearly as weak as can be, not any different from newly admitted cultivators. There is no such thing as the 13th level. Wind God coldly responded. Oh, then the 3rd level then, it's just that 13th level sounds much cooler and suit my style. Li Chia shrugged. Wind King glared angrily at him. If this guy was a disciple of Godstep, he would have stomped him right now. Aggressive, arrogant, and ignorant, what a bastard of a brat. What? Want a taste of Do and Je from War Saint Dynasty? Li Chia responded to the animosity. Wind God retorted with a sneer, Do and Je. You think someone like you can control them? 9 Secret System has 9 words, Lin, Bing, Do, Je, Jia, Zhen, Lai, Qian, Xing. This was a supreme mantra, rumored to be created by 9 Secrets' ancestor or left behind by Bao Pu. The entire system was built on this mantra, they acted as the foundation. However, no lineage was in possession of all 9. Just grasping one was amazing enough. For example, War Saint Dynasty had Do and Je, hence its name. Another one was Godstep's sect with the word Xing. To a certain extent, having 2 words allowed War Saint Dynasty to be so powerful. The only other to have 2 words was Waterfront Pavilion, the rest of the great powers only had 1. Few in War Saint Dynasty could touch these 2 words since they were the very foundation of the kingdom. Even a tyrant like Lucidity couldn't just give these legacies to Li Chia. Because of this, Wind God didn't expect for someone as weak as him to have the words. In fact, he couldn't even look at them, let alone cultivating. That's fine. Li Chia casually shrugged. Where were you staying before this? The god asked. In fact, he was very confused about Li Chia. If he was Lucidity's illegitimate son, then who was his mother? Someone like Lucidity wouldn't have picked just any woman. It must have been an incredible woman with a great background. Everyone knew that Lucidity only had a daughter, true Emperor Jiuning. Lucidity no longer had an heir after she was gone, no women around him either. Moreover, Li Chia only looked a little more than 20. This made people speculate about what he did 20 years ago. I fell from the sky. Li Chia pointed upward. Have you never heard about the heaven's favorite? I'm a person like that, so I naturally was hanging up there. Otherwise, why would I instantly become a king? The phrase, chosen by the heavens, was meant to describe me. Nonsense. Wind God wanted to give this guy a good kicking, there's no such thing. Li Chia smiled, I'm the perfect example. One day, I accidentally fell down and boom, there I was in the Silver Secret Legion's camp. Lucidity saw me and instantly knew that I was chosen by the heavens, capable enough to make War Saint prospers, so he instantly made me the crown prince and handed the kingdom over. Wind God felt like slapping this nonsensical brat now. No one would believe this crap. Little did he know that Li Chia was indeed telling the truth outside of the chosen by heaven's part. He didn't embellish anything else. Why aren't you making this land better then? It is lost thanks to you, looks like you're not really the chosen one by the heavens. Wind God mocked him. You just don't understand. Li Chia leisurely said, you are looking at it from a close-minded and ignorant perspective, this is only a layer of mist, only a loss in appearance. Wind God was about to vomit some blood from anger. As one of the 5 supreme ancestors, he enjoyed a prestigious status in 9 secrets. People cowered before him, not daring to breathe loudly. Even other Eternals treated him with reverence. However, this brat didn't give a damn and even called him closed-minded and ignorant. No one but Lucidity would dare to talk to him like this in 9 Secrets. Then enlighten me with your wisdom, your majesty. Wind God sarcastically responded. Alright, since you are so sincere, I'll give you some guidance. Li Qiye seemed impervious to sarcasm and acted like an imperious king. Wind God smiled wryly at this sight, thinking that this brat doesn't have any self-awareness at all. Tell me, is Lucidity strong? Pretty much unbeatable. Li Qiye asked with a smile. Wind God didn't expect this question. He nodded and said, the late king's fighting prowess is peerless, definitely number 1 in 9 Secrets, unbeatable in all of Imperial. This was indeed the truth. Supreme ancestors like them still didn't dare to do anything in Lucidity's presence since he was considerably stronger. What about his achievements? Still unmatched in 9 Secrets. Li Qiye continued. Wind God pondered for a bit before giving an objective opinion. In terms of achievements, I believe he is number 1 as well. From a historical standpoint, I think he's even with Emperor Zheng, or at least very, very close. He chose his words carefully to have a fair evaluation of Lucidity. Though the 5 great powers had thoughts about opposing Lucidity, they had to admit that he contributed greatly to 9 Secret System's success, allowing it to be on the same level as the Mu and Li. Then what about if I become a virtuous king? Will that be enough to compare to Lucidity King? Li Qiye asked. Impossible. Wind God said decisively. Lucidity's achievements were comparable to Emperor Zheng, one of the most brilliant true emperors. Taking another step to surpass Lucidity was harder than reaching the sky for future descendants. How about if the kingdom falls but I eventually rise and sweep through the world, creating a new dynasty worshipped by all? How will that compare to Lucidity? Li Qiye smiled. Wind God, despite his experiences, still became startled because this bold thought was simply insane. Li Qiye continued before hearing an answer, this kingdom is useless if it can't allow me to have a peerless contribution. It would be a waste of time for someone chosen by the heavens like me. After a while, Wind God stared at him and said, have you gone mad? You tell me. Li Qiye smiled. In this particular juncture, Wind God found a similarity between Li Qiye and Lucidity, no in terms of appearance but rather their behavior. Both were as crazy as can be. You alone wants to start a new dynasty. I'm afraid that's daydreaming, unless you are stronger than the late king. Wind God responded. Nothing is impossible, it's all dependent on my whim. Li Qiye nonchalantly said. 1. This is my worst nightmare. I literally got up from my desk to lay down in my bed, questioning my life choices. The 9 words mantra is back. It was challenging to translate it for the 9 words true Bao, and I think the outcome was a mess because some of the words are connected. I can't get a 9-word version in English to come out in a coherent manner, the grammatical forms are different while the order matters. For example, Do and Je are actually connected, meaning a soldier/fighter. I can't separate them and have it make sense because the first 2 words mean soldier/fighter as well. That's 4 words meaning soldiers/fighters in the first 4. This time around, I'm just going to use pinyin. Trying to do an English version of them was too ambitious and I didn't like the result too. Lin, overlook/celestial, Bing, soldier, Do, soldier, Je, man, modified by Do so it's soldier, Jia, all, Zhen, formation, Lai, arrange, connected with Zhen, Qian, front, Xing, walk, 3. Do also means war, Je means man, so it can also be saint. 4. Lucidity called her Jiuning without the full title, so she could have the same name and title. Might have to change this later if we get her real name. Chapter 2441, Wind God wondered if Li Qiye was actually useless or it was just an act. The whole appointment by Lucidity was strange. They thought that he was an illegitimate son, especially after seeing his immoral and uncouth behavior. Otherwise, how could Lucidity dote on a piece of trash like him in this manner? After further interaction, he felt that this brat wasn't as stupid as he seemed, just crazier yet strangely insightful, seeing things that big shots like them never thought about. "Alright, follow me back to God's step," Wind God eventually said. "For what?" Li Qie smiled and told the truth, "I guess I still have some uses for your sect, a powerful bargaining chip." "Humph." Wind God snorted in response, "You're overthinking it. It's just that you could die any time in the open. Myriad Formation, the Bing Qi, and your own dynasty want nothing more than your death so they can have peace of mind." Wind God was correct. 8 Formation True Emperor and his allies needed Li Qie's death in order to legitimize their rule and taking over the throne. They didn't wish to be viewed as unrightful usurpers forever. "It doesn't matter." Li Qie shrugged before contemplating while rubbing his chin. From what I've heard, your sect has a great library, right? What do you want?" Wind God's eyes narrowed as he uttered coldly. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in your martial arts or the word Xing. If I cared about them, I would have had plenty to pick back at the Imperial Treasury. I only want to see your old scrolls, just the entertaining and historical ones. That might be worth taking a trip there." Wind God didn't know what this brat wanted to do. He asked, "What are you looking for?" "Nothing in particular." Li Qie replied, "Just reading to improve my knowledge. Don't you know that knowledge is power? Your sect was built on espionage and information selling, allowing it to prosper." Wind God agreed with this logic, albeit slightly surprised. "If you want information, I can help you," Wind God generously said. "I don't care about the present or the movements of the world," Li Qie said. "I'm interested in ancient mysteries, the older, the more precious. Basically, just historical stories, whether they be official or just popular folktales." Wind God took another look at him. Godstep did start out as an intelligence guild, but as time passed, many things have changed. Their disciples now pursued power and cultivation, no longer caring about mysteries of the past. "That's fine, you can take a look," Wind God agreed. "Oh right, what's the name of your girl?" Li Qie stood up and suddenly realized something, so he clapped his hands. "Splendorous Saintess," Wind God said with a hint of annoyance. Splendorous didn't only have the most prestigious bloodline in their sect but was also the most gifted. The elders had high expectations for her. Even if she wouldn't take over their sect, she would still become a powerful eternal, perhaps surpassing a supreme ancestor such as himself. They naturally wanted to keep this good seed around. Unfortunately, Lucidity demanded their best bloodline to be a consort. Wind God didn't want this at that point because Li Qie was a useless brat. No one would want to betroth their best disciple to someone like him. Unfortunately, out of both fear and gratitude, he became the first to agree. Of course, refusal was not an option since Lucidity was famous for punishing nonconformity. The first to voice this opinion would suffer the wrath of Lucidity, especially when Sun Langying and Silver Secret were still around. This was no longer the case. These 3 threats have disappeared. Plus, the kingdom has fallen. Li Qie was a king without land. Under these circumstances, was he still suitable for her? In the past, she could arguably be reaching up to marry him. But now, she wouldn't favor a fallen king like him. What, change your mind? Li Qie noticed Wind God's annoyed expression and laughed. Self-awareness is a virtue. Wind God replied. Wind God was rightfully annoyed, thinking that this Li Qie wasn't worthy of his saintess. Of course, he had principles and was a man of his words. Since he had agreed with Lucidity on top of signing the marriage pact, he couldn't actually change his mind nor deny this marriage. This made him feel quite helpless. The whole thing was akin to planting flowers into a pile of manure. The only thing he could do was hope for Li Qie to know his place and decline this marriage himself. Self-awareness? Li Qie smiled, your saintess is only a maid in my eyes. If she were to be my concubine, then she better serves me well. But then again, scrolls and lamps in a cold room, I do need a servant to take care of daily tasks. A fire of fury started in Wind God's mind, wanting nothing more than to slap the brat to death. He was still acting so imperious and haughty. You're just a fallen king right now. Wind God expressed coldly, his intent was as clear as day. So what? Li Qie smiled, a man must stay true to his words, this is especially true for strong people. Otherwise, they'll stay ordinary. One decision alone could decide victory or defeat, and could also decide one's nature and Tao heart. Tao heart. Wind God closed his eyes, aware of this magical aspect and how important it was to a cultivator. The problem here was that the young generation didn't care for it. They only talked and bragged about having powerful cultivation and techniques. Thus, a weakling like Li Qie bringing it up was outside of his expectations. New cultivators only cared about having better merit laws and treasures in order to grow stronger. But in this process, they neglected to polish their Tao heart. Some didn't even know of this phenomenon. In fact, this was indeed the case for the majority of cultivators. The Tao heart was intangible and mysterious, seemingly trivial for cultivation. An eternal like Wind God naturally knew of its importance after reaching this level, but someone like Li Qie shouldn't. A deceiver can't stand proud and definitely can't reach the sky. Li Qie said, a heart without honesty and integrity can't give birth to true conviction and will inevitably waver. Wind God's eyes flashed with bright rays. He was stronger than many true emperors, so his words were worth more than gold. It wasn't hard for him to deny this marriage right now, given the circumstances. However, the biggest problem was himself. Would he be able to keep his promises and integrity? The Bingqi clan never felt this pressure. They directly turned against the dynasty and even swapped someone else for the marriage alliance. Lucidity and the kingdom weren't around. Reneging wasn't hard if they didn't care about this personal test. For Wind God, at the very least, he couldn't do something despicable like Bingqi Juezhen, so he found himself in quite a predicament. That's why he wished for Li Qie to have enough self-awareness and back off. 1. The literal translation for her title is Flying plus Flower, or Scattering Flowers in Various Seasons. The actual, literary meaning is a beautiful scene out of a painting. Many musicians use this word for their song titles. Scattering Flower isn't a good title for a character in English, too long as well. Splendorous fits the literary definition and isn't used often. Chapter 2442, The Vexed God couldn't do anything when Li Qie didn't wish to back off the marriage matter. Though he could make Li Qie hand over the marriage pact by force, he was still a man of principle and refused to renege. Let's go. He grabbed Li Qie before disappearing into nothingness. When they emerged again, the clouds were still their companions, only with mountains and hills added as decoration for the sky canvas this time around. Wind God was actually crossing from one dimension to another. Because he trained with the word, Xing, movement was his expertise. Not only was his speed matchless, but he could also cross through any dimension and realm. This earned him his title of Wind God. Of course, an Eternal already had ample movement abilities. After training in this word, he became even more exceptional. In terms of speed and spatial mastery, he was the best among the 5 supreme ancestors. Lucidity himself was inferior in this aspect. If Wind God wished to flee, no one in Imperial could stop him. Their final destination was the magical and awe-inspiring Godstep sect, one of the 5 great powers of 9 secrets. This was a rather mysterious power in the system. No one knew where its ancestral ground was located, not even some of their disciples. It was still a scene of clouds as far as the eye can see. At the very end of this cloudy ocean were rolling mountains and hills. Some peaks were large enough to form their own inhabitable areas spanning for thousands of miles. Being shrouded by the clouds only amplified the mysteriousness of these mountains. Waterfalls surged down some of the tall peaks. This looked magnificent, just like a river running down from the 9 firmaments. Upon closer inspection, one would find that among this mountain range were several peaks tightly packed together. They were the tallest ones too, seemingly the centerpieces of this area. This was the central area of God's Steppe, containing its treasures and resources accumulated across the generations. Only prestigious ancestors had permission for entry. God's Steppe had the word, Xing. Obtaining one of these words meant being blessed by the high heavens. Their main legacies and merit laws would be decided as well. For example, Myriad Formation Kingdom had the word, Zhen, so they became the best lineage at formations and arrays in the system, both in terms of knowledge and power. As for the Bingqi, they had the word, Bing. Therefore, they were the best blacksmiths available. It was common knowledge in Imperial that the best weapons normally came from the Bingqi, and this was indeed the truth. Back to God's Steppe, most of their merit laws and techniques were derived from their secret word. If there was a marathon contest in 9 systems, God's Steppe sect would surely take the number 1 spot. They had incredible movement and stepping techniques, granting them peerless speed. Their disciples enjoyed safety compared to other cultivators since escaping would never be an issue. Due to these advantages, God's Steppe could transmit information at an incredible rate in the past. They had the most comprehensive intelligence network. In the beginning, many sects paid God's Steppe high fees in order to buy necessary information and intelligence. Later on, as God's Steppe grew in power and had more resources, they slowly stopped participating in this line of business and focused on politics and power gathering instead until they became one of the 5 behemoths. 2 people flashed into existence. Wind God had brought Wuxia onto the highest peak of God's Steppe. The place was highly guarded. Each inch of mud here was glowing, they have been blessed by powerful augmentation. There existed a building made out of stone with a wooden plaque carved with 2 words, Secret Depository. It served as the sect's most secretive and largest library, containing numerous merit laws and scrolls. Of course, it also had plenty of ancestral books, mysterious tales, etc. Outsiders weren't allowed to enter under normal circumstances, not even the disciples here without permission from the ancestors. Creak. The heavy doors opened, allowing the 2 of them to enter. Though Wuxia was an outsider, Wind God was a supreme existence in this sect, so he could go wherever he wanted. The building didn't look large from the outside, but after entering, one would find this place massive, akin to entering a different dimension. The smell of books assaulted the nostrils, indicative of the great number of books found here. This collection was comparable to the stars in the sky. Towering bookshelves everywhere with countless books. They contained intelligence and information on top of regular texts gathered across the years by the disciples of God's Steppe. Unlike other lineages and due to their background, the disciples here loved collecting books. It didn't matter whether the books were useful and precious or not, they still contained information and should be collected. The scrolls here have also undergone a strict filtering process. Some contained pieces of history and secrets and mysteries of various sects that were figured out by the disciples and recorded in their diaries or notebooks. All in all, this depository contained the most trustworthy and varied information about Imperial. For example, when and how a certain progenitor overcame his inner demon during a Tao enlightenment session. Or just gossip, how many wives did one progenitor have, how many lovers. Secrets were no longer secrets here. Wind God brought him to the section containing ancient recordings and said, "Everything in this depository is open to you, with the exception of the merit law and technique sections. You can read anything else." Wind God was being very generous, letting an outsider into their best library on top of letting him read virtually everything else. One couldn't ask for more. Wuxia smiled and went to the corner furnished with a table and chair made out of stone. On the table were 1 lamp, an inkstone, ink stick, and ink brush. It was obvious that people used to record mysteries down in this place. However, that was all in the past. There was a layer of dust on the table now. Li Qiye casually took out a scroll made of deerskin from a bamboo cylinder. He opened it and found that it was an incomplete map. A casual glance left a smile on his face. Looks like your sect hasn't partaken in recording history and rumors for a long time now. Li Qiye said. Wind God didn't answer since it was true. As the sect grew stronger, fewer and fewer disciples were willing to play the roles of historians and intel gatherers, let alone doing something as dry and dull as recording them down. In the present, a few still enjoyed finding information, but anecdotes and information recorders have been gone for several generations. In fact, Li Qiye was the first person in a very long time who was interested in the texts here. God-step disciples only wanted to cultivate and chase after power. They coveted mighty merit laws and treasures, not boring history. Wind God became surprised to see Li Qiye focusing and enjoying the map. Chapter 2443, Wind God took another glance at this useless king. Why was he so interested in their ancient scrolls? Of course, he didn't bother pursuing this matter, having condemned Li Qiye to inadequacy. There was nothing this landless king could do right now. He had already carried out his part, paying back his debt to lucidity by saving the guy. Keep reading then, I'll send some disciples to take care of you. He turned and left. Tell that girl to come and warm my bed already. Li Qiye casually remarked. Wind God froze in his tracks. This little bastard had no sense of propriety, still worrying about such nonsense. He snorted in response and continued leaving. Li Qiye smiled and didn't care too much whether that saintess would come or not. It was only a casual comment. He strolled in the sea of books, only occasionally finding something interesting and taking them down for a look. He didn't care about the merit laws of Godstep sect since he had no lack of them. The stories about Imperial, or Three Immortals, were much more interesting. These tales were precious and useful in his mind. He picked multiple scrolls ranging on a wide variety of subjects before returning to his table to read. Historical tales and mysteries were boring, not even the disciples of Godstep would read them. Alas, Li Qiye enjoyed his time since he could read between the lines. Others wouldn't notice anything about these simple stories, but he could find great information from a few sentences and extract unimaginable content. This was his reason for coming to Godstep. Other items couldn't get into his sight. For example, he didn't pick anything out of War Saint Dynasty's treasury. No sun and moon were present in the depository, so who knows how much time has passed. Li Qiye finally looked up and saw a youth standing next to him. He wore a robe made out of hemp and had a tall stature. It was difficult pointing out something special about him because he looked too ordinary. One would instantly forget about him after a glance. He was just another person in the crowd. Cough. The youth nervously coughed after seeing Li Qiye looking at him. He has been here for a long time but didn't dare to disturb Li Qiye, who was immersed in reading. Your Majesty, the youth hesitated for a moment but still decided to address him respectfully. This lowly one has received the orders of the ancestor to take care of your daily needs, Your Majesty. He cupped his fist and said. He knew who Li Qiye was, the king of War Saint, albeit, one that has fallen out of grace. He has heard of Li Qiye's unsavory tales. In fact, the entire world knew about it. In the beginning, he assumed that Li Qiye would have a wretched and vulgar appearance. He found this to not be the case after meeting the king. Oh. The girl isn't coming? Li Qiye asked after taking a good look at the youth. Ahem, I don't know who you are referring to, Your Majesty. The youth played the fool. It's that saintess of yours, Splendorous. Li Qiye casually threw the scroll on the table. The youth smiled wryly and had to respond, Junior Sister Lu Bing is training outside and hasn't returned, so the ancestor sent me here instead. It's not good to lie in front of me. Li Qiye nonchalantly said, looks like the geezer doesn't want her to be a maid. Very well, I've already given him the chance. It's too late to beg for it later. The youth was speechless because of Li Qiye's direct comment, demanding for their junior sister to be his maid. He was aware of the marriage agreement between her and the king. However, that was in the past. He no longer had a kingdom. Keep in mind that she was the jewel of the sect, the famous splendorous saintess, beloved and adored by the ancestors here. So many prodigies in 9 secrets wished to propose. Given their current status, the other ancestors in the sect would never agree even if she were to say yes. Your Majesty, I have prepared everything for you. The youth changed the topic. What's your name? Li Qiye inquired with his usual calmness. This lowly one is called Zhang Jianchuan. The youth honestly responded. He was the second disciple of Godstep sect master, his cultivation was formidable. Wind God was quite nice to send such a powerful disciple here to serve Li Qiye. This was for his protection. In fact, a second disciple of the sect master obviously had a prestigious position. Moreover, his talents were amazing as well. Anyone else would be annoyed to receive this order, becoming a dog for Li Qiye, who was essentially a nobody at this point. Jianchuan didn't think so and sincerely obeyed Wind God. Since he was sent here as a servant, he acted like a servant and treated Li Qiye like a king. On the contrary, no one else would call Li Qiye, Your Majesty, they would look down on him instead. You must be an undercover specialist. Li Qiye leisurely stated. Your Majesty. The youth was startled because Li Qiye was spot on about his profession. What brought this up, Your Majesty? As ordinary looking as can be, the most suitable for undercover roles. A person like this is either a weakling, a great master, or someone undercover. Li Qiye continued. Jianchuan was shocked. He was a spy and the director of intelligence for the young generation of Godstep. Very few disciples wanted to do this now, they rather just train in the sect or make something out of themselves in the outside world. Cultivation aiming to grow stronger were the correct mindset for cultivators. Because of this, Jianchuan was a unique disciple in Godstep. He was interested in researching and gathering intel at a young age. Interest turned into excellence, so the sect left him in charge of intelligence. Therefore, he was usually the first in Godstep to know of any news happening in Imperial. This current Li Qiye was different from his imagination. The most prolific description of the new king was his debauchery. He mobilized the 5 legions against the Bingqi over a single woman. Moreover, Jianchuan received news that he didn't bother to fight back against the rebels, so the kingdom fell just like that. It painted a picture of weakness and incompetence. The guy was clearly a useless young master. As a spy, he could sense something different due to his perceptive instinct. Maybe he gathered the wrong information or there was more than meets the eye. You're right, Your Majesty. I'm in awe of your vision. He bowed again, calming down. No need to flatter me. Li Qiye waved his sleeve. You seem smarter and more flexible than the old geezer. Jianchuan smiled wryly and didn't dare to comment about the supreme ancestor. Wind God was the boss here, rarely seen by the juniors. Even ancestors needed to be reverent towards him. Only Li Qiye would dare to the supreme ancestor, an old geezer here. Lead the way. Li Qiye said. The youth didn't dare to show any slight and showed Li Qiye the way. Chapter 2444, Wind God showed his generosity once more by preparing a place on a mountain next to the depository for Li Qiye. Only the top-ranking ancestors could stay in this place. He did so for both Li Qiye's safety and to keep this whole thing a secret. So many were searching for this fallen king, including War Saint Dynasty, the Bingqi, and Myriad Formation. His very existence was a thorn in their side. Moreover, other powerful sects and even systems were secretly looking for him. They didn't wish to kill him but thought that he could be used as a bargaining chip. Controlling this king meant that they controlled the orthodox symbol and royal rule of 9 secrets, to a certain extent. Fortunately for him, Godstep sect resided in the sky and rarely associated with outsiders. It was extremely difficult for someone to come in and search for news of him. Zhang Jianchuan did an amazing job serving Li Qie, allowing him to spend his days in comfort and leisure. He focused on reading the mysteries and historical events recorded here. These texts were considered to be entertainment at best by the disciples, but he considered them to be precious. By using the content, he could put one and one together for useful information, or to find certain things he was looking for. Outside of cultivation, it was just reading and reading, flipping through the pages among the ocean of text. He found valuable information and eventually obtained a thorough understanding of 9 secrets system. At this moment, no one understood 9 secrets better than him, not even Lucidity King. The 9 words were within his grasp as well. As they spent more time together, Jianchuan found all of the previous rumors about Li Qie to be false. The guy has been meditating and researching the ancient texts. Some were too old for their sect to decipher, yet Li Qie could read them without any difficulty, to Jianchuan's astonishment. This was the infamous perverted king. No, he looked like a scholar, hard at work. Could it be that the king had changed after the fall of his kingdom? Jianchuan thought. But he found this to be incorrect. If the king were to be devastated by the loss of the kingdom, he would be cultivating hard in order to become stronger so that he could take it back in the future. The guy didn't give a damn about merit laws and techniques right now. In fact, he seemed to not care about growing stronger and drowned himself in reading these entertaining texts. No disciples would want to waste their time doing so. Your Majesty, may I ask why you are interested in them? Jianchuan's curiosity eventually got the best of him. Golden pavilions and colorful jades exist in these words. Li Qie said with a smile. Jianchuan didn't believe in this common phrase in the mortal world about the benefits of reading. He thought that mortal scholars only said this line for motivation. To understand the present, one must know the past. Li Qie glanced at the youth and said. I see. Jianchuan carefully absorbed the meaning of this phrase. If one has no way of reaching the apex to have a clear perspective on the world below, what should they do instead? The answer is to read extensively, then everything will be clear. The answers are hidden behind the fog of history, some are purposely erased. Jianchuan still thought that it was pointless for cultivators to do so. Let's talk about your Godstep true emperor then. Was it only because of having great talents that he understood the word, Xing? Li Qie asked. Isn't that the case? Jianchuan said. Godstep true emperor was also the progenitor of their sect. He came from 9 secrets and was able to start a sect not just because he was strong, but also because he found the mysteries of one of the 9 words. This allowed him to establish a firm foundation for his heritage, and this eventually helped them become one of the 5 great powers. No sect had a full grasp of all 9. Moreover, the word, Qian, has been lost for a long time. There was a period where Xing was missing as well until Godstep true emperor. He was able to understand it enough so that it could return to see the light of day. Li Qie smiled. Godstep true emperor was certainly talented, that's a given. However, among the emperors, he's not that exceptional. In the history of 9 secrets, there have been plenty of brilliant emperors, but why was it that your emperor was able to find the mysteries of Xing and not the others? Jianchuan had never thought about this question before, so he didn't have a response. 9 secrets was the oldest system in Imperial. Their progenitor was a disciple of Bao Pu who was recorded down as the very first progenitor in 3 immortals. From that, one could see just how old 9 secrets was. Since its inception, numerous emperors have come out. It had experienced prosperity and decline. All in all, this was a land that had produced countless geniuses. These geniuses eventually became emperors or invincible eternals or went on to do other great things. When talking about the best of the emperors, one must bring up Emperor Zheng and true Emperor Jiuning. These two were incredible and matchless, especially Emperor Zheng. He was the one who revitalized the system. Some even placed him on the same level as Nine Secrets' ancestor. Among these brilliant characters in history, very few have been able to understand the Nine Secrets. Understanding was different from cultivating. The former meant searching for the lost words within the Tao land of Nine Secrets. Godstep True Emperor was one of the few capable of this task. I don't know, Jianchuan has always assumed that his emperor's success was due to the emperor's great talents. But after thinking about it, it seemed that their emperor wasn't superior to his peers. In fact, he wasn't on the same level as Emperor Zheng and true Emperor Jiuning. No, he seemed to be inferior to Weapon Break True Emperor and Myriad Formation True Emperor as well. Both Weapon Break and Myriad Formation had tangible achievements. For example, Weapon Break created a weapon on the same level as those created by progenitors. That's a heaven-defying deed. As for Myriad Formation, according to the legends, he used his formation mastery to kill two emperors of a similar power level as him. Godstep True Emperor didn't have anything like that. Nevertheless, he comprehended Xing, something Weapon Break and Myriad Formation couldn't do. Li Qie said, "I'm not saying your emperor lacks talents and comprehension. It's not bad, but the real reason is that he found a few things that allowed him to understand the mysteries of Nine Secrets. This aided him in finding Xing." "What things?" the youth asked. Li Qie smiled and rubbed his chin before pointing at the ocean of scrolls. "Knowledge. Only knowledge can take you further where talents fail. With sufficient knowledge, you will be wise and discerning. It will also polish your Tao heart." Chapter 2445, Zhang Jianchuan became jolted after listening to Li Qie. He didn't realize it yet, but Li Qie was slowly opening a new door for him. Possessing knowledge and knowing how to use it, that's the way toward success. Unfortunately, no one is using this treasure grove correctly, he said, looking at the youth before glancing at the books while shaking his head. Jianchuan stood there, seemingly comprehending a little bit. A long time ago, their sect specialized in information gathering and secret selling. They relied on their perfect network of intelligence to find the secrets of Imperial and greatly benefited from it. Furthermore, they always had the initiative and were one step ahead for any big event, a great advantage. This naturally resulted in them yielding a greater harvest than the rest. They grew stronger and stronger before ending up as one of the 5 great powers. Unfortunately, the result was fewer and fewer disciples being interested in this business. What brought them to greatness suffered a swift decline. No one bothered reading the ancient scrolls in the depository. It meant that they had fewer and fewer relevant secrets, losing the advantages altogether. Of course, the ancestors thought that they didn't need to rely on this old business now that they have grown stronger. They could sweep through the world using force instead. Jianchuan had a newfound perspective, like seeing the light of a guiding torch in the mist, telling him which direction to go. He increasingly found this king to be different from the rumors and faintly realized that the king was only putting up an act. But why did the king pretend to be such a person, even until the fall of his kingdom? Jianchuan couldn't come up with an answer at all. Li Qie lived like a monk at Godstep with only the lamp and books as his companions. Moreover, he didn't care about external events, not bothering to ask a single question. "Your Majesty, are you not curious about the dynasty?" Jianchuan was familiar enough to ask a sensitive question. He was in charge of intelligence, so he still received a number of reports every day. This allowed him to know about the world without leaving Godstep. "What's there to find out?" Li Qie said, "War Saint has fallen out of grace while the rest of the world chases for the ultimate authority. Unfortunately, no one has been able to seize it. Given the current political climate, who can be in charge? The other sects are useless and only the 5 great powers are in the picture. Actually, the dynasty with its 6 legions can do something as well. However, the Legion commanders, your 5 supreme ancestors, and the other experts, none of them are willing to submit to each other. Without a person capable of rising up above the others, total authority will need to wait, replaced by stagnation and deliberations. With that, he turned towards the youth and smiled. The geezer hasn't shown up recently, I'm sure he's at the Imperial City then. The 5 of them must be screaming there, but no one will give up. This casual analysis left Jianchuan slack-jawed because Li Qiye was completely spot on about the current political climate. Though Nine's secret system no longer has a real ruler, the great powers here didn't wish to submit to each other. No one can suppress the entire world like lucidity, and no one had the claim to the throne like Li Qiye, the rightful successor. Because of this, though the coalition armies managed to take over the Imperial City, no one could really sit on the throne for total control. The 5 great powers would never yield to someone else. They didn't want to see a second Lucidity King and actively worked against it. This created a deadlocked stalemate at the capital. The 5 powers also sent their legions there, completely occupying the area. Even the 5 supreme ancestors needed to go themselves to preside over the situation. After all, a change in the government could affect any of them for generations to come. No great powers wanted to let this go. Jianchuan found Li Qiye's insight to be incredible. He knew everything that was going on without taking a single step out of the door, quite unbelievable. The youth calmed down and quietly said, "Your Majesty, the ancestor is indeed at the Imperial City right now. It's only a waste of time." Li Qiye shook his head and smiled. The 5 great powers and these supreme ancestors will, one day, come to see that they are running around blindly. This land still belongs to whom it meant to belong to, everyone else has no idea what they're doing, mere chess pieces. Only the players can decide the fate of 9 secrets. Your Majesty, who are the players then? Jianchuan asked, perplexed. You'll find out later. Li Qiye smiled mysteriously. The answers are usually unexpected and will astonish people. However, there is one idiom pertinent to the situation: the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Who knows who the real players are, but many certainly think they are, unaware that they are mere chess pieces. Jianchuan shuddered. Though he didn't fully grasp the meaning of Li Qiye's response nor who the chess players were, he knew that something earth-shattering was going to happen. Though the depository had many scrolls, Li Qiye had gone through most of them and got all the information he wanted about the things he was searching for, a great success. Didn't your progenitor leave behind a plain tablet? Li Qiye put away the scroll and looked at Jianchuan today. The youth nodded. Yes, the null slate is located on the ancestral peak. Alright, let's go take a look. Li Qiye said, there's not much to look at here in God's Step, we'll see if this tablet will be different. Jianchuan was surprised because Li Qiye has been staying indoors the entire time. Now, he wanted to go take a look at the null slate. This lowly one will prepare for you, Your Majesty. Jianchuan quickly agreed. After taking care of minor details, he led Li Qiye to the ancestral peak. This area was rumored to be where God's Step true emperor meditated in the past. Later on, it became a place for the disciples to come and reminisce about their patriarch. It was naturally the tallest peak in God's Step with numerous buildings. However, people were most interested in the stone tablet on top, bereft of any engraving. The null slate was next to the precipice, personally erected by the emperor, or so they say. No one knew why the emperor left this wordless tablet here. Perhaps it was to test the descendants, and that it contained a supreme art. Others believed that it was a meteor from an external realm. The emperor left it here for the descendants to study. No one has been able to comprehend it since the foundation of God's Step. Plenty of true emperors and eternals from the sect have tried and failed. In fact, they have even invited the ultimate genius of the Mu, Xiaochen, to come take a look. The youth still couldn't see through it and the mystery remained. All in all, the null slate's purpose and the emperor's intent became an age-long question. Despite the futility of it all, disciples from Godstep still came to take a look, hoping for a miracle. Chapter 2446, Zhang Jianchuan took Li Qie to the ancestral peak for a look at Null Slate. The two of them crossed through numerous mountains among the clouds via bridges to make it there, meeting many peers and seniors along the way. As one of the 5 great powers, Godstep was obviously powerful with substantial resources. Despite being hidden in the sky away from the rowdiness of mundane life, the place was still lively. More than 10,000 disciples were around. Second brother. The brothers and sisters on the path greeted Zhang Jianchuan. Jianchuan wasn't famous in 9 secrets, but he had a high status in God sect, being the second brother and all. Moreover, his talents for cultivation and amiability earned him the love of his peers. He also nodded and greeted them in response. His brothers and sisters found it quite strange to see their second brother being so respectful while serving Li Qie. In their sect, few elders and ancestors would need the second brother to wait on them. However, this youth didn't look older than Jianchuan and was clearly a new cultivator, not an expert genius that could sweep through the world. How could this youth enjoy such treatment from their second brother? Everyone became curious as a result. "Brother, who is this gentleman?" A vivacious girl came up and asked. Jianchuan was very careful in answering. He smiled and said, "An esteemed guest of our sect." He was experienced enough to give a reasonable and watertight response. Of course, no secrets last forever since Li Qie has been staying here for so long. The top disciples have figured out Li Qie's identity. Who is that next to second brother? Why is second brother serving him? Someone asked their senior brothers and sisters. To which a senior brother snorted and said while staring at the weak Li Qie, "Humph, that's our king." The young disciples took a deep breath and quietly said, He's the fallen king. War Saint Dynasty's ruler with the shortest reign in history. A senior sister sneered, "That's him, the wretched and perverted king, deserving of losing his kingdom. It's already a blessing of 3 lives that he is still alive." This sister had nothing but contempt from the heart for the infamous king. Losing a kingdom over a woman. A man like this was a piece of trash. Hi, don't be so loud, he is still our guest. Another girl said. It's fine. A senior brother joined in, it's no longer the era of War Saint, the land is no longer his. This useless pervert, no, this piece of trash is not worthy of our saintess. That's right. The first senior sister agreed, our senior sister is heaven's favorite, the jewel of our sect. She's beautiful and talented, only a monstrous prodigy is worthy of her, not this debaucherous trash. No wonder why these disciples had such prejudice against Li Qie, they were fans of their senior sister, splendorous saintess. They knew that she had a noble bloodline on top of being perfect in every facet imaginable. She was the pride of their sect. The girls adored and looked up to her, the boys had a crush on her. For her to marry an incompetent and perverted king was akin to planting a gorgeous flower in a pile of manure. They naturally became indignant and resentful. Moreover, this king had already lost his kingdom and became even more unworthy. That's the new king. Many disciples pointed at Li Qie along the way and whispered, the perverted one. Not anymore, just a fallen king, a dog without a master. A male disciple scorned, he's lucky to have shelter here and being alive. Indeed. Another instantly chimed in, he would be dead if it wasn't for us hiding him. Jianchuan also heard the whispers and awkwardly apologized to Li Qie, Your Majesty, don't mind them. They don't mean it. He didn't realize that he had considered Li Qie to be anything but a lecherous king. The guy was more than he was letting on. Li Qie only smiled and ignored the whispers, not commenting on it. The ancestral peak was sky-high with a formidable presence. There were towering architectures and billowing clouds and mist along with a pure atmosphere. It looked like a land of paradise from the distant. The majestic aura made it seem that there was a dragon slumbering beneath, and it could wake up and disperse the cloud during its ascension. Before the precipice was a flat, square rock. It stood on the mud without being buried in the lower half. Nevertheless, it remained stable as if it had taken roots below. It had a reddish-brown color, the entire thing was in plain sight, clearly without any engraving, not a single spot. Such a rock seemed to have been unearthed then brought to this place, untouched. On the surface were traces of weather, such as rain and mist. Oh, and various faint handprints. Ever since God-Step True Emperor left it here, so many disciples have come to try and comprehend it. They rubbed it, hoping for a connection or a hint to the mystery. Unfortunately, none has been successful. This rock remained a rock, seemingly its true form. Great geniuses have come and left empty-handed for millions of years. Recently, they invited an exclaimed prodigy, Mu Shaochen. Even he himself failed to find anything. Nevertheless, the disciples here believed that this rock had innate values or their patriarch wouldn't have left it here for no reasons. It was their own fault for being unable to understand it. In front of this rock named Null Slate was a large pavilion, capable of accommodating several hundred people. Once Li Chia and Jianchuan got here, they found a large group hard at work. A few disciples were leaning against the rock, hoping to sense something from physical closeness. As the two entered the pavilion, they attracted many gazes. Some began greeting Jianchuan. He didn't say anything and focused on preparing a seat facing the tablet for Li Chia first, then burning some scented grass for him, a perfect environment for Dao searching. Next, Jianchuan started a fire nearby in order to boil some tea for him. There was a reason why this youth was chosen by Wind God to serve Li Chia. Jianchuan was someone who would carry out all orders with sincerity. He didn't care that Li Chia was a fallen king or show any slight because of this. He continued to be meticulous and earnest in his tasks. His peers became uncomfortable at this sight, especially after seeing Li Chia's nonchalant attitude as if this was how it should be. Such arrogance, in their eyes, was showing contempt towards their second brother in sect. Does he still think he's a king and this is War Saint Dynasty? All of this land belongs to him. Someone voiced their annoyance. Right? Only second brother is nice enough to do this. I would have walked away long ago. A junior brother stared at Li Chia with disdain. Chapter 2447, Li Chia blocked out all criticism and gossip while staring at the tablet. His eyes became profound, seemingly piercing through the entire thing. Nothing could elude him. He sat there without emitting any aura or pressure as if he were enjoying the scenery, appreciating the beautiful days. Everything felt the same as always. However, Zhang Jianchuan standing next to him could sense something changing while pouring tea for the guy. He felt as if he was before a bottomless abyss, Li Chia. Anyone who falls down would die without a burial. Jianchuan felt a primal fear and his legs grew weak, the abyss wanted to swallow him. He could sense just how terrifying Li Chia was despite a lack of external signs. This ordinary man was hiding an all-devouring force. There was no escaping, only damnation awaits in the abyss. It's full. Li Chia's casual voice woke him up. He regained his composure and found that tea was overflowing the cup. He quickly wiped it clean before retreating to the back, not wanting to disturb Li Chia. The rest of the disciples glanced at each other. They didn't expect the fallen king to be interested in their null slate. Is he actually trying to comprehend our null slate? One disciple said with uncertainty. They found it hard to believe that the famous pervert would be interested in the null slate. Looks that way, he's pretty immersed. A senior sister saw Li Chia staring intensely at the slate and confirmed it. The disciples glanced at each other in disbelief. The legendary king of uselessness suddenly wanted to learn about their tablet, one that has never been figured out for eras. He overestimates himself. A senior brother scoffed. A senior sister nodded in agreement. No one has been able to understand our null slate. The past aside, even Mu Xiaoqian, Imperial's greatest genius, didn't see anything from it, let alone a perverted king like him. Does he think this is a game? Only the most brilliant in history would be able to see something. No one else. A junior sister supported. The senior brother spoke again. How can someone like him be comparable to Mu Xiaoqian? He is only trying to start over again and create some fame, but all this will bring is further humiliation. A useless pervert like him can only be a prodigal son. Everyone nearby nodded unanimously, agreeing with their brother. Jianchuan could only sigh with disappointment. He couldn't stop them from speaking, only thinking that his peers had too much prejudice and didn't know that Li Qiye was nothing like the rumors. Meanwhile, Li Qiye continued to stare at the empty tablet for a very long time. How senseless. He shook his head before picking up his teacup for a sip. Jianchuan was started to hear this because he knew that Li Qiye wasn't talking about the gossiping bunch. This was a comment about the null slate. It was personally erected by their patriarch. Those aware of its background would always be respectful while earnestly trying to understand its mysteries. The disciples here especially didn't dare to make negative comments about the patriarch. However, Li Qiye didn't give a damn, as if God Step True Emperor was a nobody, and that this tablet wasn't worth mentioning. Jianchuan's rumination was interrupted by the gentle clattering of decorative ornaments. A sweet fragrance whiffed in the air. Everyone could feel her beauty and style before she got there. Senior sister. The disciples in the pavilion and those near the tablets all stood up respectfully with hands straight down. A figure finally appeared on the ancestral peak, accompanied by plum blossoms and floating clouds. In the next second, the figure was standing before the pavilion. This enchanting woman was tall with appealing long, white legs. Her legs were perfectly shaped, a little bit more would be redundant but a little bit less would be deficient. Such jade legs made others have the urge to touch. She wore a thin, pink dress with yellow embroideries of little flowers and a silk girdle that accentuates her curves. One glance was all it takes to see her perfect outlines. She was full of life, a fair complexion with a touch of pink like the peach blossom, and was as vibrant as spring itself. The images of flowers would occasionally appear around her. Her step seemed to give birth to the flowers on the ground, looking like they were chasing after her. Junior sister, you're here. Jianchuan was surprised to see her. Lu Bing, or Splendorous Saintess, the daughter of God-Step Sect Master. Moreover, she was also a descendant of Wind God, so a great bloodline flowed within her. Because of her prestigious status and noble bloodline, Lucidity asked for her specifically in the past. Wind God chose to comply, albeit unwillingly. The disciples exchanged glances after seeing her. Some started looking over at Li Qiye. The marriage between the two of them was no secret. There was a system-wide announcement during Li Qiye's coronation. During that period, every disciple in God-Step hated this marriage. They felt indignation, especially the male disciples who were her fans. These youths hated Li Qiye to the core. Nevertheless, they couldn't do anything except to accept reality. After all, Li Qiye still had authority and was still the leader of 9 secrets, standing at the apex with 7 legions beneath him. Moreover, he had an eternal-like Sun Lengying as his backing. This was enough to look down on the world, be the master of life and death, the decider of others' fate. Splendorous Saintess had no choice but to acquiesce. This was no longer the case. The imperious king had fallen. His authority became non-existent, just another dog that has lost its master. To be frank, even their great ancestor, Wind God, needed to be respectful before the new king just a while ago. But now, an ordinary disciple of God-Step could look down on him, or even bully him. Thus, how could a useless brat with no authority and backing marry their golden jewel? He's not worthy of their saintess. The eyes on Li Qiye slowly turned cold. If the saintess were to give an order right now, many disciples would be more than willing to give Li Qiye a good beating, or even take his life. She finally looked at him with an unfriendly stare. His lazy appearance only confirmed his uselessness, so her first impression of him was terrible. Moreover, she had heard of how he took innocent women in the capital before, completely lawless. If she were to meet someone like him on the street, she would kill them without any hesitation. Chapter 24:48. The crowd held their breath while staring at Wuxia, overwhelmed with excitement about what's to come. Some had a grin on their face from schadenfreude. This group wanted to see Wuxia humiliated and shamed. Wuxia didn't seem to notice these disciples and even the saintess. He continued to drink his tea and enjoyed the floating clouds ahead. Splendorous saintess entered the pavilion and headed straight for him with coldness in both her glare and expression. Jianchuan could tell what she wanted to do judging by her demeanor and said, "Junior sister, you're here." He gently shook his head while speaking, gesturing her to not do anything rash, especially without permission. "Greetings, Brother Zhang." She slightly bowed towards Jianchuan but ignored his signals. It didn't take long before she stood in front of Wuxia, accompanied by a gentle fragrance. "Take it out." She stretched her jade hand towards him and demanded. Wuxia didn't bat an eye, not bothering to glance at her. "You are blocking my view." She turned red, embarrassed, after receiving this arrogant treatment and angrily glared at him. As the princess and jewel of God's step, she has always been the centerpiece wherever she went, the moon surrounded by the stars. She was used to flattery and reverence, causing her to have some pride and arrogance herself. However, Wuxia didn't bother to look at her before everyone and treated her like air, truly infuriating her as a result. "This is God's step, not your war sainty dynasty. It is over for your kingdom," Splendorous coldly said. She reminded him that he was only freeloading off their sect right now, no longer an imperious king like before. He nonchalantly responded, "Scram before I become angry, do not block my view." "Who do you think you are?" Many disciples furiously roared. This comment has incited the anger of the crowd. How could they let anyone insult their princess, especially a fallen king that is freeloading at their sect? Splendorous was furious, already annoyed at this marriage in the first place. Moreover, the king had a terrible reputation and this only exacerbated her distaste and disdain towards him. Plus, he was a nobody now, just a parasite at their sect. How could such a person look down on her in this manner? It was the heaviest insult in her eyes. She glared at him and said, "War Saint Dynasty is no longer in charge, hand over the marriage pact, don't humiliate yourself any further." The crowd ate it up. One of them loudly shouted, "That's right, we're a great power of 9 secrets, how dare this landless king act like this on our territory? Humph, someone useless like him isn't worthy of our senior sister. He needs to get the hell out right now. We've shown enough kindness harboring him for this long." Another one yelled. "You wish to break off this marriage?" Wuxia finally put down the teacup and glanced at her, still with a smile on his face. "Indeed," she responded, "this marriage agreement is no longer valid. Hand over the pact since keeping it around is only harmful to you." "And if I refuse?" Wuxia smirked. "It's not up to you." Another disciple cried out, "Your kingdom is done for already." The saintess threatened, "You are a frog trying to eat swan's meat, just bringing humiliation to yourself. If you are smart enough to read the situation, you should know what to do. So a fallen king like me is not worthy of the princess of God's step." Wuxia said with a smile. "Exactly." She said, "I will reach the apex in the future and become an invincible eternal, you are only a ridiculous and incapable king. You should be thinking about how to stay alive, right?" Wuxia waved his hand and interrupted her, "You really think of yourself as a swan? Only a saintess of God's step, nothing more. And an eternal is no different than an ant, a servant, to me. Back at the imperial city, dozens of eternals kneel before me, so stop thinking so highly of yourself." "You!" She turned redder from anger. The disciples' eyes burned with fury. He was insulting both their saintess and sect. In fact, you should be thanking Lucidity King. Wuxia lazily said without looking at her, you think you're pretty enough to be my wife? Being a concubine is already pushing it. No, you're not even qualified to be a personal maid. Your looks and shallow cultivation are only suitable to be a feet-washing servant. If it wasn't for Lucidity King granting you this marriage, you would have nothing. Bullshit. Who do you think you are? The disciples clamored, unable to hold back. The saintess' eyes could kill right now. She felt a murderous urge. You deserve death. You are bringing this upon yourself. Junior sister. The situation has escalated out of control, so Jianchuan pulled the saintess away. Please calm down. Humph, senior brother, are you forgetting that you're a disciple of God Step? A few disciples were unhappy and told Jianchuan since he was helping Wuxia. The saintess also spoke coldly towards him. What are you doing, senior brother? He shook his head in response. Junior sister, I've received orders from the great ancestor to take care of His Majesty's daily life and safety, so please let this go. Senior brother, back off and ignore this. I'll answer to the great ancestor later. Her tone became serious. No. Jianchuan maintained his position. I am under orders, please excuse me. At least one person in Godstep isn't an idiot. The same can't be said about the rest, so foolish and blind. Wuxia added to the fire. Ignorant fool, daring to boast on our territory, who do you think you are? An arrogant voice came about. A youth walked over, looking quite gallant and oppressive. White from top to bottom, he walked with both hands behind his back like a proud crane with an entourage of his own. First brother. First brother is here. The disciples here excitedly shouted. Some stared at him with nothing but admiration. First disciple of God Step, White Crane young noble, Zhang Hao. His talents weren't inferior to splendorous saintess. Moreover, he made his Dao debut much earlier, so his cultivation was considerably higher. He was well received among the third generation of disciples in Godstep and enjoyed some fame in 9 secrets. His eyes flashed like lightning and swept through the crowd before stopping on Wuxia. Humph, you're not qualified to comment on God sect, trash. He was even more aggressive than Splendorous Saintess, not holding anything back. Chapter 2449, I'm trash. False, I'm the king that you all need to prostrate before and lick my feet. Godstep and the great powers are only insects before me. Even your wind god needed to kneel, and as for you all, a bunch of insignificant ants that won't even get to lick my feet, needing to kneel 10,000 miles away from Skyrap. The disciples here were shocked at such blatant insult. They weren't worth a single coin in his mouth. You sure know how to talk big. But insulting our sect is punishable by death. Some loudly retorted. A real man doesn't bring up past glories. White Crane young noble felt the urge to kill. He said with disdain, people were only worshipping War Saint Dynasty and Lucidity King, no one gives a damn about a useless king like you. Plus, your dynasty is over now, you're just relying on our charity to live, just a dog under someone else's roof. Well, excuse me then, but even if I am a useless king or just a dog, it doesn't change the fact that your Godstep sect had knelt before me. As for the lot of you, I'm afraid to say that you're not qualified to lick my feet, only the dirty soles of my shoes at best. You. White Crane was furious but couldn't respond. A man fights with his fists, not his tongue. The saintess said, show us what you can do right now if you think so highly of yourself instead of bringing up the past. Oh. Wuxia couldn't help but laugh. You really think you're something, don't you? A bunch of ants wants to see what I can do. Just one stomp is enough to crush all of you. Such arrogance. The crowd was livid. Some jumped up and rolled up their sleeves. Senior sister, you don't need to dirty your hand against this dog of a king, let me teach him a lesson. White Crane stopped them and walked forward aggressively with a murderous flash in his eyes. Let me see what you can do then. Senior brother, you can't. Jianchuan stopped him while continuously shaking his head. It wasn't easy for Jianchuan being stuck in the middle, but he needed to protect Li Qie at all cost. Junior brother, step aside, I'll handle the consequences. White Crane uttered. Jianchuan disagreed. Senior brother, I'm not trying to oppose you, it's just that the great ancestor has repeatedly told me to take care of his majesty before leaving, so please, ignore us or we can't answer the great ancestor. Senior brother, I've recently learned a new merit law and would like to have a spar with you, please give me some pointers. Suddenly, Splendorous Saintess blocked Jianchuan's way. There was no doubt that both these two and the rest of the disciples wouldn't let this go today. Senior sister, what's the point? Jianchuan smiled wryly after seeing this. I'm not making it difficult for him as long as he hands over the marriage pact or denies its existence. She coldly said. Though Wind God was forced in a sense, he had still agreed with lucidity. Given his status and principles, he would never change this marriage. This wasn't the case for the Saintess. She didn't want to marry a lecherous and unsalvageable wretch. Furthermore, she had the power to get him to break off the engagement in order to change her own fate. That's why she would press on today regardless of what happens. Meanwhile, White Crane young noble walked towards Li Qie and said, I won't take advantage of you, I will let you make 3 moves first before taking your dog life. Is that so? Li Qie smiled leisurely, I don't need to fight myself against an insect. Having said that, he took out a tiny wooden sphere with 3 different shades. Crack! Crack! It flew out of Li Qie's hand and crazily assembled in a huge one. Boom! It slammed down from above with the force of a mountain, aiming straight for the young noble. Ancestral 18 transformations, the treasure refined from 3 ancestral trees and had their power. The crowd didn't expect this at all. The young noble's eyes narrowed as he shouted, activate. He raised both hands in the air like a deity raising a pagoda to stop the incoming sphere, throwing away his offer of 3 free moves earlier. Boom! He far underestimated the power of the sphere. Crack! An ear-piercing sound of bone-breaking came about with blood gushing out. Both of his arms were pulverized. Boom! The sphere instantly bounced back to the sky while issuing rambunctious detonations. Its spinning speed increased and headed for the young noble once more. The rolling distance amplified both its speed and size. The sphere continued to assemble and became 10 times larger than before. It was bigger than a hill now and carried a world-destroying power. The crowd quickly retreated, aghast. Chirp! During the split second before the impact, the young noble soared to the sky like a crane with lightning speed and successfully evaded the sphere. It didn't give up and exploded once more, increasing in size again. It bounced to the sky, heading straight for its target with incredible speed. Buzz! Space fluctuated. The young noble seemed to have grown a pair of wings. His movements became fluid like a dancing crane. He once again evaded the sphere. Boom! With another quake, the ball gained a massive increase in both size and speed. Rumble! Detonations resounded all over the sky. The ball crazily gave chase, but the young noble's movement technique was indeed peerless. He had learned one of Godstep's very best, allowing him to fly just like an immortal crane, allowing him to dodge successfully again and again. However, the sphere had no limits to the growth of its speed and power. After it reached a particular size and speed, even the young noble's great technique was no longer enough. Activate! He noticed that exerting his technique to the limit wasn't enough, so he roared, summoning a gigantic shield in order to face it head-on. Bang! The grounds and the mountains nearby trembled because of the impact. His shield instantly shattered to pieces, scattering all over. Ah! He screamed with more broken bones and blood gushing out everywhere, nearly being smashed to bits. Who knows if he even had one single intact bone in his body right now. He started falling down from the sky, but the sphere didn't spare him just yet. Boom! It activated itself with another explosion before starting the spinning trajectory. This time around, its speed was on a whole new level, looking like it wants to render him to a mist of blood. Chapter 2450, Not Good. Everyone cried out after seeing White Crane's inability to stop the incoming brutality of the sphere. "I'm dead," White Crane muttered and closed his eyes after seeing the unstoppable sphere coming for him. In this blink of an eye, a person leaped to the sky with the force of a dragon and the grace of a phoenix. "Your Majesty, please show mercy," he shouted. His palm blotted out the sky and pushed back the sphere, resulting in a shockwave causing the ground to quake. The person also staggered several steps backward. The sphere rose to the sky and began to spin with massive explosions, ready to strike again. "Go!" The person grabbed White Crane and jumped into the pavilion. He cupped his fist and said, "Your Majesty, please go easy on my ignorant disciple and spare his life." He was an old man with a crane robe. He looked quite fierce with a sharp pair of eyes, not allowing people to hide anything from him. Li Qiye only slightly furrowed his brows, not bothering to look at this person. He waved his hand once and the great sphere rebuilt itself into the miniature version, then landed in his hand. Everyone stared at this wooden sphere instantly. They didn't expect this tiny thing to have so much power and realized that it must be a heaven-defying treasure. Of course, it wasn't strange at all for him to possess a weapon of this level. He used to be the king of war saint, so it made sense that he would have a few of these powerful treasures. "Master." Zhang Jianchuan hurried, bowed and respectfully greeted the old man. "Father." Splendorous Saintess also greeted with a touch of coquettishness and a hint of anger. She clearly wasn't in a good mood. The old man was the sect master of God Step, Heavenly Crane, enlightened being, a famous expert of 9 secrets. "Your Majesty, I've been overwhelmed with various matters and couldn't personally come to greet you, please excuse me." Heavenly Crane spoke with the right amount of respect, appropriate of his status as a sect master. Li Qiye casually nodded and continued drinking his tea. This arrogant attitude infuriated the already heated crowd because White Crane was the symbol of their sect. He was insulting and looking down on their sect. "Your Majesty, how has your stay been?" Heavenly Crane was calm, unlike the rest of the disciples. "It's okay." Li Qiye glanced at him before standing up and coldly said, "Don't forget your promise, tonight, tell your golden daughter to come warm my bed." Having said that, he turned and left. Even the good-natured Heavenly Crane's expression turned ugly after hearing this. He was furious, but someone like him would never show his anger outwardly and only snorted in response. The rest of the disciple was gritting their teeth and glared at the departing Li Qiye. "Pa!" The saintess felt the same way and said with disdain, "A frog wanting to eat swan's meat, he should take a look in the mirror first." Li Qiye ignored all of them and continued leaving. Jianchuan had no choice but to follow right behind him. "Master, this little bastard is pushing it," one disciple angrily said. "Yes, sect master." The other ones chimed in, "He's only a useless and lecherous king with no kingdom, since when can someone like him do whatever he wants at our sect? Why are we allowing him to disgrace us like this? It'll be over soon." Heavenly Crane's eyes turned cold as he stared towards the horizon, revealing a murderous intent. "Father, we need to end this. A guy like him wants to marry me." In his dream. The saintess stressed. "Bingner, I will deal with it," Heavenly Crane said with a cold expression. He would never let his daughter marry a fallen king, especially one that was so wretched. Back in their place, Jianchuan opened his mouth but eventually decided from speaking. In fact, he was under great pressure. Protecting Li Qiye earlier could be viewed as a betrayal by his fellow disciples. "You think that I have gone too far?" Li Chia chuckled after noticing this. Jianchuan smiled wryly, "Your Majesty, you should try to be closer to other people." He could tell that Li Chia wasn't that terrible to be around, that he wasn't such an intolerable person all the time. To which Li Chia responded, "Closer. If I were still the king of 9 secrets with 7 legions under me, how would my stay here be?" Jianchuan had no response. "From top to bottom, your entire sect would want to kneel and lick my feet. When I become angry, everyone will live in fear. To put it bluntly, just one order of mine and heads will start rolling on the floor." He turned and glanced at the youth and continued, "Dignity and pride? Those only apply when speaking to weaker people. Before Lucidity King, not to mention disciples like you, even your ancestors will act subservient, stemming from their helplessness. There's no pride and dignity involved at that point." But, Jianchuan didn't know where to start retorting. "But now, I am only a fallen king." Li Chia continued, "Indeed, just a fallen king, a dog that has lost its master in everyone's eyes. However, in my eyes, your sect members are mere ants. Why is it that they want nothing more than to be able to lick Lucidity's feet, but just a few comments of mine and they feel insulted? It is because you all have yet to see a massacre from me. When I herald the stench of blood, everyone will realize that being able to prostrate and licking my feet is an honor." He grinned after the last sentence. Jianchuan could only sigh. He didn't wish to comment because he was still a disciple of Godstep. "Leave now." Li Chia gently waved his hand. Jianchuan bowed and quietly left. Li Chia began meditating to search for the Grand Tao. He reached a state of Zen with his mind traveling freely. The primordial tree slowly appeared. It poured out faint strands of light, just like the opening of multiple worlds. Each strand represented the birth of a new one. These new worlds were full of chaos, a state of the very beginning. It was full of life and possibility. The tree gave existence to the heaven and earth. In fact, even the eternal high heaven could be created by the tree. The first Tao fruit had reached grand completion. Inside were countless seeds. Each seed was a perfect grand Tao, so just one Tao fruit had unlimited permutations and derivations. The second Tao fruit was ripe at this point. It looked like a spinning top with a thick peel at the top, an accumulation of the evolution and changing of grand Tao across the ages. One could see the beginning of the Tao reflected in this thick skin. This gave it a thick appearance with the external shell, seemingly impenetrable. The shade was a dark yellow. It looked quite heavy, millions and millions of pounds. The bottom part was much thinner in comparison to the top and continued to rotate, hence the fruit's similarity to a spinning top. The thing looked like it could spin for eternity. Moreover, the focus of this rotation could always target the core of its target with massive power, instantly crushing everything like a dried branch. Chapter 2451, Li Chia couldn't help but smile while staring at this thick and tough Tao fruit. He gave it the name, Acorn. It contained massive and overbearing power. Time for the third Tao fruit, but this will be tough. Li Chia murmured, it will open a new beginning once ripened, but every fruit after will need a more potent area to support them. Once all 3 fruits were ripened, this presented a challenge for both Li Chia and the primordial tree. In the beginning, Li Chia speculated that once the tree matures into a skyblotting creation, it would have a total of 12 Tao fruits. It wasn't going to be easy. The more Tao fruits, the greater the pressure and challenge. In fact, adding one more fruit was doubling the stress. After all, from birth to maturity, not to mention the previous fruits, these things required a massive amount of primordial energy. Adding one more fruit meant requiring more supply. The tree itself needed to grow as well. At this moment, these powers and life relied on Li Chia's personal power as the fuel. In order to open a new cultivation system, suppressing the old world wasn't enough. One needed enough force to open a new world. Massive energy, ability to withstand the stress, and an immovable Tao heart were necessary for this process. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to handle the alternation of the old and the new world. Their Tao heart would crumble along with their grand Tao. The frames of these worlds would be destroyed, resulting in the death of the cultivator since they would turn to ashes. Perhaps death wasn't even the worst outcome of this endeavor. If the Tao heart were to falter and succumb to the evil path, that would be the most terrifying consequence. Breaking the old and starting the new required a daring decisiveness only found in the apex existences in each epoch. However, when these apex masters fell to the evil path, they would start a disaster, robbing their epoch of light. Nevertheless, Li Qiye remained calm despite the frightful pressure mounting on him. His Tao heart remained resolute. From the start of time, eras came and went, epochs replaced one another. In the river of time, there have been geniuses with insane talents and brave overlords. These beings were incredible. The current prodigies right now were insignificant in comparison, like a speck of dust. Li Qiye naturally couldn't compare to these beings in terms of talents. The only thing he had was an immovable Tao heart, his greatest possession and power. It didn't matter how tough the road was in the future, he could move forward, step by step. No problems could stop him, no disasters could hope to slow him down. Li Qiye, the man with the eternally unwavering Tao heart. Some time passed before he returned from his meditation. Though he had recalled the tree, some of its light still shone upon him, bringing new hope and a new dawn for the world. At this moment, just a single wave of his hand contained an epoch-crushing power. The light slowly dispersed and he hid his terrifying aura. He returned to the origin just like a simple and natural stone, devoid of any carving. He smiled, realizing that only the true overlords could see through his mysteries at this point. When he walked outside, Jianchuan has been waiting. The youth happily walked up and quietly said, "Your Majesty, the sect master and fellow ancestors are here to see you." "Oh. Look like a big crowd." Li Qiye chuckled after hearing this. "Quite a few, please be lenient, Your Majesty." Jianchuan hesitated before softly speaking. Li Qiye leisurely smiled, "Sounds like something will happen then." "Well. I'm only speculating." Jianchuan smiled wryly, "The great ancestor is still at the capital, so I don't really know what will happen." Despite saying so, as the person responsible for intelligence in God's step, he naturally knew what was going on but didn't dare to reveal it. He was powerless anyway. Li Qiye didn't care too much if the youth didn't dare to speak. The two of them quickly made their way into the main hall. The room was full of people, the influential ancestors sitting down. Many important disciples were standing behind them, crossing their arms in front of their chest. All eyes fell on Li Qiye instantly, some were disdainful, others sneered, a few were simply curious. "Your Majesty, please excuse us for interrupting your session." Heavenly Crane enlightened being cupped his fist and smiled. Heavenly Crane still sat down on his chair, not bothering to stand up. In the past, they would be on their knees to greet the King of Nine Secrets right now. Unfortunately, because of recent events, they no longer give a damn about this fallen king. Even the disciples here looked down on him. Li Qiye sat down and briefly observed the crowd. Splendorous Saintess and White Crane young noble were present as well, standing next to the sect master. The Saintess stared coldly at him with clear contempt in her eyes. Meanwhile, the young noble sneered, trying to hide his murderous intent. This was beyond Jianchuan's control, so he stood quietly to the side. A third-generation disciple like him couldn't speak before the sect master and ancestors. "Everyone's here," Li Qiye lazily said. "Your Majesty, you have been staying here for a long time but the ancestors never got a chance to see you. This is why everyone is here today." Heavenly Crane smiled. In fact, a few ancestors have seen Li Qiye already during the coronation since they tagged along with Wind God. Of course, Li Qiye never gave a damn about them, not to mention the massive crowd back then. Who could remember certain individuals? This is Cloud Flash Ancestor, the fastest in our sect. This is Solitary Dragon Ancestor, responsible for Tao teaching. This is Skywalk Ancestor, he is, the sect master introduced the ancestors one by one with a smile. Alright, no need for such needless courtesy. Li Chia interrupted him with a wave, no need to pretend in front of me, just say what you have to say, everyone is busy. The ancestors didn't expect this, some put on an unfriendly expression. Meanwhile, the disciples didn't try to hide their anger. These ancestors were all prestigious big shots in all of Imperial, not just 9 secrets. Heavenly Crane was giving Li Chia face by introducing them, yet the guy dared to act so rudely. It was a blatant insult. How could a downtrodden dog needing their protection act arrogantly like this before them? The atmosphere became tense instantly. The previous cordial pretense disappeared. Well, Heavenly Crane's smile slowly went away. He then nodded towards the Saintess. We are here today for one thing only. Just one demand, hand over the marriage pact. It will be nothing but beneficial for you. The Saintess said coldly. Chapter 2452, The other ancestors calmly sat there after Splendorous made her demand without being taken aback. This was all part of their plan. The disciples outside the hall were staring at Li Chia with different emotions, mainly negative towards Li Chia. They didn't know what was about to happen. Only the members of the upper echelon were part of the planning. Li Chia looked at the Saintess and smiled, so ultimately, all of you wish to deny this marriage and have it annulled. That's right. The Saintess coldly said, marriage is the most significant event in life where the party's social status must be in harmony. You are no longer the king of 9 secrets, and War Saint is heading for destruction, no longer on the same level as Godstep sect. Be smart and personally back off instead of doing something so senseless. Splendorous made it clear enough without holding anything back. This was indeed the case, marriage was of the utmost importance. Before everything became decided, she grasped the best opportunity in order to change her fate. She would never marry this incapable king and be connected with him in the future. She had unlimited potential, not only beautiful but also talented. How could she agree to a husband like him? She was a phoenix soaring on the horizon and couldn't be tied down to a man like this. The 9 firmaments were her goal. Social status must be in harmony. You aren't qualified to bring that up before me. Li Chia smiled and shook his head. You. The Saintess turned red and glared at him, anger churning deep inside. You're just a homeless dog right now, stop boasting so shamelessly. A disciple outside yelled with indignation. Even White Crane Young Noble scoffed in response, can't even appreciate a favor. Ahem. Heavenly Crane interrupted everyone and revealed a smile, Your Majesty, the young ones are too impetuous, please forgive them. Li Chia didn't respond, only staring at Heavenly Crane with a thick smirk. The sect master said seriously, Your Majesty, we are one of the 5 great powers in 9 secrets, so we can keep our words and have no intention of changing our mind about the marriage, Father. The Saintess was alarmed. This was completely different from her request, so she became afraid that her father might actually marry her off. Ahem. Heavenly Crane coughed again and continued, Your Majesty, our Saintess should indeed marry you as long as everything fits, Father. I rather die than marrying this useless king. The Saintess was astounded and cried out. Behave. Heavenly Crane acted awe-inspiringly just like a sect master and raised his voice, It is not your place to speak during an important event for the sect. The Saintess angrily stomped her foot before stepping to the side. She didn't dare to act impudently before the ancestors. Meanwhile, White Crane Young Noble was surprised. He didn't expect this development after hearing his master. Heavenly Crane continued, Your Majesty, because of our sect status, the marriage of our Saintess is a grand event and can't be taken lightly. Don't you agree? And Li Qie smiled, seemingly amused. Your Majesty, my daughter will marry you soon, so it is about time for you to present the bride token. May I ask what you have in mind? Heavenly Crane smiled heartily. What do you want? Li Qie leisurely asked. Heavenly Crane went on, Your Majesty, as you already know, I only have one daughter and Godstep only has one saintess. Her marriage should be grand, that's only appropriate for a man of your stature. In my opinion, the bride token requires 5 true emperor treasures, at the very least. The saintess' eyes became wide open. This was the opposite of her expectation. White Crane young noble smirked, realizing his master's intent. The ancestors remained calm, not surprised in the slightest. Meanwhile, the disciples outside the hall took a deep breath. This was definitely a big ask. Their sect didn't have that many imperial treasures, and definitely couldn't afford to give them away for any reason, whether it be a dowry or bride token. They calmed down then stared at Li Qie with a gloating smile, full of disdain. They believed that this fallen king would never be able to afford this much. And if I can't? Li Qie smiled. Heavenly Crane replied, Your Majesty, if you can't afford this bride token, then there is nothing we can do. After all, how can we marry away our golden daughter without enough consideration? This is your inability to marry her, meaning that this marriage will be nullified, and the fault is on you, not us. Please understand. The initially unhappy saintess revealed an excited expression, finally understanding what her father was trying to do. He came up with a perfect excuse to end the marriage without suffering criticism. If Li Qie couldn't handle this bride token, then the marriage would be over. It was his own fault for being unable to fulfill his obligation, no longer an issue of their sect reneging. Can't even handle the bride token? Stop dreaming about marrying our saintess then. The ones outside started whispering among themselves. Everyone was waiting for Li Qie, including the ancestors and Heavenly Crane. They all had a flash of greed in their eyes, albeit barely noticeable. This was because Li Qie used his sphere to injure White Crane yesterday. This was an incredible treasure. It wasn't surprising for him to possess something like this since he must have had access to War Saint Dynasty's treasury, the largest one in 9 secrets. Thus, Heavenly Crane wanted to know how many treasures Li Qie took with him. Just thinking about this made him greedy. If Li Qie had enough on him, perhaps even an ancestral weapon, it would be a godsend opportunity for their sect. They would never stop until they take it all from him. During his reign, Lucidity King had taken numerous treasures from Imperial and filled the dynasty's vault. It contained highly coveted items. Perhaps Li Qie had taken some or even all of them before leaving War Saint Dynasty. 5 Imperial treasures. It's no big deal. Li Qie casually said. Everyone was stunned, including Heavenly Crane. He didn't expect for Li Qie to agree so fast. Nonsense. Do you think Imperial treasures are mere cabbages? That someone can just take out 5 of them? White Crane sneered. Only 5 Imperial treasures, not 5 ancestral treasures, it's no problem. Li Qie smiled. Chapter 2453, Take it, I can handle this much for the bride token. Li Qie casually threw out 5 treasures. Sure enough, their imperial aura permeated the area. A jewel, armor, divine garment, all 5 were resplendent with a distinctive aura. Imperial treasures, the disciples outside became tumultuous. They stood on their toes and stretched their neck in order to get a better view. Although Godstep's sect could come up with similar treasures, they couldn't just throw them away in such a careless manner, treating like them cabbages. After a while, the sect master and the ancestors calmed down then glanced at each other. They didn't expect for Li Qie to be so generous, so they didn't know what to say, only standing there awkwardly. This request was to get Li Qie to back off on top of probing him out. If Li Qie couldn't come up with this bride token, then their sect could annul the marriage without any problem. It would no longer be them breaking their promise but rather Li Qia's inability to marry the saintess. All of them realized something. If Li Qia could do this to items considered great treasures by others, it meant that he had many more than just 5. This naturally startled them. Lucidity's treasury must have been incredible. Though he was dead and War Saint was done for, his treasury must have been inherited by Li Qia. Greed appeared in their eyes now, just imagining the potential of their sect if they could obtain this treasury. They would be able to take another step forward, gaining new resources and ace cards against the other 4 powers when vying for the world. No, I will not marry. Splendorous Saintess stepped out and protected, not even for 100 imperial treasures, I'm not a piece of merchandise. I don't agree with this transaction. Is that so? I've given you the bride token, from now on, you are my woman. Li Qia leisurely said while staring at her. In your dream. The saintess barked back with a derisive stare, you can have the entire royal treasury, 1,000,000 imperial treasures, and I still wouldn't marry a useless fool like you. Her existing prejudice regarding him rendered her unable to accept this marriage. How could a proud heaven's favorite like her care for this piece of trash, let alone marrying him? Let her come warm my bed tonight. Li Qia stared at the saintess while rubbing his chin, amused. He then turned towards the sect master, I will have fun tonight educating this girl to be more obedient. The saintess' expression became extremely ugly, a fire was about to spew from her eyes. The disciples outside were outraged as well after hearing their goddess being insulted. Watch your foul mouth. White Crane young noble angrily shouted. Oh. You're against it. Only a woman, it is her honor to be on my bed and being trained by me. Li Qia lazily said. You court death. White Crane obviously had a crush on the saintess, so how could he take this lying down? Unable to swallow this anger, he took out his sword and aimed it straight for Li Qia's throat. He was aware of Li Qia's heaven-defying treasures, so he needed to make this first move count, not giving the guy a chance to retaliate. The lightning-fast thrust made the upper echelon stare at each other. They didn't try to stop him or even shout for him to stop. They thought that it wouldn't be a bad thing if Li Qia were to die right now. They could see that his cultivation was negligible and that he only relied on the treasures left behind by lucidity. As long as the young noble could deliver the fatal blow first, Li Qia would never have the chance to take out a treasure. Clank. The thrust was fast to the point of being imperceptible by the disciples outside. Bang! His sword instantly collapsed to the astonishment of the crowd. Before they could recover, Li Qia had caught the young noble, lifting him up in the air by the neck. Everything happened so quickly. Everyone didn't know what the hell was going on or how Li Qia did it, only the result. Mere ants daring to prance in front of Li Qia. Li Qia nonchalantly said, I'm only here to kill the boredom and play with you all, to actually think that I'm weak, ah. Poof. The young noble got crushed into a mist of blood. He never had the chance to react, let alone beg for help. No. The disciples in the sect screamed. No one expected this sudden reversal, not even the ancestors in Heavenly Crane. Clank. 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 The shocked elders instantly stood up and unsheathed their weapons, glaring intensely at Li Qia. Oh. Want to go together, that's fine, I'll see what you all can do. Li Qia gave them a quick glance and smirked. Brat, you're too arrogant. Heavenly Crane had a cold expression, same with his tone, daring to kill in our sect, you think we can't do anything? He no longer addressed Li Qia as His Majesty, and had a murderous flash in his eyes. Though White Crane was his disciple, the youth was also like a son to him. Revenge was in order. Li Qia didn't care for them at all. Godstep is nothing more than an ant nest to me, can't reach the apex. Ignorant fool. One ancestor roared. With a loud explosion, he swung his huge hammer straight for Li Qia. Boom. Before the actual impact, the entire hall has already collapsed from the force. No big deal. Li Qiye smiled and raised his hand. A powerful shockwave vibrated in the air. The hammer struck an item and was repelled. The null slate. Many were astounded after seeing the item in Li Qiye's hand. Heavenly Crane and the ancestors gasped before staring at each other. Not even in their dream would they expect Li Qiye to summon the null slate on their ancestral peak so easily. Ever since Godstep True Emperor left it there, no one has been able to move it in the slightest. But now, Li Qiye just needed to raise his hand and the slate from the faraway peak came to him, simply astonishing. Chapter 2454. Everyone present felt dread while staring at the null slate in Li Qiye's hand because no one has been able to move it, let alone controlling it. He even used it as a weapon to stop the incoming hammer, shocking everyone to the core. Ever since its appearance, no one knew of its effect or actual usage. Who would have thought that an outsider like Li Qiye could do it so effortlessly? The ancestors and disciples of the sect became slack-jawed, unable to close their mouth for a long time. Boom! Li Qiye interrupted the astonishment with an attack. The tablet in his hand directly flew for the ancestor. Boom! The ancestor's hammer crumbled from the force while the tablet continued on its path. Ah! He couldn't resist at all. The tablet seemed to have a power capable of sealing the heaven, not letting anyone escape. After a shrill scream, this ancestor turned into a mist of blood. Ants. Li Qiye nonchalantly said after catching the tablet again, completely indifferent as if killing an ancestor was no big deal. On the other hand, the entire sect was shaken by this insignificant murder. Kill him. When the upper echelon regained their composure, they instantly felt fear and all had the same thought, Li Qiye must die. Boom! The ground quaked and mountains shook. Pavilions and buildings crumbled with debris and mud flying everywhere. They finally made their move, utilizing their strongest attack. Mighty weapons rose to the sky, aiming for Li Qiye without mercy. The heaven fell and the earth split due to the murderous intent. The frightened group's first reaction was to kill Li Qiye instantly or they would be the next victims. Fools! Li Qiye chuckled and the tablet in his hand went back to work. It came out with the force of a meteor and ravaged the land. Rumble. The weapons from the other side started collapsing against the tablet, unable to withstand a single blow. Finally, the tablet loomed above and suppressed them all. They thumpingly fell to the ground on their back, unable to move a single finger. It felt as if there were 100,000 mountains pressing down on them. How should I kill you now? Maybe some torturing first. Li Qiye smirked while staring at the group. You dare. Some disciples outside shouted and rushed forward with their sword despite being overwhelmed with fear. They only wanted to save their sect master and ancestors without thinking too much. Quite brave though you all overestimate yourselves. Li Qiye chuckled and flicked his finger. Boom! The swords broke down and they were blown flying while vomiting blood, subjected to the same pressure as their seniors, unable to stand up. These disciples were far inferior to their ancestors whom Li Qiye also easily subdued. Fear permeated the hall because Li Qiye far exceeded their imagination. They thought that he was only a useless king with no cultivation to speak of. However, he proved them wrong in a terrifying manner. A realization struck them, no wonder why he viewed them as ants earlier. This was indeed the truth. The group felt a cold chill, making their hair stand on end. It wouldn't be difficult for Li Qiye to destroy their sect at all. Running? Li Qiye noticed the pale saintess with fear in her eyes trying to turn and run. He simply raised his palm and she fell into his control, completely sealed. Her body started flying towards him. Being grabbed by him left her stricken with horror. Didn't you look down on me earlier? But now, I can do whatever I want and who can save you? You dare. She quivered and shouted. There's not an act in this world that I don't dare to do. Li Qie grinned. With a loud rip, he tore her dress, revealing her white as snow and shiny skin, albeit mostly covered by her inner garment. Of course, the lack of full visibility only made it even more seductive. Her round and soft breasts couldn't be completely covered, almost falling out. If one looked hard enough, they could see two red dots pointing up like two little strawberries, ripe and ready for the taking, tempting others into taking a bite. Li Qie wasn't shy at all and slipped his hand beneath to grab the round softness. He rubbed and kneaded without holding back. Splendorous was an innocent girl and has never been subjected to this type of harassment before. Under his appreciation, they seemed to be sticking out even more, adding to the enticement. No, she cried out, the shame of being in public made it even worse. You won't die a good death. Heavenly Crane bellowed after seeing this public humiliation. Shut up. Li Qie flicked his finger again, striking the sect master's mouth and spilling blood. Li Qie continued speaking to the saintess, you think too highly of yourself. If I want a woman, I just need to wiggle my finger and numerous goddesses will come running. As long as I am willing, I can do you whenever, so do you still think you're an imperious princess? But even an imperious princess isn't worth a single coin before me. Tears started to flow down her cheeks but she didn't even dare to cry, afraid that it might stimulate Li Qie. Your Majesty, Jianchuan standing beside him finally got on his knees and started begging, shivering with fear. Oh. Asking me for mercy? Li Qie smiled and looked at him. This lowly one is from God's steppe, it is my home, the shivering youth quietly beseeched. He was the only one on scene qualified to beg for mercy and the only one that Li Qie would give some consideration to. Li Qie smiled and casually threw that saintess to the side, a bit interesting. Fine, I'll spare you for now. The saintess hurriedly pulled up her dress and covered herself before looking on the ground. She didn't dare to weep loudly while continuously quivering, scared out of her mind. Actually trying to take my treasures, can't be any stupider. Li Qie smiled and said. The moment he finished, warning gongs resounded across God's steppe. Rumble. Detonations and strands of light oozed out. A majestic aura billowed from the horizon, akin to a massive tsunami. Chapter 2455, Boom. The boundless light illuminated both the sky and God's steppe. An invincible aura of emperors permeated through every inch of the land. It seemed as if these great beings were awakening along with Eternals. This powerful aura was more than enough to crush the heaven and earth, suppressing the 8 directions. Not to mention the birds and fish, even the disciples here shuddered. Some crawled on the ground from the pressure. Our true power is awakening. Some disciples became excited and emotional. A few disciples lucky enough to escape have informed the other ancestors. After hearing this news, these ancestors gathered and hastily activated the supreme formation of their sect, resulting in this majestic power. After the start of the formation, the grand momentum of the sect began to flow. This woke up the ace cards and resources. These things have been blessed and augmented by the late emperors and gods of the sect for generations. This accumulated was incredible, capable of suppressing just about anything. Boom! Eventually, the bright torrent of power came together to form a seal in the sky larger than a mountain. It carved into the void with a golden brilliance and took the shape of a Buddha's foot. In the next second, it was as if an invincible true emperor was standing on the sky vault, above the 9 firmaments. Just one wave from this being could defeat all foes and take down the ages. Li Qie laughed in response, know your place. Even your progenitor can't do anything, let alone a grand momentum. Boom! The seal answered by stomping down on Li Qie. Space crumbled before this force. All evil creatures and demons would be rendered to dust. This stomp combined the momentum from the geography of the sect along with generational blessings, truly an apocalyptic strike. Mountains and rivers collapsed, even the stars and celestials turned into nothingness. Break! Li Qiye didn't mind at all and raised the null slate. Buzz! The center of the tablet became a whirling vortex, gathering all the strength in this world. Boom! Something unbelievable happened. The tablet actually broke down, revealing its true appearance inside, a great shield. This shield was made from stone, looking both simple and ancient, adorned with tiny runes that were brimming with power. Raising this shield was akin to raising an entire world. Bang! Li Qiye slammed this shield straight for the foot. The shield emitted blinding lights, capable of tearing the world asunder. The foot was crushed from the impact. Pieces fell down after another before a total collapse. Boom! The sect quaked as a result while huge boulders from the sky started falling down. The impact didn't stop there. It continued going, seemingly wanting to crush the momentum of the sect completely. No! The ancestors screamed in horror. They knew that if their momentum were to be destroyed, then the sect wouldn't be able to escape the same fate. Thus, they crazily poured their power and true energy to fuel this momentum. This force became bright once more after the empowerment, wishing to stop the shield slam. Poof! A few ancestors couldn't handle the shockwaves and became blood instantly without the chance to scream. Your Majesty, please show mercy. A loud roar came from the horizon. A might as vast as an ocean of stars came forward and aided the momentum. Finally, this momentum was able to stop the onslaught of the shield. Nevertheless, the areas around the sect were devastated. In this split second, someone arrived in Godstep with the speed of the wind. His godlike aura carried a world-destroying capability. Great Ancestor! The members of Godstep became ecstatic after seeing this old man. Geezer, try this. Li Qiye laughed and casually slammed his shield forward again. Wind God had only just returned and saw this terrible scene. He rushed here only to be met with a shield slam. Activate. He performed his strongest attack, turning into the most terrible storm in existence. Rumble. This violent storm shot to the sky, destroying everything in its path. Unfortunately, regardless of how terrifying and mighty this storm was, it was still extinguished by the shield. The shield was as feeble as little breeze going up against the swing of a gigantic, magical fan. Wind God fell from the sky like a meteor before smashing into a peak, reducing it to rubble. The sect members were speechless. Wind God was their supreme ancestor, one of the 5 in 9 secrets. They were matchless with the exception of lucidity and Sun Lengying. But now, someone as powerful as him still couldn't stop a single blow from this shield. If this terrifying news were to spread, all of Imperial would tremble with fear. Boom! Dirt and rocks went flying as Wind God crawled out of the mess, bloodied and injured everywhere. The sect members heaved a sigh of relief. If their strongest ancestor were to die to a single strike, it would be too hopeless. Your Majesty, please, Wind God prostrated on the ground, afflicted with fear, my disciples are idiots, please think about our past relationship and the ancestors of 9 secrets and spare us, we will accept any punishment. He finally realized that Li Qiye was the real monster. Even Lucidity King back then wasn't at this level. Chapter 2456, Li Qiye looked down at the prostrating Wind God and shook his head. Some don't know how deep the world is until they see blood. Just this casual comment from him left everyone with trepidation. Everyone was on the ground, from the regular disciples to the powerful ancestors. They finally realized what true terror was, the real behemoth. They were mere ants in comparison despite being one of the 5 great powers of 9 secrets. Their ancestors consisted of some powerful Eternals, but these beings couldn't reach the apex compared to Li Qiye. This inconspicuous youth could push them to the edge with a single wave of his hand, rendering them to ashes with a smile on his face. Others considered them to be a behemoth, but they were only a speck of dust in comparison. Heavenly Crane's sect master was filled with regrets. He wasn't worried about his life but rather the well-being of the sect. He didn't wish that the sect's demise would come from his foolishness. The current situation was indeed his fault. If it came to fruition, he would never be able to face his ancestors in the afterlife due to the shame. He was pale, understanding why Wuxia said that they were the one reaching up in this marriage. His daughter being a bed warmer was indeed an honor for her. Unfortunately, he was too blind to see it and missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It was already too late for regrets. He felt that 100 deaths weren't enough to make up for this sin. If they were, he would be more than willing to die as atonement. Wuxia became bored while looking at the trembling disciples. Forget it, killing all of you doesn't prove my invincibility anyway. Scram. Thank you, Your Majesty. From top to bottom, everyone in Godstep felt as if they have just been pardoned and immediately bowed 9 times before daring to quietly leave. They were drenched in cold sweat at this point. Wuxia found this boring and casually threw the stone shield to Jianchuan. You have served me in the past several days and I do not mistreat my people. This stone shield is yours, consider it fate. Jianchuan was astounded after receiving this gift. He stood there, slack-jawed, and couldn't calm down. The people who were leaving were petrified. They were afraid earlier but this emotion was replaced by shock instead. They could see that this shield was an incredible treasure with power comparable to an ancestral treasure, perhaps even stronger. If it were to be lost outside, it would start a bloody conflict. Any sect would spill blood in order to gain this great treasure. But now, Wuxia gave it away so easily to Jianchuan. The first to calm down was Wind God. He quickly reminded the youth, show your gratitude already. He was quite happy at this moment. Though their sect had committed a grave sin from a stupid mistake, one of their disciples was still liked by Wuxia. At the very least, it could be considered a stroke of fate. Jianchuan regained his wits and quickly got on his knees again. Thank you for the gift, Your Majesty. The power of this stone aegis is not predicated on your cultivation, only your Tao heart. Wuxia said, as long as your Tao heart is tough enough, you will be able to control it. Moreover, the harder your Tao heart, the harder the shield. If your Tao heart becomes unbreakable, the shield will stop the majority of powerful attacks. Few in this world will be able to injure you. I understand. Jianchuan bowed again. How boring. Wuxia then turned his glance towards the rest of the crowd before turning to leave. Wind God wanted to speak but Wuxia was nowhere to be found now. He was considered the fastest person in the present, virtually omnipresent. However, he wasn't on the same level as Wuxia in terms of speed. He sighed after analyzing the situation. This was a godsend opportunity yet they just let it slip away from their grasp. After a while, he spoke with a grim expression, from today on Godstep will be closing our doors. No disciples will leave without permission. Also, no one is allowed to speak on the event today, or kill without mercy. He was aware that regardless of Wuxia's intention, the guy certainly had his reasons for putting up this act and didn't want to be exposed. Doing this wrong could result in a calamity for their sect, so he ordered for all disciples to keep this a secret. We understand. The remaining disciples respectfully said while on their knees. Wind God then turned his attention towards Heavenly Crane. He shook his head with disappointment. Go reflect on your errors in isolated confinement. You have disappointed me and failed to uphold the responsibility of a sect master, nearly brought damnation to the sect. I obey. Heavenly Crane prostrated while overwhelmed with embarrassment. Wind God then looked over at Jianchuan who was still frozen with the stone aegis in his hand. He became quite sentimental. Wuxia only spared their sect not out of consideration for him nor the old ancestors. It was because of this disciple. Train hard, come ask me if you have any questions. Wind God told Jianchuan, we still have a long way to go, the sect needs you. Normally, a disciple like Jianchuan wouldn't be personally taught by a supreme ancestor like Wind God. After all, he was low on the seniority ranking. Many before him wanted to be caught by Wind God. Furthermore, he wasn't the most talented or the one with the most potential and could only be considered a regular prodigy. A disciple like him, if lucky, could only be given a few pointers from Wind God at best under normal circumstances. This was no longer the case. Jianchuan had turned into the pillar of God step. Its very survival in the future relied on him. That's why Wind God would certainly train him as preparation. Jianchuan got on the ground and said, "Thank you, ancestor. No, the sect should be thanking you for saving it. Keep on working hard." Wind God raised him up and replied sentimentally. Finally, he shifted his gaze towards the petrified Splendorous Saintess and couldn't help but sigh. He agreed to this marriage with lucidity out of fear and willingness to repay his debts. After Lucidity's death and War Saint's decline, he hoped for Li Qie to give up on the marriage on his own volition. Who would have thought that the tables would turn in this manner? Splendorous Saintess no longer had a chance and this marriage was over. Prior to this, the disciples here believed that Li Qie was reaching above his station. Now, the opposite was clearly the case. They no longer had this opportunity either. Wind God was lamenting that they have wasted this incredible fortune and nearly brought forward a disaster. He had all kinds of emotions while looking towards the departing direction of Li Qie. He finally understood why Lucidity King would pick Li Qie to be the successor. Old Ginger is indeed hotter than young Ginger. Lucidity's vision far exceeded theirs. This new king was untouchable. The people in this world would be shocked after finding out. The so-called Trash King was even more terrifying than Lucidity King. Lineages would quiver in response. Lucidity was unbeatable enough. If the new king were to take back his reign, who could actually stop him? Wind God gazed towards the direction of Sky Rap. The great powers and legions were still vying for power, confident in victory. Little did they know that they were mere chess pieces on the board. Despite being drenched in cold sweat, Wind God found optimism in a bad event since this could actually be a good thing. Their sect could stop mingling with the other bad parties now and have a clearer direction for the future to avoid a terrible fate. Chapter 2457, Li Qie headed southward after leaving Godstep. He wasn't in a rush for there were beautiful sceneries awaiting him. 9 Secret system was built in the distant past. After many eras, it wasn't only an independent world but also had its own creations and fortunes. Its Tao source was unfathomable. The location of this Tao source remained a secret within the territory of 9 secrets. One would find it difficult to sense the rhythm and order of the Tao land. It seemed that it was only a regular place, lacking the majestic power found in other systems. In fact, 9 Secrets has returned to a state of original simplicity. For millions of years, some have been able to control the power of 9 Secrets, but this was only at a surface level. People even said that outside of a selected few, no one could even garner 10 to 20% of the system's power. As for the whole thing, only 9 Secrets ancestor. The brilliant Eternals and true Emperors failed to do so. He finally stopped before a mountain range. This place looked like an ocean of green, filled with a majestic life force. 9 linked mountains. Li Qie smiled and said, "Let's see if I can find what I'm looking for here." After all, 9 Secrets is still Bao Pu's disciple. This place was a famous location in 9 Secrets. Some even considered it as holy ground. An aerial view of this place was beautiful and verdant with 9 peaks standing out from the rest. They formed a circle, almost creating a crown with 9 sharp tips. Inside this circle were 9 lakes of varying colors. From above, they would look like 9 jewels engraved on the crown. If one were to go even further above and looking down, they would find that the mountain range would look like a long chain instead of a crown. The 9 peaks and 9 lakes would serve as the decorating bells instead. Li Qiye took his first step inside and was met with a chilling aura. After taking a deep breath and smacking his lips, he felt a sweet and oceanic taste. This was quite unexpected because this inland place was full of mountains. How could it have the aura of an ocean? How interesting, just how large of a world did 9 secrets refined back then? Li Qiye continued forward. Despite its terrain, the place wasn't desolate and bereft of people. With the same name as the mountain range, 9 Linked Mountains was actually another lineage in 9 secrets, one of the oldest and most mysterious. Some claim that it was the direct branch of the progenitor. The sect itself never confirmed nor denied this rumor. No one knew how strong it was. They only knew that it has existed since the very foundation and never interfered with external matters. Its disciples didn't come out to the world in order to maintain a neutral stance. As time passed, the place became a sacred place or an ancestral ground of the system. Many came here to train and search for the Tao. Moreover, the dynasty or sect in charge would perform ceremonial rites in this place in order to further legitimize their reign. Because of this, the Tao source was believed to be in this mountain range. Of course, Skyrap Mountain was another candidate, but War Saint dynasty never commented on this. However, the long-living ancestors felt that the former was the more likely candidate. Ultimately, whether the Tao source was located in Sky Rap or not didn't affect War Saint dynasty. Most people have already accepted 9 Linked Mountains as the ancestral ground. 9 Linked Mountains didn't have that many disciples per generation, only a few dozens or so. Due to its vast territory, its disciples spread far away from each other, so it looked very desolate, unlike a thriving sect. Strange enough, this cold and cheerless sect continued to survive. 9 Secret System had many different rulers at this point. Heroes have turned to ashes, but 9 Linked Mountains remained. Who are you? Someone asked as Li Qiye reached the base of a mountain with a wooden hut. The entrance to this mountain wasn't an impressive gate made out of stone, only by 3 pieces of wood. It looked like it could fall down at any moment. There was a tiny plaque with the words, 9 Linked Mountains. The calligraphy was slovenly and ugly. Even a new learner could do a better job. A shabby gate and terrible plaque. If it wasn't for the massive mountain range, people would wonder if this was an impersonating sect. The one who called Li Qiye out was a middle-aged man wearing an ordinary robe. This robe was clean, but it had many patches. The guy looked more like a farmer than a cultivator. 9 Secret Systems reigning king. Li Qiye smiled in response. The man wasn't startled and gave him a brief glance. Have proof of identity? Indeed. Li Qiye casually threw the jade seal of 9 secrets to him. The man took a quick look before adding him to the list, new king of 9 secrets. He didn't try to verify whether the seal was real or not at all. May I ask what you are here for, Your Majesty? Tao search, sightseeing, or just curious? The man asked while writing down the registration. Just taking a look. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll train in the 9 secrets for fun. Li Qiye chuckled. The man took another analyzing look at him after hearing this. Others would think that he was insane, claiming to train the 9 secrets in such a casual manner. Since the start of time, only 1 or 2 could do so, and this was limited in the legend. For fun, I see. The man seriously added this line to the registration despite Li Qiye's carefree comment. Li Qiye only smiled and didn't care at all about what the man was writing down. May I ask, where do you want to stay, Your Majesty? The man continued. The place closest to the great desolate heavenly prison. Li Qiye answered. Closest to great desolate heavenly prison? Are you sure, Your Majesty? The old man was surprised and tried to confirm. Yes. Li Qiye said. That would be Great Desolate Mountain. We have several halls there that aren't too bad, you can stay in one of them. The man added. No problem. Li Qie wasn't picky about his dwelling. His Majesty will stay at Great Desolate Mountain. The man earnestly recorded. Chapter 2458. After finishing the registration, the middle-aged man gave Li Qie a wooden badge to hang by his waist and said, "Your Majesty, Great Desolate Mountain is at the very south of this mountain range. Just keep heading south and you'll see it, the highest peak of that place. The prison will be on the opposite side." He added, "Please don't lose the badge, Your Majesty, it will let you go freely in this region." Strangely enough, this man didn't bother confirming Li Qie's identity, only telling him to not lose the badge. This was indeed an interesting place. Li Qie smiled and said goodbye to the man before entering Nine-Linked Mountains. He took one look at the plaque before leaving the entrance, amused. There was a long way to go before reaching his destination, so he took his time resting and enjoying the views. These 9 peaks here had wonderful and unique scenes. Each had a lake accompanying them, a perfect combination that accentuates the beauty of the mountains. The lakes also had varying colors, deep blue, light green, green jade. All in all, there were sights to behold. One wouldn't be able to forget these scenes, only perhaps their way home. Among the valleys and hills were buildings and shrines situated all over the place, at the pinnacle, cliffs, or the wastes of the mountains. The architecture here also helped make the place unique. Plenty of these buildings were unoccupied because Nine-Linked Mountains was indeed too large. It had more than 1,000 buildings despite the limited number of disciples. Some had people, not necessarily the disciples of Nine-Linked Mountains. In fact, an accurate census hasn't been done. Nevertheless, outsiders said that the number couldn't exceed 1,000. In 9 Secrets, having less than 1,000 disciples almost disqualify a group from being called a sect. For example, War Saint or Godstep had several 100,000 disciples scattered across the realm, perhaps even more. Outside of its own disciples, there were invited guests as well, all from 9 Secret system. The majority came to Nine-Linked Mountains with a similar goal, Tao enlightenment. Some were willing to stay up to several hundred years. Most wanted to learn the foundation of 9 Secrets, the 9 words. Everyone knew about the existence of the 9 words, but no single sect ever had all of them. Even the 5 great powers and War Saint dynasty only had pieces. War Saint dynasty and Calm Lotus Monastery had 2 words each. The former had Do and Zhou while the latter had Jia and Lai. The rest only had 1 each. In case of them deciding to hand over their secrets to each other, it still wouldn't result in 9 words. The word, Qian, has been missing for a very long time now. If there was a place that could have all 9 in this system, it would have to be Nine-Linked Mountains. This sect itself never denied the rumors. Whether true or not, Tao searchers came to visit. A common belief stated that the 9 words were hidden in the rhythm of Nine-Linked Mountains. When one could figure this out, they would obtain the 9 secrets. For millions of years, people chose to believe this legend. Alas, they came and left empty-handed. Just imagine, staying for several hundred years or even longer without a single gain. Anyone would feel disappointed and that they have wasted their time after failing. As time passed, people became less interested in the 9 secrets, so the number of visitors subsided. Nevertheless, some still came each year for Tao enlightenment, choosing to trust the legend. The most famous among the Tao searchers were Emperor Zhang and True Emperor Jiuning. Godstep True Emperor also came here once. Why were the first 2 so heavily discussed on this matter? Because future generations believe that they have figured out the 9 secrets, 2 cases of success after the progenitor of the system. Not all believed in this particular legend. Some thought that Emperor Zhang didn't cultivate all 9, but the actual number remained a mystery. However, a few ancestors stated that because he didn't cultivate the complete version, he was able to jump out of it and eventually created the Lucidity scripture. This group of ancestors found more support later on. They believed that only True Emperor Jiuning successfully figured out all 9. One thing was confirmed: she had access to 4 words: Do, Zhe from War Saint Dynasty, and Jia, Lai from Calm Lotus. She paid her respect at this sect and was given permission to cultivate in these 2 words. The rest was most likely learned at 9-linked mountains. As for God-Step True Emperor, he only figured out the word, Xing. The origin of his understanding was also highly debated. One speculation was that he found it in 9-linked. The other was that he figured it out from the roots of the Tao land itself. These legends were deeply rooted in 9-linked mountains, thus, one could see cultivators from the sects in 9 secret system traveling in the region. They consisted of prodigies and ancestors, those who choose to stay for only a few days or several hundred years. The guests actually outnumbered the disciples of 9-linked. However, the sheer size of this mountain range made it hard to find people. A few thousand people were negligible. Because of this, Li Qie didn't meet many on his southward journey. Even in the rare chance that he did, they were cultivating, meditating, or was just in a hurry. No one paid attention to an ordinary guy like him. He finally made it to Great Desolate Mountain and climbed to the top. There were several palaces made out of rocks, unoccupied for a very long time now. This was one of the 9 highest peaks, reaching to the clouds and locating in the southern region. Unfortunately, few disciples of 9-linked and guests wanted to stay here. The temperature was wintry and accompanied by a powerful murderous energy, seemingly traveling from the primordial past to the present. Though billions of years have passed, this energy wouldn't disperse. It would greatly interfere with regular cultivation, let alone a Tao enlightenment session. Standing at the top, one would find a lake right behind it and an abyss to the front. This abyss wasn't especially large. Perhaps calling it a large pit was more suitable. It looked like a jaw belonging to a devil that had just climbed out of hell. After awakening, it was time to devour everything on the surface. The murderous energy originated from this pit and perhaps from the core of the ground, aiming straight for Great Desolate Mountain. It was a blessing to have such a great mountain blocking this energy. Otherwise, it would infiltrate 9-linked mountains, robbing the land of its beauty and staining it with bloodthirst. The name of this pit was very impressive: Great Desolate Heavenly Prison. Why was it called a heavenly prison instead of earthly prison or underground dungeon? No one knew. In everyone's memories, this place has been around since the foundation of 9 secrets with the name of Heavenly Prison. No one knew who gave it this name. Chapter 2459, Li Qie remained aloof about the mountain and the lake, only caring about the great pit. He smiled while gazing at the prison. Looks like Lucidity King himself coveted this place despite not being able to see through the mysteries. In fact, many people knew the name of Grand Desolate Heavenly Prison. It wasn't because of the prison in and of itself, but rather Lucidity King. Rumor has it that back in the olden days, this prison had imprisoned very powerful beings. There was no escaping either. Another one stated that the progenitor of 9 secrets used it to imprison a few murderous people. The system also repeated this in future generations. This practice stopped later on because of a very simple reason. If one could subdue the enemy enough to put them into the prison, it meant that the enemy was helpless and could just be killed easily. Moreover, there was no escaping after entering this prison. Throwing someone into this place was no different than killing them. If this was the case, then why bother wasting energy to trap a monster or an enemy in this place? Killing them was far simpler. For some unknown reasons, after Lucidity obtained sovereignty and reached the peak, he began using this prison for some of his foes. They were his mighty enemies, some used to be even stronger than him. No one knew why he chose this to painstakingly capture them alive instead of just killing them. A few ancestors speculated that it wasn't meant to be a punishment. He was using them to find something, perhaps an item he wanted to locate was in the heavenly prison. Some wise sages and true emperors extended this notion back to the ancient ages. Perhaps even their progenitors or forefathers didn't send prisoners here to trap them. They were meant to be experimental subjects for something. Thus, the prison must contain something coveted even by Nine Secrets' ancestor. Unfortunately, the progenitor couldn't obtain it. It's my turn if others can't get it. Li Qiye smiled before entering a stone hall. His stay at Grand Desolate Mountain began just like that. Though he was a guest, no disciples from the sect came to serve him. Of course, this was the case for just anyone. Even Lucidity himself didn't have servants and was only registered. That's why when he came to Dao Search, he brought his own servants. The brilliant Emperor Zhang didn't have any special treatment either in the past. Nine-Linked Mountains has always been like this, a very unique place indeed. Nevertheless, no one would find this offensive. For millions of years now, no one dared to go crazy, not even the invincible emperors. They kept a low profile and just carried out their business in peace. Li Qiye didn't mind the lack of hospitality. For him, staying outdoors to weather the wind and early morning dew was fine as well. He didn't immediately start looking into the prison. He chose to take in the air here for Tao enlightenment instead. Whenever the sun rose, he would already be sitting on top of the mountain facing the prison in a meditative state. There was no brilliant aura or auspicious phenomena, he didn't look different from a mortal meditating. The primordial tree appeared inside his palace. The pine cone and acorn were mature enough to fall at any moment. Meanwhile, the third Tao flower had a golden luster, seemingly made out of gold and looking quite pure. The blossoming of this third flower filled the tree with primordial energy and a source of life. The tree itself couldn't handle producing another flower and fruit by itself, but everything was going well because Li Qiye added his own power. The tree required a massive amount of supporting energy, but it also brought endless primordial aura to him. He could turn this force into his own as he fused them into his flesh. His physical constitution became different from everyone else, far superior. Days of serenity and Tao enlightenment went on. The entire world seemed so tranquil. After all, this was the deep south of Nine-Linked Mountains, its most deserted area. No one was here to bother him with the exception of another soul. It was an old man wearing a woodcutter outfit, a shabby and old robe made of cheap cloth with a hemp rope around his waist holding up an axe meant for wood cutting. The handle was entirely rusted but the blade was still as sharp as ever. He was full of wrinkles with a dark yellow complexion, seemingly polished by the harsh weather across the years, the picture of a worker grounded in reality. His eyes weren't exceptional outside of being as clear as the water in a stream. One could sense something cool out of them even in hot weather. He would be at the foot of the mountain before sunrise and meditate before the heavenly prison. He faced the murderous energy coming out, seemingly wanting to devour it. Once the sun came up, he would stop and begin cutting wood. After filling 2 full loads held on a shoulder stick, he would go down to the lake and wash his face before leaving. A mortal like me shouldn't go to the immortal garret, he loudly sang a folk song while departing. The warm sunlight illuminated the mountain range while his song echoed. It was as if this was the scene of a painting, lasting for the ages. Li Qiye seemed to enjoy this work of art with a smile on his face. This process would repeat each day, seemingly part of the natural order in this mountain. On this day, the man started chopping wood and Li Qiye finished his meditation early. He leisurely strolled around and saw the old man. "Young friend, calling it early today?" The old man stopped and asked. It looked like he was aware of Li Qiye's stay at the peak but never bothered him. "Just having nothing to do." Li Qiye smiled and stared at the axe. The blade seemed to be made from mortal steel. Not a bad axe. He casually praised. "Oh, need it for a living, you know." The old man smiled back, "I polish it each day so it gets sharper. Cutting wood is very easy now. The axe isn't the only thing being polished, your Tao heart is as well." Li Qiye shook his head and said. The old man was raising his axe for another chop but paused after hearing this. He looked at the youth and said, wise words from you, young friend. Just running my mouth without thinking. Li Qiye sat down on a dried trunk lying on the ground. The old man became interested and put down the axe. He sat down as well and took out a tobacco pipe. He inhaled once then said, "And just running your mouth is enough to spew out priceless words. I'm not educated but I know that much. It's not called knowing for you but rather, profound understanding." Li Qiye praised. Chapter 2460, It's an honor to be praised by you, young friend. The old man inhaled his pipe again before breathing out a long puff of lingering smoke. The mood was good as if they were old friends. Li Qiye then continued into the forest, no longer chatting with the old man. He came before a cave, the entrance to the great prison leading all the way to hell. It was unfathomable and as dark as ink. No one could see what was inside regardless of their cultivation and heavenly gaze. This has always been a mystery. Was it an actual prison or something else? The ones pushed inside couldn't come back out so no one knew anything about the inside. While standing at the entrance, he was naturally met by the powerful murderous energy resembling a violent gale. Each strand was as sharp as a blade, capable of flaying a person. His eyes narrowed, intending to pierce through the darkness to see the deepest area. It's bottomless, who knows how far it goes without entering. A person clicked their tongue behind him. The old man from before appeared out of nowhere and was sitting on a boulder nearby while smoking his pipe. Li Qiye smiled and agreed, "Indeed, or perhaps there is no bottom so one can't see it." With that, he sat down on the boulder as well and glanced at the old man, using murderous energy to train. It's not a bad method. I'm just a clumsy man using a silly method. The old man puffed out smoke, clearly happy with the praise. No talents, not cultured, just a brute compared to the geniuses, but I love cultivation. I'm aware that only through arduous hardship will I be able to reach perfection. It's good logic, you're not quite cultivating for power but rather just training your Tao heart. Li Qiye said. The old man replied, I don't understand grand logics but I always remind myself to not be shaken with temptation or weakness. There are many ways in this world to train the mind and Tao heart, I'm simply using a method suitable for me and probably can't try anything else. A different method might not yield the same harvest. Li Qiye turned towards the entrance. This energy is tough to handle for so long but also certainly beneficial. Right. The old man didn't deny this, it was outside of my expectation. I only wanted to toughen up mentally in the beginning, not expecting to gain so much. If we were to discuss the various grand Tao, this is an orthodox path. Li Qiye smiled, using the heart to find Buddha will result in finding Buddha, gaining Buddhist laws is only a side benefit. A clear disparity between the Tao and laws. The old man shook his head, you think too highly of me, young friend. I'm not that smart and only got lucky. It must be a blessing from heaven. Li Qiye's eyes became profound, this Tao grants you longevity. Whether it be by chance or through planning, it is still an incredible choice. The old man put down his pipe for a bit, lost in rumination. It took a while before he started smoking again. The nearly extinguished pipe lit up once more with tiny sparks. It is thanks to this Tao that I can live for so long. The old man said with a serious tone. Because of this, Lucidity King was interested in this place, searching not for treasures but rather, lifespan. Li Qiye chuckled. The old man was surprised to hear this. He eventually puffed out a smoke ring and said, longevity is one thing, but eternal life is too greedy. He was referring to Lucidity's reign for 3 long generations. This was an incredible miracle in Imperial. The only way to continue surviving was to enter immortal. It's a shame that Lucidity didn't completely understand. Li Qiye said. How many can truly understand 9 secrets? The old man murmured, comprehending is one thing, but to actually grasp them? Easier said than done. So many wise sages and progenitors have experimented but failed across the ages. Lucidity's ambition was only a pipe dream. That old man was ambitious indeed. Unfortunately, throwing people in there is the same as throwing a meat bun at a dog. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. Lucidity threw several powerful enemies and ferocious characters into the prison across a long period of time. However, he had no choice but to give up eventually. Lucidity was only testing the water, but throwing more and more still didn't yield any feedback. The old man said. Because they weren't strong enough, that's all. Li Qiye smiled. The old man paused for a bit before replying. There were many powerful foes during his reign, mainly Eternals, and 5 stood out the most, with one easily occupying the first place. He then stared at the entrance and said, these 5, whether it be power or influence, weren't inferior to Lucidity. The top person was exceedingly strong. To what extent? Li Qiye smiled. The old man stared deeply into the cave and said, a big shot that had lorded over Imperial. Lucidity back then wasn't his match and had lost too. If it wasn't for true Emperor Jiuning, the capital would have been gone. Later on, several clans worked together with 9 secret system and managed to capture him alive. Lucidity then threw him into the prison. Unfortunately, this guy didn't come back out either. The guy was one of the strongest Eternals in Imperial, famous at the same time as Yuguifei. Very few could match him. The old man said sentimentally. An outsider would be stunned right now. Remember, Lucidity King reigned for 3 generations. His power was immense and unquestionable, not just in 9 secrets but all of Imperial. Some even said that he could be placed among the top 3 of masters. But this powerful foe overwhelmed Lucidity King. Virtually every power in Imperial joined in the coalition just to capture him alive. Just how powerful was this guy? Yet, an existence of this level still disappeared after entering the prison, seemingly dead without a grave. The prison was a frightening location. Still too weak. Li Qiye said flatly, maybe throwing in a progenitor can be effective, the rest are only going there to die. The old man had no response after hearing this. In this world, how many people can throw a progenitor into this prison? Only another being at the progenitorial level. Anyone inferior would find this harder than reaching the sky. The old man puffed out smoke rings and said, it's understandable. 9 secrets ancestor failed too, so everyone else is just being overly optimistic. Back in the ancient era, this progenitor also researched the prison but didn't dare to go in. Perhaps a progenitor could come back out alive, but the cost must have been unimaginable. Nothing is certain in this world. Li Qiye smiled and left for his peak. The old man knocked his pipe to get out the ashes before putting it away. He placed his axe on his waist since he had finished collecting his wood and began to leave. This process would repeat every day. He would gather wood, then sell it in the city outside in exchange for food. A mortal like me shouldn't go to the immortal garret, his song would always echo in these parts, becoming eternal. It would still be there 100 years from now. Chapter 2461, 9-linked mountains became rowdy a bit after Li Qiye's stay. Normally, few people came to Dao search, only 1 or 2 a day or so. However, more and more cultivators, predominantly youthful ones, entered the mountains in recent days. The colors will be changing soon in the lakes. The middle-aged man who is in charge of registration murmured. Brother Baiha, I didn't expect to see you here. Many people saw their old friends and quickly chatted. A few strangers began by stating their sect and name as the introduction, friendships soon followed. Even though many sects had conflicts, the majority still considered themselves to be part of 9 secrets as a whole. They were part of the same family, to a certain extent. Thus, when there was no direct conflicts or contested benefits, they remained amicable with each other. The 9 lakes are changing, are you here to test your luck, Brother Baiha? Conversation sparked between old friends. The youth named Baihe shook his head. Brother Wu, you think too highly of me. Obtaining the fortunes here is easier said than done, not to mention their rare occurrence. Even if one were to occur, it wouldn't be my turn anyway. Too many geniuses are here, such as the Princess of the Bingqi and Fairy of Calm Lotus. Is this information reliable, Brother Baihe? The youth with the last name Wu was startled. Baihe replied, very. I'll be honest with you, Brother Wu, not just those two but even Saber Saint and the True Emperor are personally coming. What? Waterwatch Saber Saint and 8 Formation True Emperor too. Brother Wu felt trepidation. Indeed, those two. I believe the 5 heroes are all coming, and some people from War Saint Dynasty too. Baihe solemnly revealed. Aren't they stuck in a stalemate at Skyrap City? I heard those legions are camping there right now, so how can they come? Same with 8 Formation True Emperor, I thought he was presiding over the situation there. Your sources are late. Baihe said, the legions are preparing to leave now, a temporary agreement has been reached between the great powers. A new king is chosen. Wu was surprised, who will be in charge of 9 systems now? Ever since the decline of War Saint Dynasty and the abdication of Li Qie, numerous sects competed for both the throne and the authority that came with it. No one for now. Baihe shook his head, the lineages have agreed to put that matter aside for now. At the same time, War Saint Dynasty is consolidating its power once more, there are rumors of the sacred cabinet returning. A centipede dies but never falls down. Wu murmured, quite surprising that the dynasty can rise again. That's why this trip to 9-linked mountains is very important. Baihe lowered his voice, the fortune here might affect the political climate. Isn't that an exaggeration? This isn't the first time the lakes are changing color and previous occurrences haven't yielded many results. Sounds hard to believe. Not at all. Baihe disagreed, putting the lakes aside, the current political climate right now is different than the past. Lucidity King had a firm grasp on his reign, so it didn't matter who got something from the lakes, they wouldn't be able to do anything with it. But now, the balance is hanging on a thread. Just a little spark of conflict can ignite a great war, so don't you think this event can be significant? Wu calmed down and said, that's true, the situation is very delicate right now. Just one spark can change everything. If something amazing were to come out of the 9 lakes, then everyone will be pulled in, resulting in a bloody battle. He shuddered after thinking of this. In the past, people were only competing for the treasures or fortunes at the lake, not thinking about influence and power since Lucidity King was untouchable. Now, chaos permeated the system and sects had other agendas when coming to this place. The influx of people didn't slow down, so the mountains became bustling with noise and excitement. Let me tell you something shocking. A cultivator told his friend with a mysterious tone. What? Acting all mysterious now. The friend said. This cultivator pulled his friend to a corner and looked around before whispering, I found out something earth-shattering. What is it? The friend noticed his companion's serious expression. Do not tell anyone else, all right? I found out that the new king is staying right here in 9-linked mountains. Really? The friend jolted backward and shouted. Shoo! The cultivator immediately pulled him back and pressed one finger on his lips, telling him to be quiet. This friend took a while before calming down, staring at the cultivator in disbelief. He eventually took a deep breath and said, Are you just speculating? Why would the new king be here? I'm absolutely certain. During the registration, I accidentally saw the new king's name on that scroll, it can't be fake. The cultivator hurriedly said. Impossible. So many people tried to find him and failed, so why would he run here? It must be a fake. The friend remained skeptical. No one knew who saved the king after the fall of Skyrap City. Many tried to find him, all kinds of rumors came out but nothing concrete. So now, his presence here was naturally shocking. If people were to find out, the great powers would surely send their legions here. Pretending to be the king isn't a joke, that's a crime punishable by death. The cultivator whispered, who would dare to do so? They would lose their head on top of dragging their friends and families down too. His friend agreed. The world wanted the king to be dead right now, so who would take that risk unless they were suicidal? Shit. This place isn't safe then. The friend shuddered. Would armies come the moment the great powers find out? This place will turn into a battlefield and we'll be trapped by the flames of war. How are we going to survive? That won't happen. Don't forget that this is 9-linked mountains, no one is going to cause trouble. This has always been the case. Like Lucidity King never gave a damn about anyone, but he didn't dare to put up the same pompous act in this place. It is unfathomable. Sending an army here and starting a battle will be very unwise, because of the consequences. The cultivator reasoned. You're right. The friend rubbed his palms and became excited. Hee, why don't we go take a look at the new king? Why? He's just a piece of trash. The cultivator was disinterested. A piece of trash, but still a king. If we kidnap him and bring him back to our sect, that will be a great contribution, maybe we'll get rich from it. You're insane. The cultivator slapped the guy's head. That guy is a beehive right now. Messing with him will only incite needless trouble. One wrong move and a disaster will come. How are you going to earn any rewards when you're dead? Ugh, I guess we'll just have to watch and give up on this good opportunity. The friend gave up. He was aware of his own abilities and didn't want the risk. Chapter 2462, Despite the inpouring of cultivators to 9-linked mountains, Great Desolate Mountain to the south remained peaceful. No one came to stay at this area or to bother Wuxia. It was truly remote, far removed from the central area. It wasn't suitable for habitation either since no one would want to be assaulted by this murderous energy daily. It was akin to suffering without benefiting from it. Only a true masochist could enjoy something like this. Nevertheless, the mountain range spanned for tens of thousands of miles. An influx of 100,000 disciples still changed much, the place still seemed as desolate and empty as before. Of course, Wuxia was happy to be by himself. Unfortunately, this morning, someone was standing outside of his palace. Creak. Wuxia woke up early to meditate with the murderous energy. He opened the door and saw a girl. She has been waiting patiently, seemingly for a long time. Just the sight of her could brighten the eyes. Well-defined brows, eyes like the morning stars, curly and animated eyelashes, her soft face looked like a piece of art with perfect proportions, whether it be her straight and tall nose, plump red lips or jade cheeks. People would never get tired of looking at her. Her face had a hint of innocence unlike her tall figure, proud peaks and round bottom that couldn't be hidden beneath her dress. This made her look mature like a ripened strawberry, anyone would take a bite. Unfortunately for some, her innocent and angelic face was refreshing, washing away all temptation and lust. Her black hair draping on top of her shoulders fluttered to the wind with a misty glow, causing her to look transcending. She resembled a piece of jade deep in the valley, green and pure with water seemingly dripping off and permeating into the soul of the spectators. People couldn't avert their gaze. She looked quite nervous, touching her sleeves with her head lowered while patiently waiting. She instantly looked up the moment Wuxia came out, seemingly caught off guard and retreated several steps. She slightly opened her mouth but no words came out. Wuxia leaned on the door with his hands crossed in front. With a smile on his face, he asked, "Miss, who are you looking for?" The girl stared at him before quickly stealing glances in the room only to find that no one else was there. Are you the new king?" "No, I meant are you his majesty?" the girl asked while nervously clenching her fists. Wuxia smiled, "I believe I'm the only one with that role in 9 Secrets." Of course, that is until a newer king takes the throne. However, I prefer to be called Wuxia instead. Ah, then I found the right person. She heaved a sigh of relief. He looked her up and down like he usually would, not showing any restraint just because she was a lady, seemingly wanting to see through everything. The girl turned tense and took more steps backward, recalling his unsavory reputation. She felt as if she was being stared at by a wolf, feeling regretful for coming here. Nevertheless, thinking about her destiny made her took a deep breath to muster more courage. "Why are you looking for me?" He withdrew his gaze and smiled. "My name is Lu Chuqing," the girl quietly said, not daring to look face to face. Li Chia shook his head, "No idea, but that's all right. I'm very easy to talk to, especially when you're such a beautiful girl. I'm more than willing to chat with you about random stuff, maybe even romance." The girl's mood switched back and forth between tension and courage gathering. She eventually took one step forward to look straight in his eyes. This didn't last long. Just a few seconds later and she lowered her head again, feeling hot by the ears. He seemed patient and stood there waiting with a smile, staring at her. A while later, she said with a serious tone, "I'm the princess of Waterfront Pavilion, here to carry out the promise." Her voice trailed off towards the end. "Oh, I remember now." Li Chia patted his forehead and said, "You're that girl, the golden daughter of Waterfront with the most precious bloodline. Your old geezer had mentioned you before." "Yes." The girl was still nervous being alone with Li Chia, moving her head up and down like a little chick pecking grains. "Really here for the marriage?" He became amused. Back when Lucidity King forced the issue, Waterfront Pavilion's supreme ancestor did promise to marry their noblest bloodline to the crown prince. She was Lu Chuqing. Li Chia didn't remember since he didn't care at all about this matter. "Yes." She nodded and stole another glance. Blood was rushing to her head. After all, this man was going to be her husband, her lifelong companion. She kept on playing with her sleeves, feeling quite timid. "I'm quite surprised that your sect is upholding the promise, how interesting." Li Chia's eyes became profound. Though he had marriage pacts thanks to Lucidity King, they were pretty much useless after the fall of his reign, no different than another piece of paper. The parties involved didn't quite need to carry it out. In the sect's mind, reneging had little consequences since a fallen king like Li Chia couldn't do anything to them. The first to do so was the Bingqi clan. The only issue was that their supreme ancestor had made a promise. As one of the strongest Eternals, keeping his words was very important or he could be criticized for it later on. Thus, the clan master of the Bingqi decided to swap Bingqi Ingjian for Bingqi Hanyu. The other four powers were in the same situation. Same with Wind God, he wasn't in a position to deny this marriage either. However, the girls didn't have the same limitation. Their life was greatly affected by this. Plus, they didn't want to marry such a rotten king given his terrible reputation. That's why Splendorous Saintess tried to do something else. Right now, the Princess of Waterfront actually came to carry out their part, quite a surprising choice. "Our pavilion keeps our word." She looked straight at Li Chia and answered, mustering courage out of nowhere. In fact, the majority of the ancestors there opposed this marriage, same with the sect master. They shared the belief, like many others, that the new king has lost his kingdom, just a dog without a master. It's already a blessing from above that he was still alive. A guy like that still want to marry their princess? Utterly ridiculous. Lu Chuqing was the one who wanted to do so. She didn't want her great ancestor to break a promise, same with the sect's reputation. This was an important event for their sect, one that determined her fate, and certainly not a joke. The promise with the royal family must be carried out. Chapter 2463, Moreover, the entire world was aware of this marriage. At that point, she has become the new king's woman, for that is her fate. She knew that she would have to marry him and didn't think about changing it, preferring to accept it and adapt. And you? He chuckled in response. She has been maintaining her determined glare. People must keep their promise. Since the marriage agreement exists, I shall fulfill my obligation. Remember, you're not the one who decided it. Li Qiye rubbed his chin. She gently nodded. I'm aware, but the pavilion took care of me and the ancestors have spent great effort as well. I should be contributing whatever I can. If the great ancestor had agreed to it, I shall not make a deceiver out of him. Good, not many people keep their words nowadays, especially towards someone they deem below them. Li Qiye clapped and praised. She loosened up and stopped speaking after getting her message across. The truth was that few members of Waterfront supported her since it was not a good match. Their sex talent would be wasted on this pile of manure. Unfortunately, Chu Qing still snuck out after making up her mind, not wanting the sect to stop her. What will you do now? Li Qiye asked. She gave him one quick glance before being embarrassed by her own response. If you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. The common adage could barely be heard towards the end. She felt her entire face becoming hot. Well said, I like a good girl like you. Come on in. He nodded approvingly. The girl's heart skipped a beat from being nervous. Nevertheless, she thought that this was only the beginning and cheered herself up. Li Qiye had already entered. She hesitated for a moment before following him into the stone hall. She suddenly realized something afterward. This mountain and stone hall were large, but there were only the two of them around. She had heard of his infamous debauchery as well, like everyone else in the world. What was she going to do if he wanted to do something ungentlemanly in this abandoned place? She had thoughts of retreating. An innocent girl of her has yet to experience certain things, and this frightened her. However, the two of them had a marriage agreement, so their status as husband and wife have been determined. Even if he were to do a certain something to her, at the very least, it's natural and should happen anyway. While feeling uneasy with fear, she still didn't want to give up. She eventually took a deep breath and followed right behind him, wanting to get used to this on top of changing his nature. Li Qiye sat down on the main chair and smiled. If you wish to be my wife, you must learn how to serve me. I will give you an opportunity right now. Wash my face. The girl was jolted for a moment before softly speaking, I got it. With that, she busily prepared items to wash his face. As the princess of Waterfront Pavilion, perhaps she wasn't that pampered compared to other golden daughters, but she never had to do anything dirty or serve someone else before. It was already amazing that she didn't have servants despite her prestigious status, let alone serving someone else. Nevertheless, she willingly started today like an obedient wife. Li Qiye sat there and watched her rush around like a spinning top, seemingly enjoying this rare, beautiful scene. After a long time, she finally got all the items ready and brought a basin of warm water before him. Go ahead. Li Qiye sat still and nonchalantly said. She was surprised again, thinking that he would wash his own face after having the necessary items. Who would have thought that he wanted her to do it for him? She took another breath to relax. This was her husband anyway, she'll be following him for the rest of her life. Clumsiness was inevitable since it was her first time washing someone else's face, but she was meticulous and careful. After she finished, Li Qiye smiled and gently touched her exquisite chin. What do you want? She jumped like a frightened deer, thinking about his perverted nature. A man and a woman all alone, what can we do, I wonder? He blinked one eye and said. This was the expression of a pervert, as wretched as can be. She took one step back with a changed expression. We shouldn't do that. Being so nervous made her forget that she was a top prodigy of Waterfront while he was a weakling. What should we do then? He smiled. She had no response despite opening her mouth for half a day. He leisurely continued, "You're already my woman, so don't you think we should do something romantic? It's perfectly justified." She lowered her head, agreeing this with logic. It was only a matter of time for certain things to happen between a husband and wife. After a brief lull, she eventually asked, Can you not be like this?" "Like what? Our matter right now or something else?" He smiled. The girl hesitated for a moment before courageously stated her thoughts, "Just, those ridiculous and unreasonable things I've heard about. Can you change a little? You wish to change me?" He grinned, amused. The girl looked straight at his eyes and said, "I don't want you to be someone like that. After all, we're married now and there is a long future ahead for us. It's fine that you're weak, it doesn't matter, not just anyone can become an expert, but I hope that others won't mock my husband for being so ridiculous. I sincerely want you to become a good person instead of being an absurd king like in the past." It wasn't easy for her to say this, but they came from the heart, her most sincere and honest words. She didn't mind that he was incapable and weak, only for him to stop being a perverted and irrational man. There was no changing this marriage, so she wanted to change Wuxia instead. She was an earnest person, so she couldn't help revealing everything to her husband. Her goal in coming here wasn't only for the marriage but also to change him. Makes sense. Wuxia nodded. Chapter 2464, Wuxia found amusement while looking at her clear eyes. He leisurely said, "And if I don't change from being a perverted king, still as useless as ever, what will you do then?" She contemplated before quietly responding, I will keep trying." Wuxia only gained interest after seeing this innocent girl. In order to change a man, a woman must first attract him, so, there are certainly ways for you to change my mind. Having said that, he paused and winked provocatively again. "For example, I'm very curious and my eyes light up whenever I see a pretty girl, so it's hard to not be a pervert. I admit, you are very beautiful, but if you want to restrain me, you must serve me well, especially in bed. If you can make me forget my ways there, then maybe you can change me. That's why you need to try your best and show me what you got." He spoke, looking a bit sinister. The blushing girl no longer dared to look straight at him and quietly replied, How can you say something like that?" The already bashful girl couldn't handle the blatant flirting and wanted nothing more than to hide in a hole right now. "Why not?" Wuxia calmly defended himself, "Must I remind you that since you want to carry out the promise, we are a husband and wife now. The joy in bed between a couple is a natural part of life, it's nothing to be ashamed of." Well, she couldn't come up with a response, too young to deal with an old fox like Wuxia. "If that's the case, you should be serving me, right?" Wuxia got his prey where he wanted her. I got it." The girl was successfully persuaded, looking a little pitiful while looking down on the ground. "Then come here." He waved at her with a smile. The girl was scared out of her mind and instinctively made some distance from him. "That hurts my feelings, wife. Do I look like a man-eating monster?" He smiled widely. The girl didn't know what to do. Before coming, she had thought about numerous possibilities including the more sexual ones. However, this was happening all too fast. It was their first meeting and he already wanted to start. She was caught entirely off guard. "Come now." Wuxia chuckled and waved again. The girl took a deep breath and mentally told herself that she could do it. Wuxia was right, they were married now, so this was only a matter of time. She closed her eyes and continued walking towards him, feeling a tingling sensation on her scalp. These few steps seemed like an eternity. As the distance lessened, her nervousness rose. She felt her legs trembling with anxiety. Now, inches away from him, she could faintly feel the hotness of his breath, causing her to go numb and weak. She had the urge to run but fought against it. Her eyes were closed, not daring to look at him. Her hands still timidly held on to the sleeves. He looked like a bad young master while she resembled a bullied maid. It's pointless just standing there. Have a seat, I won't hurt you. Wuxia smiled and tapped on his thigh, looking just like a perverted young master. His appearance only added more anxiety to her, causing her to stammer. Changing your mind? He egged her on. She took a deep breath and let caution go with the wind before decisively sitting down on his lap. This was her first time being so close to the opposite sex. Her body became stiff and straight, tense to the core. That's better. He grabbed her by the waist and turned her to directly face him. She let out a soft moan and quickly closed her eyes, imagining the embarrassing matter that is about to happen and feeling hot all over. Time seemed to be frozen. The extremely nervous girl became empty-minded, not daring to move an inch. However, seconds passed by and nothing terrible has actually happened, contrary to her imagination. Nevertheless, she still didn't dare to open her eyes, not wanting to look. She felt better during this peaceful moment and could hear his heart beating. Ba-dump, ba-dump, the beats were strong and resounding with a clear order. It sounded as if the world was existing due to the beating of his heart. She found herself in his embrace, no longer as tense as before. The only thing separating the two of them were their clothes. She could feel his burly chest. Though it wasn't the steely or bulging muscle type, one could sense a frightening and explosive power beneath. The consequence of its eruption would be unimaginable. When her soft and ample breasts pushed against his chest, she felt currents coursing through her, turning her weak and numb, an unprecedented sensation for her. No strength to lift even a finger. She wanted to place her hands to block between the delicate areas but couldn't move them. After a long time, she discreetly opened her eyes to catch a peek of him. His face was inches away. His breath caused her to feel a little itchy and hot, similar to being drunk. The bashful girl took a good look at him, finding him to be very ordinary. However, there were charisma and charm, completely different from his perverted and spoiled looks earlier. She suddenly found him to be quite attractive despite his mediocre features. His angles and lines seemed to have been polished through the ages, always unchanging, akin to an everlasting statue. Not brilliant nor shocking at first sight but deserving of careful appreciation. One would never get tired of his handsome face, she thought. Chapter 2465. The embrace felt quite comfortable and pleasant to the point where Wuxia, seemingly falling asleep. Lu Chuqing was bold enough to steal glimpses of him. His eyes were a top target but she wasn't that audacious just yet, so she stared at his brows. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. There was no impressive aura or visual phenomena, but she felt as if his eyes contained a cosmic power, capable of changing the very state of the world. This feeling was too exaggerated, but she told herself that it was indeed the truth. The world turned dark when he closed his eyes and vice versa. He looked at her, peering through her windows of the soul. She found his gaze looking straight into her heart and mind. There was a warm yet penetrating sensation. No secrets could be kept from him, everything was laid out in the open. She couldn't help but look into his eyes due to the irresistible attraction, almost like a magnet. She found his eyes to be extremely profound, rendering her unable to look away, just like a moth drawn to the light. Her soul seemed to be leaving the body, wanting to fly into his eyes. It didn't matter if turning to ashes was the outcome. With her soul devoured, she was becoming one with him. She felt infinitely close with this fusion. The feeling left her heart jubilating with joy, her entire being was under his control, yet it was as pleasant as floating among the clouds. She wanted nothing more than for time to stop, for she had fallen into his trap, drowned by his embrace. Wuxia had reached an incredible level. He didn't need any trickery or scheme to conquer a woman. Just his one gaze alone was enough, if he willed it so. I know I'm very attractive, but you're drooling right now. Wuxia blew softly into her ear before whispering. The girl regained her wits, overwhelmed with embarrassment. She felt weak all over, as if she had no bones to support her, leaving her limping on his chest. She buried her head deep in there in order to hide her red face. After a long time, she coquettishly groaned, wanting to get up, but Li Qie held her tight enough that this struggle was futile. She gave up right away because this act of resting on his chest was very pleasant. She felt happiness, peace, and comfort. This matter wasn't as scary as she had thought. The initial fear and nervousness have all disappeared, even her shyness was dissipating while listening to his heartbeat. "Do you know what is the most precious thing in this world?" he leisurely said. She gently shook her head but still tried to answer, "An invincible treasure or a peerless merit law." This was the answer for many cultivators. "No, it's the heart," Li Qie stated. "The heart?" She mumbled and mused. "Not just any heart, but one that is brave enough for self-reflection. Once you dare to face who you and realize your flaws, you will have a fearless heart in the future, the foundation of an immovable Tao heart which leads to resolve. Usually, a heart this pure is only found in newborns," Li Qie said sentimentally. "So a fearless heart leads to having strong resolve," she quietly repeated. "You'll understand later." He smiled, not wanting to elaborate. Just like that, Lu Chuqing stayed behind to serve him in Great Desolate Mountain just like a young wife, innocent and cute. She had thrown away her status as a pampered princess of Waterfront Pavilion, choosing to stay as an obedient wife. She never needed to do menial tasks back in her sect, but after following him, she started to learn every little thing so that she could do a good job. During their time together, she slowly found that Li Qie was nothing like the negative rumors. People said that he was a useless king, a debaucherous tyrant that loves sex more than his own life. On the contrary, he was very proper when dealing with her, even to the point of being very protective and doting. It didn't take long for this young girl to fall in love with the domineering man, no cure for a maiden in love. She loved every second with him, adored being embraced and doted on by him. She thought that everyone else purposely vilified him in order to take his throne. They started false propaganda with that purpose in mind. In her eyes, Li Qie was virtually perfect. She would believe just about anything when they came from him. She couldn't resist the charm of such a supreme existence. There was no escaping once fallen. "A mortal like me shouldn't go to the immortal garret." Early in the morning, the old man began to sing. His powerful voice became a part of 9 linked mountains. That grandpa must be very strong, absorbing the murderous energy every day. Lu Chuqing standing next to Li Qie on the peak praised after hearing the old man. She has grown used to watching him refine energy and gather firewood each day. He himself is not strong, but his Tao heart is stronger than the majority of people in Imperial. Li Qie gently shook his head. "A fearless Tao heart?" she asked. The two of them have grown closer in recent days. Unfortunately, she became a bit absent-minded due to being envious. She was not courageous, so she envied those different from her. "No need for that." He chuckled and said, "You are even more amazing than others. Being courageous doesn't mean possessing a fearless Tao heart, two different matters." Chapter 2466, Really? Lu Chuqing looked at him and asked with uncertainty. Li Qie fixed some stray hair on her forehead and smiled, "Silly girl, you're courageous with a strong Tao heart. Your issue is being shy, that's two different things. The only thing you need is more training." "Are you telling the truth?" She felt much better after hearing this but still asked for confirmation. "Don't worry, I wouldn't lie to you." Li Qie chuckled, "Without courage and a strong Tao heart, you wouldn't be standing here right now. You're not the only one who has a marriage pact with me, there are 4 others, but how many are here right now?" "Only you." "It's not because you're foolishly lovable but because you are facing it head-on without denial. You could have avoided, refused, or did some scheming. The courage to do what you did is much greater, readily accepting and wanting to make the situation better. He looked at her and continued, "Of course, this is a combination of you being stupid and having a strong Tao heart." "I'm not stupid." She coquettishly stomped her foot like a cute wife. Li Chia smiled and stared at the horizon. These few things can be trained and polished. How? She wondered. No one is born with a resolute Tao heart. They must be unfeeling or emotionless in that case, but it's impossible anyway. A firm Tao heart is the result of experiences, such as hesitation, fear, and other various emotions, yet the person still preserves. This is a process, not a gift from above. For example, courage is fighting against fear, allowing you to move forward. Right. She became immersed, thinking about how she wanted to run several times after coming here. However, courage still emerged at key moments and helped her. What you need is more training. Li Chia told her, I just happen to have a mantra that is perfect for you. Though it won't let you become invincible or add wind to your cultivation speed, it will give you courage and decisiveness. There's a merit law like that? She was surprised. Why wouldn't there be? He said, why do mortals cultivate Buddhism? For Buddhist laws or to become Buddha? These laws are omnipotent, allowing one to gain great abilities. As for becoming a Buddha, it allows you to be untouchable by myriad laws with an eternal Buddhist heart. Which do you think is stronger? The laws or the heart? Well, she couldn't answer right away. This goes back to the reason for cultivating the Tao. Is it to gain amazing abilities or to have an eternal Tao heart? Li Chia continued. She earnestly listened because this was a new and beneficial topic for her. No one has talked to her about this topic before. To become an invincible true emperor isn't hard, but to become one with an eternal Tao heart is exceedingly difficult. The latter might not show up in an epoch. Li Chia continued, with an indestructible Tao heart, no laws can touch you. Even if the world were to collapse, you would still be fine during its destruction. So which is more crucial, having Tao laws or a strong Tao heart? The laws won't make you eternal, but the Tao heart can. Anyone else would be snorting right now, thinking that Li Chia was spouting worthless nonsense. Lu Chuqing didn't think so. She had a rather pure and intelligent heart. Her innate fortunes far exceeded other geniuses. She was completely entranced by the relevant topic, leading her into a new domain. All of this is possible. She said softly. Nothing is impossible for me. Li Chia said with a smile, listen up, I will pass the mantra down to you now. Carefully train and ask me if you have any questions. With that, he began chanting while she carefully listened and memorized every single word, not missing a single detail. Keep in mind that as a princess of Waterfront Pavilion, she had access to its most profound merit laws, even one of the most coveted things in the system, the word, Lin. On the other hand, Li Chia was only famous as a useless and perverted tyrant with no cultivation to speak of. How could such a person comprehend some profound mantras? What a joke. He was going to teach the genius of Waterfront a mental cultivation technique? One would laugh their teeth off after hearing this. What was more profound than one of the 9 secrets in this system, and she had access to one? He was simply displaying his slight skill before an expert, not knowing his own limitations. Strangely enough, Chuqing was entirely immersed in the mantra. As the saying goes, a woman in love is a fool. Li Chia had occupied an important person in her mind. Even just a casual line would be memorized earnestly by her, let alone this wondrous and highly coveted mantra. A fool is blessed in other ways, or so people say. In fact, her pure and innocent heart was the reason why she obtained this great fortune and earned Li Chia's favor. Anyone else, regardless of how subservient, wouldn't be taught this mantra. Though she was bashful and lovably silly, her talents were incredible. She just didn't put as much focus on training as others. Because of this, she instantly memorized the entire mantra and began to research it. After a long while, her wits returned, this mantra is incredibly profound, I can feel it coursing through me. It's because you have the Halcyon bloodline. This cold and penetrating bloodline is helping you with the mantra. He chuckled. You noticed? Her mouth became agape, looking quite cute. People only knew that she had a prestigious bloodline but not the exact one. Only a few ancestors from her sect had this knowledge, yet Wuxia could figure it out. Nothing can hide from my eyes as long as I will it so. Wuxia bragged. She tilted her head and stared at this ordinary yet charismatic man. Perhaps she could never get tired of doing so. You're so much different from the rumors. She murmured. The world is full of illusions and hindrances, no one can see clearly. He said, it is a chess match, how can a piece see the entire board or the actual players? That's why the majority of the world just listen and repeat blindly. I see. She didn't want to think about the rationality behind this line and went back to focusing on her mantra. She eventually had a question. I feel a sense of familiarity as if I've seen it before, maybe not. What mantra is this? You'll find out later, but this is only the beginning. Take your time and understand it, then I'll teach you another. He said. All right. She nodded obediently, just like a virtuous wife. Wuxia smiled, enjoying her demeanor. Others would find this impossible. The princess of Waterfront with boundless potential was willing to marry a useless king and follow him for the rest of her life. Moreover, she even happily learned his mantra. People would think that she was insane and foolish beyond cure. She didn't care about these matters because the moment she came here, she was prepared for the worst. However, after actually spending time with him, reality didn't seem so bad. She actually found happiness and thought that just one lifetime with him was too short. Others could think that she was stupid all they want, she didn't mind at all. She enjoyed her time right now, even if Wuxia was actually a useless king like the rumors. Chapter 2467. As the days went by, more disciples came to Nine-Linked Mountains. A while ago, the southern region was completely devoid of people outside of the old woodcutter. However, a few have appeared in Great Desolate Mountain to search for the Tao. Of course, no one really wanted to pick this place due to its murderous energy. With people came news and gossips. The princess of the Bingqi is coming. Someone revealed this information. Which one? That one? Another asked curiously. How many do they have? I thought just one. Someone became surprised. Far more than one, don't you remember one of them being married to that new king? Another disciple responded. That's not a real princess from the Bingqi. The guy understood and shook his head, she was only a puppet. Her name is Bingqi Ingjian, from a fallen branch with no authority and influence, only bestowed the title of a princess to be a sacrifice. The clan only has one real princess, Bingqi Hanyu. Oh, so Princess Hanyu is coming here? Doesn't that mean 8 Formation True Emperor is coming as well? A different disciple joined in. How are the two things connected? A disciple unaware of the current situation casually asked. I heard 8 Formation True Emperor is Princess Hanyu's fiancé now. The knowledgeable disciple said. Myriad Formation Kingdom is having a marriage alliance with the Bingqi. The crowd became surprised. This is old news, everyone knows by now. An older man jumped in, it's not surprising at all. When the Bingqi was surrounded by the 5 legions, Myriad Formation was the first to come help. It shows how close the two powers are. Plus, after the new king had lost his throne, the world is chasing after this supreme authority. It makes sense for them to team up, especially with a marriage alliance. But, I thought Princess Hanyu was betrothed to the king. Didn't the supreme ancestor from that clan have a marriage pact with the late king? It seems rather strange for her to be engaged to 8 Formation True Emperor now. A young one quietly said, aware of this potentially dangerous statement. The cultivators nearby looked around and found that no one from these two powers was around. They felt much better. The time has changed. The old cultivator shook his head. Lucidity King was still alive back then with all of the authority, who would dare to refuse him? The crown prince at that point was useless but still had a prestigious status. Once he became emperor, he would be standing at the top of 9 secrets. Under those circumstances, Princess Hanyu might be noble but not much before absolute authority. Marrying the new king meant being exposed to this power, so the princess was actually reaching up. The experienced old man sighed before continuing. Unfortunately, the party didn't last long. The death of Lucidity King heralded a total collapse of War Saint. The royal rule has lost its brilliance and the new king is useless. How could the princess marry such a person? That's just life. You can't blame anyone for it. When standing at the top, people naturally flock to you. When you fall into the abyss, people will leave, some will even throw rocks down at you. Promise, marriage pact. All useless. A vigorous youth said, they're nothing before absolute power. A fallen king wanting to marry Princess Hanyu? That's a frog wanting to eat swan's meat. Exactly. A different cultivator echoed the sentiment. The Bingqi still sent another princess to the royal palace, which is in accordance with the marriage pact. They were already nice enough, it's the king's fault for being so lecherous, harassing innocent girls and losing his kingdom over a woman. The crowd became silent after hearing this. It was a world of the strong, everyone found this normal and acceptable. In their eyes, the fallen king was no longer worthy of Princess Hanyu. The Bingqi was nice enough to send a different princess to him. Honor, promise, and morality weren't worth much in the minds of many masters. Princess Hanyu is a genius and a kingdom-toppling beauty. Who is worthy of a woman like her? Definitely not the useless king. Only the brilliant 8-formation true emperor, a heaven's favorite, is worthy of her. Indeed. Another youth added, the two are indeed a match made in heaven, a perfect union. Nothing can be better. People supported this particular marriage because 8-formation true emperor was one of the strongest members of the young generation. He only had 2 palaces for now but his potential was limitless. Some even thought that he could take over 9 secrets in the future. If he becomes the next king, the Princess Hanyu will become the queen. Looks like she is meant to be a queen, one way or another. Someone else thought it was fate. Hey, I actually heard that the new king is in 9-linked mountain. A non-tactful person suddenly said. The atmosphere turned cold right away, no one uttered a word and started glancing at each other. The new king was here. Princess Hanyu and 8-formation true emperor were coming as well. What would happen during the meeting of these 3? In fact, this piece of news has been spreading at a rapid rate. The new king has been missing since the fall of Skyrap. Many were searching for him in secret, wanting to use him as a puppet to take reign. Furthermore, some became worried about the potential of war. However, no legions came, contrary to everyone's expectations. The Bingqi, Myriad Formation, and War Saint Dynasty didn't mobilize. Some big shots were certainly arriving in secrecy, but nothing of a bigger scale was materializing. No one tried to invade the mountains and kidnap the new king, not even 8-formation true emperor and his men. Everyone suddenly realized that this lack of action wasn't due to a lack of interest, but rather because of 9-linked mountain strength. The older cultivators found that these great powers didn't dare to act recklessly here. In the beginning, the youths didn't care much about 9-linked mountains either. After all, it had too few disciples. Some even treated it as a hotel and came and went as they pleased. However, as the storm was approaching, even the behemoths didn't dare to do anything. The ignorant ones finally realized that the truly strong masters were afraid, including 8-formation. No wonder why Lucidity King kept a low profile when coming here instead of marching with Silver Secret. Looks like this sect is unfathomable. Someone from the last generation murmured. Even the great king of 3 generations gave this sect face. Their true power must be immense. Chapter 2468, The entire mountain range knew about the king's presence. It was no longer a secret. New disciples, ordinary cultivators, and ancestors have all heard about the king. His coronation was a great event, announced to the entire world. Later on, his fall was also heavily publicized. With that, the old and young of 9 secrets all heard about the king. Of course, their impression of him was unanimous, that he was a perverted fool. That's the reason why he lost his kingdom. After controlling the capital, the various legions of War Saint, the Bingqi, and myriad formation kingdom purposely proliferated this propaganda. The world heard that when Li Qie was on the throne, he committed all kind of debaucherous deeds, raping, taking others' wives, even his subjects' wives and palace maids weren't spared. They even said that he even ordered the death of an entire clan for a woman. Imperious, lecherous, unreasonable, no merits to speak of. In short, the alliance painted the picture of a horrible tyrant. Just hearing about his tales would make others hate him to the bones, thinking that a rebellion should be in order. They obviously did this in order to hide one thing, their betrayal. They wanted to justify and garnish their betrayal, that they were in the right to overthrow the king, not a usurping attempt. Numerous older cultivators naturally understood this, but the young ones, especially those that have only recently joined sects, believed these rumors. Because of this, the young ones were very curious to see the lecherous tyrant after finding out that he was staying in Ninelinked. In the next few days, young cultivators popped up around Great Desolate Mountain. Though they didn't climb up this peak, they stood in the areas nearby or float in the sky. They saw Li Qie absorbing murderous energy early in the morning. This attracted everyone's attention. That's the new king. One youth pointed and murmured. And here I thought the legendary tyrant would look quite fierce with 3 heads and 6 arms. He just looks like an ordinary person. A female cultivator wanted to satisfy her curiosity but became disappointed instead at Li Qie's appearance. When they heard about his sexual crimes, they thought that he would look quite wretched and lowly. Who would have thought that his appearance couldn't be more common and ordinary? A guy like that can become the king. How strange. A new cultivator wondered. Someone who can become the king of War Saint dynasty should be a supreme person, not someone like Li Qie. It's because he has a good daddy. Someone couldn't help but mock, he's the previous king's illegitimate son, that's more than enough for someone like him to become king, but keeping that position is an entirely different story. Didn't you see, the guy didn't even sit straight on his throne before losing his kingdom. Humph, an idiot can't rule the world. That's true. A relatively older disciple nodded, given the current circumstances of our system, I don't think there's a more suitable and qualified person to be king other than 8 Formation True Emperor. He has 2 palaces right now and could become a progenitor in the future. I agree. He's a brilliant talent, it's appropriate for him to be our king, unlike a certain person with a good daddy. Another sneered, but that's all in the past now, 8 Formation True Emperor will be our ruler and Princess Hanyu will be a great match. A great match indeed, you can't find a better pairing. His friend stared at Li Qie in the distant and sneered, it's fortunate that Princess Hanyu didn't marry that fool or it would be such a waste. The youths nearby nodded in agreement. Is he cultivating? Someone else changed the subject. Yes, he does this every day. A different disciple has been watching him early on so he had a good grasp on Li Qie, he's very diligent too, always on time. Maybe losing the kingdom was a great blow to him. A sentimental commenter stated, perhaps he wants to change completely and start all over again, that's why he's here at 9-linked mountains to train hard in order to rise up after becoming a master. In his dream. A supporter of 8 Formation scoffed, with his pitiful cultivation, he could cultivate for another 1,000 years and wouldn't be as strong as one finger from 8 Formation True Emperor. The Emperor will easily crush him. No one bothered to respond because the situation was very delicate right now in 9 Secrets. Who knows if 8 Formation True Emperor can become the next king? However, most did admit that he made sense. At the very least, the new king wouldn't be able to accomplish anything regardless of his change. Everyone could see how weak he was, not comparable to 8 Formation True Emperor and the others at all. Seizing the throne again was simply impossible. As for Li Qie, he ignored all of these gossipers. They didn't affect his daily ritual at all. Despite the crowd building around Li Qie, they only wanted to satisfy their curiosity and didn't do anything to him. After all, there was no conflict and enmity between them and the new king. Even if he was a lecherous tyrant during his reign, they were too far away to be affected. Plus, they weren't qualified to meet him back then either. Furthermore, he might not have a kingdom anymore, but some remnant vestiges and authority remained. No one wanted to mess with this matter because it might bring about a calamity. This isn't to say that all the youths felt the same way. Some had ulterior motives and reasons. Today, one youth climbed up the peak with a dozen of tough-looking men. Each had a ferocious presence, clearly part of the army. The youth had an expensive robe, but due to his impressive physique, he seemed to be a warrior as well. Zheng Yibin is coming for the new king. This news came out while the group was climbing up the peak. What does he want to do? A curious spectator wondered. Probably to pick a fight. A cultivator from the capital quietly said, "Don't forget, Yibin is a cousin of young Lord Ma." The Ma clan? The military one of Central Legion Commander Ma Mingchun? People shuddered after hearing this. That's the one. The person answered. The crowd glanced at each other and took a deep breath. The Central Legion was one of the strongest legions of 9 Secrets. Even back in Lucidity King's reign, this legion was one of his strongest fighting force. Ma Mingchun was a powerful eternal, beloved by his men. His words carried a lot of weight. Everyone knew that he was the mastermind behind the betrayal of the 6 legions. Meanwhile, Zheng Yibin was his grandchild on the maternal side, once a part of the Central Legion. This clearly wasn't a case of a subject looking for his king. All eyes were on him now. Chapter 2469, Boom. After Zheng Yibin and his men made it to the top, one of them walked to the front of the stone hall and stomped on the door. It was instantly blown flying. Who is being so rude? A lazy voice came about. Li Qie slowly walked out with a beautiful girl behind him, Lu Chuqing. He had a faint smile on his face with no sign of anger. Me, Zheng Yibin. Yibin arched his chest proudly, knowing that many people were watching. As Ma Mingchun's grandchild, he was relatively exceptional among the young generation. Unfortunately, he couldn't handle the tough army life and returned to his clan. Of course, he couldn't compare to the real geniuses and was only a little well known, no match for his older cousin, Ma Jinming. Doing something dominating like this satisfied his ego and vanity. After all, others wouldn't dare to do this right now. No idea who you are. Li Qie drowsily said. Now you do. Yibin arrogantly said, I am a child of the Zheng clan, the captain of the 8th Battalion of the Central Legion with 1 decorated star. He had a good background and eventually became a low-ranking general in the Legion. This raised his status, so he looked quite pleased when introducing himself. Oh. Battalion captain? No, just a nobody that isn't qualified to even lick my feet at the Golden Hall. Li Qie casually said. The gloating youth's expression became extremely unsightly, as if someone had just poured cold water over him. Unfortunately, he couldn't quite retort because this was indeed the case. Someone of his level wasn't qualified to enter the Golden Hall, let alone prostrating before the king. Only a commander like Ma Mingchun could be there. During the reign of Lucidity King, the dynasty produced countless talents. An insignificant and low-ranking general like him wasn't worth mentioning, just another fish in the ocean. The spectators laughed in response because Yibin's demeanor just now was so wretched, like a dog finally able to bite a downed tiger. Though the king was even more useless, he was still the king. Humph, keep on acting cool, this general won't stoop down to your level. Yibin snorted and coldly answered. He was still boasting about his position despite not being one any longer. Get the hell out. From now on, we are in charge of this peak. He declared. Why should I? Li Qiye smiled and said. Because I like this place. Our Central Legion is about to occupy this area, so be smart and scram, don't invite needless trouble. Yibin revealed an unfriendly expression. A spectator in the distance quietly asked, the Central Legion is really coming to Nine-Linked Mountains? No way, he's coming up with an excuse. An older cultivator said with uncertainty. And if I refuse? Li Qiye asked. Yibin's eyes chillingly flashed as he responded, I'm afraid it's not up to you. It will be considered obstruction against official military business. I'll break your arms and legs, then we'll throw you down the cliff like a dead dog. He laughed and looked down on Li Qiye as if the guy was an ant. This style gave him great pleasure, satisfying his ego and previous grievances. Keep in mind that a general like him wouldn't be able to meet the king at all. This fool, as long as he was on the throne, was still a supreme existence, able to look down on a general as if they were ants. This was no longer the case. This imperious king was now a dog without a master. No one would give a damn about him. He could treat this king like an ant now, an amazing feeling of schadenfreude. The spectators didn't say anything. They didn't know whether Yibin was acting on his own accord or if he was under the orders of Commander Ma Mingchen. Don't you know who he is? Lu Chuqing was furious and stepped up for Li Qiye's sake. Of course. Yibin laughed loudly in response, how could lowly characters like us not know about our great king? Oh no, our legs are growing weak because of his prestige and royal aura, we should prostrate and worship him now, the sarcasm was too clear. He continued on with a fierce glare, unfortunately, that's all in the past. Move now or I'll make you wish for death. Even the nice Chuqing couldn't handle this tone. She scowled and said, such impudence. His Majesty is not someone you can insult. Leave now, His Majesty will spare you. Who are you? Yibin was a fool, but after seeing Chuqing's incredible presence, he could tell that she must be someone important. Lu Chuqing of Waterfront Pavilion. She had no intention of hiding her identity. Waterfront Princess. Though Yibin has never met her before, he has heard of her fame and took one step back, astonished. The crowd felt the same way and needed to take a composing inhale. Chuqing rarely showed herself in public, so people have only heard of her before. Nevertheless, virtually everyone here knew who she was. The Princess of Waterfront was prestigious and had an amazing bloodline. More importantly, her talents were rumored to be top-notch as well. People haven't seen her in action yet, but Waterwatch Saber Saint once lamented that he was only the second place in the pavilion in terms of talents. Keep in mind that the Saber Saint was the best genius in Waterfront, famous alongside 8 Formation True Emperor or even above. The crowd felt perplexed, not knowing why the princess would be together with the new king. You're Waterfront Princess. Yibin was shocked, realizing that he couldn't afford to mess with someone like her. Provoking her might invoke the fury of Waterwatch Saber Saint. Yes. She nodded without putting up a haughty act. Yibin sneered with disdain at Li Qiye, hiding behind a woman, what a coward. No wonder why you lost your kingdom, someone like you will never amount to anything, not worthy of being a king. He directed his attention towards Li Qiye instead. How dare you? Chuqing grew red, wanting to teach the youth a lesson. Li Qiye pulled her back behind him and smiled deeply, I see, then I should stop hiding behind her then. He gave Yibin the side eye and said, you wanted to break my legs, right? I'm right here, come. Be careful. She was worried about him and whispered. Good, still have a backbone. That's a king for you. Yibin was very pleased with himself, not expecting for his taunt to actually work. Men, if he doesn't move, then break his bones and throw him away. He revealed a cruel smile. Chapter 2470, The spectators pondered about Zhang Yibin's intent. The experienced youths shook their heads. They weren't empathizing with Li Qia, just annoyed at Yibin's gloating demeanor. When the king still had his kingdom, he probably wouldn't have dared to let a fart out. Look at him now, acting all high and mighty. Few in this world would care about the weak, but they didn't like this gloating act from Yibin either. During any other day, someone like him was only a minor character, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Such arrogance and bossiness earned him the resentment of the crowd. Of course, the spectators didn't feel like speaking, let alone helping the king. Yibin himself might not be a genius, but he was still a member of the Zheng clan, the grandchild of Ma Mingchen. That's an impressive background. Plus, the king was only a dog without a master right now. Who would want to interfere for his sake? After receiving Yibin's order, the muscular men behind him surrounded Li Qia with eyes full of aggression. They were part of the army and wouldn't show any mercy the moment Yibin gives them the go-ahead. Your Majesty, will you break your legs yourself or do we have to help you? One of the men smiled and asked. The scene became quite tense, all spectators held their breath due to the excitement. Suddenly, loud exhales disrupted the ongoing situation. Yang Yibin and his men all turned around. They saw an old man sitting on a boulder nearby with a woodcutter hanging by his waist and a bundle of firewood beneath. He sat on a boulder and enjoyed his smoke. No one knew when he got there, it was as if he had been there the entire time but no one noticed his existence. He puffed out a ring of smoke and noticed everyone looking at him. He tapped his pipe to get the ashes out and coughed, "Excuse me, I'm at the wrong place, continue on." No one had a clue who he was. Yibin ignored this and ordered, "Start." He had no other choice and delaying this matter might create further problems. Your Majesty, don't blame us for being merciless. Blame yourself for being blind. One man smiled grimly. Four of the group exchanged glances before shouting, "Let's go." They reached for Li Qia, each aiming for a different arm and leg, wanting to raise him in the air. This didn't look like a simple bone-breaking move, more like dismemberment via running horses. Clank! Suddenly, a snow-white flash appeared. Pluff! 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 The shade of red emerged. Oh no, my woodcutter! Everyone, still confused, heard the old man shouting and saw him holding his waist. However, the woodcutter was nowhere to be seen. In this split second, there was a sharp white blade flying in the air. It severed the arms of the four men from the shoulder down, as easily as cutting tofu. Ah! The men finally realized what had happened after seeing blood gushing out from the wounds and screamed. This woodcutter hovered in the sky and blood dripped down from its tip, one drop at a time. No one was controlling it, it seemed to have its own mind and moved on its own volition. Come back, I need you to stay alive. The old man anxiously shouted again. Everyone immediately thought that he was putting up an act. Old man, you're courting death. The other men immediately turned towards him with a shocked expression. Clank! They took out their saber and sword before lunging for him like tigers and wolves. It has nothing to do with me, you got it wrong. The frightened old man waved his hands in denial. However, these men wouldn't listen to him. The wind-cutting howls of their lightning-fast slashes came straight for his neck. They wouldn't give the enemy a chance to retaliate at all, not caring who the old man actually was. Whoosh! The hovering cutter suddenly flashed and came for them. Watch it. The men noticed this and turned their blades upward. Bang! Bang! Their sabers and swords crumbled with pieces flying everywhere. Blood came next. The knife cutter dashed through the air, creating a beautiful white arc before slashing down. More arms dropped to the ground. All became armless men, unable to resist at all. Their weapons were crushed and gone were their arms. Ah! They let out miserable and heart-wrenching scream. The spectators were alarmed after seeing the one-sided battle. It's a master. Everyone could see that the old man was a hidden master. Run! After the initial jolt of pain, the men realized that they needed to ignore the pain and retreat as fast as possible. Pluff! The cutter flew up in the air before descending once more, decapitating the escaping victims. These poor, headless victims still ran for a while longer without a head. When their head dropped down and rolled on the ground, they could see their body falling to the ground with blood gushing out. They opened their mouth, wanting to scream but no sound would come out. Their blood on the ground flowed together and formed thick streams. The spectators watched in a daze, shuddering. The imperious Yibin was frozen. His men were all experts that have survived numerous battlefields. None of them was weak but they were instantly murdered by this old man. The guy's power was insane. Shit. His wits returned and he decided to run, for that was the only option. Honor, reputation, face. None of them mattered. Nothing was more important than staying alive, so he mustered all of his strength to flee. Unfortunately, the blood-stained cutter unleashed another vertical slash. Thump. Yibin didn't make it far before his legs got cut off. He immediately rolled on the ground. Ah! Once he stopped rolling, he finally noticed that his legs were missing. The pain and realization made him scream. Shit! The pale youth used his arms to crawl instead, leaving behind 2 trails of blood. Chapter 2471, Whoosh. The blade slashed down again with a flashing glint. Yibin's arms were severed from the shoulder as well. The youth was covered in blood, limbless, quite a horrifying scene. Ah! He rolled back and forth in his own blood while howling. Why are you so cruel? We have no grievances, he bellowed. No, it's not me, this has nothing to do with me. The old man defended himself and chased after his blade. He finally grabbed it and heaved a sigh of relief while patting his chest. Good, it didn't fly away or I'll go hungry. It's your blade, who else could it be? Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. No need to deny anything after you kill them all. Young friend, you're accusing me of something I didn't do. I'm just a woodcutter, not a killer. The old man put on a painful expression. I'm not accusing you of anything, it is as clear as day. Li Qiye waved his hand dismissively. Everyone was staring at the old man, certainly believing Li Qiye. They believed that he was a reclusive master. Of course, this was indeed the truth. His blade had just killed that entire group, who else could it be but him? He was only playing the fool. People trembled because the old man didn't need to use any technique at all. Just how strong was he? It's really not me, I'm innocent. The old man vehemently denied to no avail. Everyone has made up their mind. Li Qiye ignored the old man and walked towards Yibin, who was looking quite pitiful at this moment. He stood there and looked down with a smile. Didn't you want to break my legs and throw me off the cliff like a dog? I'm still waiting. What do you want? Yibin shouted as Li Qiye's shadow covered him. He had lost his limbs and cultivation, just a fish on the chopping board right now. He felt an unprecedented fear destroying all of his courage. What do you think? What should someone do against an enemy who wants to cripple them? Li Qiye smiled with no sign of anger. Don't be insane. My uncle is the commander of the Central Legion with millions under him. He won't let you go if you dare to kill me. Your uncle? Li Qiye leisurely said. He used to kneel before me. You think you can scare me by bringing up a servant? Yibin couldn't come up with something else. I'll have you know that I'm waiting for him to bring his head here too. Li Chia said. Crack. He stopped speaking and ruthlessly stomped down on the youth's skull. It exploded like a watermelon, brain matters and flesh splashed. And I'll finish him just like that. He finished his sentence, completely indifferent to this gruesome murder. Unfortunately, Yibin was already dead and couldn't hear him. People shuddered after seeing this. They remembered that the king was known to be lecherous and unreasonable, but don't forget, he was also considered a tyrant. A ruthless and cruel tyrant. Do not be fooled by his ordinary appearance or his unsavory reputation as a useless and perverted king. This was a tyrant who had sat on the throne of 9 secrets, definitely someone who could murder without batting an eye. He might be incompetent, but this didn't mean that he was a coward. Old man, since you have killed them, you can't just leave their corpses out like this. The heaven wouldn't appreciate that. Li Chia smiled and told the old man. It has nothing to do with me, I didn't kill them. The old man refused. Who else could have done it but you? Come on now, bury them. I'm just a weakling who can't even truss a chicken, and you definitely can't let the young lady bury the dead, right? That's why this terrible job is yours. Having said that, he ignored the old man's response and entered the stone hall with Lu Chuqing. Sigh, such terrible luck, so unfair. Why must I bury them? The old man murmured with resentment. Nevertheless, he still threw the bodies into a crevice off the cliff. He then washed his hands and patted his blade. Look at what you've done, almost got distracted from our real work. Still have to go trade some firewood for rice. With that, his powerful song began to echo across the mountains again as he was leaving. All cultivators nearby watched each of his moves. No one dared to disturb him or utter a single comment. They heaved a sigh of relief after he and his song disappeared from the area. Who is that? One youth questioned. No one expected that a random person would come out of nowhere and save the king, killing Yibin and his men. I don't know, I've never seen him before. How could the youths here recognize the old man? He might be from Nine-Linked then. An older disciple said with a serious expression, I've been here twice and saw him chopping wood too, around 5 years ago. A master of Nine-Linked? People glanced at each other. The truth was that no one knew the exact details about Nine-Linked Mountains. No one knew its sect master was or how many experts it had. However, they were aware that even Lucidity King came here while keeping a low profile. Why did he save the king? Another asked. The crowd started thinking, but no one could come up with an answer. It seemed that the king and the old man was quite close. Oh, don't you remember? When 8 Formation True Emperor attacked the palace, the king was saved by someone. No one knew who it was then, but it looks like this old man did it. A disciple from a great power tapped his head after having an epiphany. People took a deep breath, thinking that this answer was reasonable. This old woodcutter might be the one who saved the king back then. He has been lingering around just to protect the king as well. Why does Nine-Linked want to protect him though? Another curious spectator wondered. Speculations arose. The disciples from the big sects had wilder thoughts. Remember, Nine-Linked Mountains had a unique position in 9 secrets. It seemed to be independent and never interfered with the system. But why was it protecting the king now? Could it be that it wanted to show itself and support the king, helping him get his throne back? Oh. Chapter 2472, As the lake's color-changing date approached, more and more disciples from 9 secrets have arrived. Some were here for Tao enlightenment, but the majority came specifically for this event. They consisted of members of big and tiny sects, even vagrant cultivators. This was a unique aspect of Nine-Linked Mountains. As long as the person was a member of 9 secrets, they were treated in the same manner regardless of their background. Even a weak vagabond could enter Nine-Linked Mountains as long as their merit law came from the system. A prestigious noble wouldn't have special privileges and a lowly cultivator wouldn't be denied at the entrance. Lucidity King himself was subjected to this. Those who came here would be given a place, but no disciples or servants from Nine-Linked Mountains would serve them. Because of this fair treatment, Nine-Linked Mountains was considered to be neutral and independent. In the beginning, more smaller sects arrived. Later on, the big powers and even the 5 behemoths have entered. The appearance of geniuses and experts increased the pressure felt by the young generation due to the heightened competition. Once these 5 behemoths joined in, even the other big clans and sects would lose, let alone the smaller ones. Rumble. Today, the valleys trembled after loud detonations. People shuddered, wondering who would dare to come here in such a haughty manner. They quickly looked towards the direction of the noises. They saw a group of riders, only around a dozen or so. Nevertheless, their ride had an impressive momentum just like a destructive tsunami of steel, simply unstoppable. Despite the few numbers, they still gave everyone the sense that a great army was approaching. Even the air was shaking. They seemed to be one with their stallions. Both the riders and their mounts were covered in armor plates, more than strong enough to crush through mountains. The leader was a youth with sharp brows, bright eyes, and a tough physique. His gaze was quite sharp on top of having an aggressive aura, clearly indicating that he was a battle-worn soldier. The Ma clan. People noticed their identity right away. It's Ma Jinming, their young lord. Another was startled to see the young leader. A junior general of the Central Legion. The group of riders attracted a lot of attention on their path. Does he want revenge for his younger cousin? Speculation arose. Ma Jinming was Ma Mingchuan's son and Zheng Yibin's older cousin. Unlike Yibin, who was a fox relying on a tiger's might, Jinming was far more powerful. He accompanied his father on the battlefields and showed great talents at a young age, a real genius and expert. Everyone instantly assumed that this group traveling with great fanfare was here for revenge. However, Jinming didn't travel to Great Desolate Mountain right away. They stopped on a different peak in Nine-Linked Mountains. After he got down from the horse, he stared towards the direction of Great Desolate and scowled. This showing of patience actually surprised the crowd. The young lord is still an experienced soldier, able to keep cool. An older youth nodded approvingly. Brother Ma, I can't believe that it has been 3 years since our last meeting. Many youths came to his camp for a greeting. Among them were old friends and even strangers. Nevertheless, his camp was packed with people. On the other hand, Li Qie, who was the king, had no visitors. Of course, these youths and experts had their reasons for coming to see Ma Jinming. His father, Ma Mingchun, was the commander of the Central Legion right now. War Saint Dynasty was currently a snake without a head after the king was gone. Meanwhile, as the strongest and oldest of the Legion commanders, Mingchun had both influence and power. It could be said that the legions were willing to follow all of his orders right now. When all 6 worked together, they wouldn't be weaker than any sect in 9 secrets. Thus, some even said that the new king of 9 secrets will be dependent on Ma Mingchuan's stance. This was the reason why so many powers want to flatter him right now. They would start on Ma Jinming first to create a connection with the Central Legion. His arrival did cause a stir, but it was nothing compared to the next person. This person didn't come in such a haughty manner, no stallions nor riding across the sky with loud explosions. She came without making a single sound with a sword in her embrace. She seemed to be walking slowly, but each step encompassed hundreds of miles. Despite her low profile, people still noticed and became excited. She wore a green dress and was serene as a lotus in the valley. Her long hair and scarf draping over her neck and shoulders fluttered with the gentle breeze in an animated manner, resulting in a transcending style. She was quite beautiful, bright and spirited phoenix eyes, nearly divine in nature. Many people were instantly attracted by her eyes and would lose their composure. Miss Qin. The ones who saw her along the way all bowed to greet her. It didn't matter if they were disciples from the big sects or young lords and princes. A few geniuses couldn't hide their crush on her at all. She nodded back in response. Both her temperament and gestures were immensely attractive. That's Miss Qin from Calm Lotus. A person praised after seeing her from the distance. Fairy Qin is here now. So many youths wanted to take a look after hearing this news. They became frozen and charmed at her sight. Qin Jianyao. Someone from the previous generation also felt admiration. The successors of Calm Lotus are always incredible, phoenixes among women, virtually incomparable. Qin Jianyao didn't have a cool title, but many were willing to call her Fairy Qin or Fairy Jian. Though she rarely showed herself and seldom participated in fights, her fame still spread across 9 secrets. Chapter 2473. If there is really a fortune happening at the lakes this time, we aren't really qualified to compete against Miss Qin. Someone sighed sentimentally after seeing her. Some were naturally happy to see Qin Jianyao, but others felt great pressure instead. If she came specifically for the color-changing lakes, then no one could really match her. It wasn't because they were unduly humble, but she was just that strong. To be more specific, Calm Lotus Monastery's strength exceeded people's imagination. On the surface, it was one of the 5 great powers and should have similar power. This wasn't the case. The older experts knew that Calm Lotus was far above the rest. Both the Bingqi and Myriad Formation Kingdom, even Waterfront Pavilion, all far inferior. Remember, outside of War Saint Dynasty, Calm Lotus was the only other lineage with 2 secret words. Their foundation and real capabilities were no joke. Before Lucidity King, the previous rulers of the system were related to Calm Lotus in one way or another. Though this sect rarely grasped the central authority or took the throne, it had helped many previous rulers. In this manner, it also controlled the overarching direction of the system. This continued on for a very long period of time until Lucidity King. Calm Lotus' influence gradually lessened before disappearing altogether. Nevertheless, they were still very powerful and might have been the only lineage capable of fighting against War Saint Dynasty during its golden age. A new king is in order. An old cultivator sighed after seeing Qin Jianyao. Given their past history, Calm Lotus would, sooner or later, groom another ruler. So now, when the reclusive Qin Jianyao is traveling the world, perhaps she was looking for a new royal successor. Her destination was Great Desolate Mountain this time. Why is she heading to Great Desolate? People were surprised because the current king was staying there. Are you forgetting that she is engaged with the king? Another whispered. The crowd didn't expect this. Those who have a crush on her were devastated upon hearing this. People have forgotten about this matter until now. Humph. That guy has lost his kingdom, so the marriage pacts are no longer in effect. A genius who likes her scowled. Not necessarily. An instigator took advantage of the situation. Waterfront Princess is also staying with the king. A famous beauty, beloved by so many prodigies, yet she's still serving the king. A marriage pact is always effective unless purposely nullified. The instigator successfully annoyed the youths. Humph, a fool like the king wants to marry Fairy Qin. Maybe in his dreams. One genius said with disdain. The instigator leisurely said, are you sure? What if Calm Lotus wants to support the king again? After all, he's the legitimate heir of the Orthodox branch. If Miss Qin were to marry him, she'll be the queen in the future, able to give orders to the rest of the world. Stop spouting nonsense. The geniuses barked back. Geniuses were always arrogant and proud. Though they knew being with Qin Jianyao was virtually impossible, they still wanted to fantasize about it. Plus, they all considered the king to be a useless and immoral wretch that couldn't be fixed. They had nothing but utter contempt for the king. If Jianyao were to marry such a piece of trash, how could they ever let this go? Thus, they put on a non-caring appearance about the issue, contrary to their actual nervous thoughts since she was now climbing up the peak. Disciple of Calm Lotus Monastery, Qin Jianyao, wishes to have an audience. She stood outside the stone hall and asked. Just listening to her pleasant voice was quite enjoyable. Everyone held their breath while watching. Eventually, the door creaked and opened. She bowed before entering. The crowd didn't leave since they wanted to know the result of this. Inside the hall, Li Qiye sat there, seemingly asleep. Lu Chuqing quietly told him when Jianyao got closer, "Your Majesty, Fairy Qin is here." Li Qiye finally opened his eyes. His nonchalant and invasive gaze fell upon her. It was as if there were a pair of invisible hands gently caressing her body, and this vexed her. Calm Lotus Qin Jianyao, greetings, Your Majesty. She slightly bowed with no intention of kneeling. Are you here to carry out the marriage? Will you stay to serve me? Li Qiye smiled while half lying down, a very improper posture when speaking with a guest. I come bearing the goodwills of my ancestors to see how you are doing, Your Majesty. She diverted the topic while looking transcending and attractive. So you have no intention of fulfilling the marriage pact? He smiled, not worrying too much about his manner. Any other men, geniuses and prodigies, would want to act elegant and graceful in front of her, showing her their best side. This wasn't the case for Li Qiye. The marriage was decided by the ancestors, so I do not dare to make a decision on my own. Please ask them yourself, Your Majesty. She responded. This was a good response, not admitting or denying the marriage pact. She remained elegant with a good sense of propriety, nearly perfect. The difference between her and splendorous saintess was as clear as day. And here I am, leaving a spot for you. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head. Looks like you do not value it. Very well, next time when you wish to try again, you can be Lu Chuqing's maid instead. That's already very generous of me. Thank you, Your Majesty. Of course she was unhappy about this distasteful comment, but not to the point of being angry. You should be thankful indeed. If I were to destroy your sect, you wouldn't be qualified as a maid at that point, only a bed warmer at best and only if I'm in a good mood. Li Qiye leisurely added. Your Majesty likes to joke. Jianyao remained courteous but her tone grew colder after hearing such harsh words. All right, scram now. Li Qiye grew disinterested and waved his hand. I will remember your Calm Lotus Monastery's false courtesy. When I mobilize, I will think about sparing your sect's old men. At the very least, they know how to put up a proper act. Jianyao's annoyance intensified but she didn't express it. She bowed once more and said, I'll be taking my leave. Have you decided on the next successor? He asked as she was leaving. I'm only an ordinary disciple and do not dare to participate in such an important matter. She responded. Then remember this for me, 9 secrets is still under my control, your sect is nothing but a bunch of ants. Be smart and kneel before me to beg for forgiveness when the time comes. Otherwise, you will be a part of the eventual destruction. Li Qiye reminded. Jianyao didn't respond this time and left, floating in the air. Chapter 2474. After Qin Jianyao left, Lu Chuqing started a conversation. Your Majesty, weren't you a bit too rough on her? She came with good intention. Good intention? Li Qiye patted her soft hair in a doting manner. Silly girl, you're too kind. There is no good intention or humaneness to them, only value. Really? The good-natured girl was skeptical. All right, let's say that Calm Lotus wants to pick a new king while I try to stop others from taking the reign. What would Calm Lotus do? Li Qiye chuckled. Eliminate you. Being kind didn't mean she was stupid and understood his implication instantly. Even if I don't try to stop the coronation of a new king, don't forget that I'm still the rightful ruler, the only one in 9 secrets. If someone else were to ascend, you think Calm Lotus would let me run around outside? Even if they don't kill me, they will still imprison me. She realized that as well. For millions of years now, Calm Lotus was closely related to the royal rule even if they never directly grasped the throne. Many of their disciples actually went on to become queens. The tyranny of lucidity has finally ended, so the world was up for grasp. Calm Lotus might think about grooming or supporting one again. However, a useless pervert like Li Qie couldn't even come close to being a candidate. In that case, his very existence was a thorn in their side. Chu Qin could only sigh. She has always been staying at waterfront, preferring to not get involved with the external power struggle. The marriage pacts are finalized, they should have either disagreed with it, risking their lives, but once signed, they must stay true to it. Li Qie said, whether it be a lineage or a cultivator, they need to keep their words. In the eyes of Calm Lotus, it is only a wasted piece of paper. If that was the case, why should I be courteous to Calm Lotus Monastery? Li Qie smiled, I was already generous offering her a maid position. I see, but she's Fairy Qin, how could she become my maid? Chu Qin was surprised to see that he wasn't kidding around. Only a disciple, not a fairy. Li Qie shook his head, only a title given by regular people, a fairy isn't that easy to find. Plus, if I want to, even a real fairy will come to be your maid. Fairies aren't worth much, only those who earn my favors are priceless. Chu Qin stared at him in a daze, feeling quite sweet inside to the point of feeling tingly from happiness. She felt as if she was floating like a cloud from being adored by this man. His charm has completely won her over, she wanted nothing more than to fall into his embrace and enjoy his loving. People were still anxiously waiting outside the stone hall, wanting to know the result of the conversation. After all, the situation was very delicate in Nine Secrets, especially when Calm Lotus has the power to support a king. All interested parties would keep an eye on them. Jianyao's visit made people think about Calm Lotus wanting to help Li Qie taking back the throne. Would she marry him too? The fantasizing geniuses, in particular, didn't want to see such a thing. Creak. The door opened and attracted everyone's attention. Jianyao came out and stole the spotlight. She's out. Some quietly murmured and became quite nervous. Her decision could break her fans' heart on top of changing the current political landscape of Nine Secrets. They stared intensely at her peerless face, wanting to read her expression. Unfortunately, her expression was blank even though she was very annoyed. This made it hard for people to read anything. The clue was in her swift departure, one without looking back. It meant that she no longer cared. The experienced spectators noticed something. The king is abandoned. An older cultivator speculated. The young ones heaved a sigh of relief, especially her potential suitors who no longer feel anxious. A frog can't eat swan's meat after all. One genius said, that idiotic piece of trash needs to take a look at himself in the mirror. So what if he has a marriage pact with the fairy, it doesn't mean anything now. The world no longer belongs to War Saint. An older one had to admit, he's no longer the king with full authority. Using a marriage pact to tie down Miss Qin is impossible. He's the one reaching up now. The fact that she even gave him the time of day is a lucky break. The older experts didn't care for romance and focused on a different aspect. One said, it's impossible for the king to take back his throne, he's completely abandoned now despite being the rightful ruler. Even Calm Lotus won't help him, he has no value to be taken advantage of now. After leaving Great Desolate Mountain, she headed straight for Xiang Island inside one of the 9 lakes. I need more context to accurately name this place, it's a little tricky, might need to come back later after seeing the names of the other lakes/islands. This revealed her intention and increased the level of the competition for the color-changing event. Nevertheless, some people still wanted her to stay around. This might be their chance to get closer to her. A few experts came to visit her, including prodigies and masters of great powers. Of course, outside of wanting to get closer with her, some wanted to build a social relationship. Calm Lotus was strong enough to warrant flattery for the eventual benefits. However, Jianyao closed her doors under the excuse of meditation and didn't entertain guests. Even Ma Jiming himself couldn't meet her despite being an important character among the young generation. People realized that in order to earn her grace, one needed to be a big shot. Ordinary masters and geniuses weren't enough. Finally, one youth has finally entered her sight. My name is Yang Bofen, here to wish you well under the order of my master, Fairy. He wasn't handsome but had a majestic aura resembling a mountain. People shuddered after hearing this name and instantly stared at him. 8 Formation True Emperor's direct disciple. They instantly recognized his identity. He might be the best talent of this generation. Even his peers felt admiration. Some classified 8 Formation True Emperor and Qin Jianyao's group as the older generation while Yang Bofen's group was the start of the new age. Yang Bofen was the leader of his generation, enjoying an immense level of fame. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure, OO.